He slammed him hard on the ground. Everyone then realized He Dai was incredibly strong. The crowd instantly erupted, pointing at Jiyu Chuyue and shouting, "How dare you! A young girl like you spreads rumors." General Jiyu even brought them here for his wife to deal with. Hundreds of young masters cursed at Jiyu Chuyue. Jiyu Chuyue used to take down move on them. She flipped them over and slammed them to the ground. She slammed the leader, Shang Shujizi, to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Then they started to accuse Jiyu Chuyue of bullying and disrespecting even Shang Shudaran. They wondered who was backing her. Jiyu Chuyue was waiting for this. The leader of these young masters was Sudagong, grandson of Sudaran. She sneered, "How can I compare to you? Spreading rumors to ruin a young woman's reputation. I must have offended you all greatly." Yang San retorted, "Even if we express some dissatisfaction at the academy, it's freedom of speech. We shouldn't be arrested for this." The others also complained. They didn't even know Jiyu Chuyue. Jiyu Chuyue didn't bother explaining. She was just following orders. Sudagong persisted, "Who ordered you, Miss Jiyu? Who else is behind this?" Jiyu Chuyue smirked provocatively. "It's someone you can't afford to offend, so don't bother trying to find a way out. This Jiyu girl is really something. Actions speak louder than words." Jiyu Chuyue sat down grandly, crossing her legs and holding her white cat. She said loudly, "Next, I'll turn you all into living weapons." The spoiled brats were shocked. They'd never seen anyone brag so shamelessly. Jiyu Chuyue smirked, "You can test my abilities. Or are you just scared and unwilling to try?" This provoked the brats. They yelled, "Since you're asking for it, we'll take you on." Yang San and Sudie sneered, "We grew up with these people. We know what we're capable of. That Lang family's son goes to the theater every day. He still has makeup on his face. This one, from the Shangshu family, only eats and drinks. His belly is as big as a pig. And that Xingjiyu Shangshu's son is a coward, scared of everything." Even Hong Xiang thought Jiyu Chuyue was crazy. Did she really think she was that capable? But Jiyu Chuyue was confident. There was nothing she couldn't do. He Dai returned and reported that the instructors were ready. The instructors were all first-class experts, skilled and efficient. They brought various weapons, enough to equip 5 armies. The brats were terrified. Did she really intend to train them? Weren't they afraid they'd cause chaos? Sudie suddenly had a realization. Jiyu Chuyue was betrothed to Yuan Mingxiu by the emperor. The person backing her was likely the Yuan family. Both of them suddenly understood why no one had come to rescue them. Jiyu Chuyue jumped onto the platform and shouted loudly. Hong Xiang stared in disbelief, wondering if she was even a woman. She was either a genius or insane. The others pointed at her and mocked, "Do you think you can impress us with this? You're so loud, you'll never get married. We won't watch your show." Zheng Jingming knew she wasn't ordinary. She had displayed amazing abilities at the Bailu Academy competition. He thought it best to obey her. Moreover, she was backed by the formidable Yuan Mingxiu. These rich kids didn't know how much Master Yuan protected Jiyu Chuyue. Offending anyone was better than offending Master Yuan. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. Seeing him obediently joining the group, the others called him a traitor and coward. Had he become so timid after losing to Jiyu Chuyue in the competition? Some even suspected he had colluded with Jiyu Chuyue. How could someone like her, who never stuttered, win without cheating? Zheng Jingming angrily denied the rumors. He shouted at them to stop talking nonsense. Jiyu Chuyue had won with her own strength, without any help. Jiyu Chuyue felt sorry for him. He was probably experiencing the frustration of being wrongly accused for the first time. Jiyu Chuyue didn't bother arguing with them. She simply asked who else was willing to join. The other sneered, "No one will join you. We're not fools." Zheng Jingming walked to the front, followed by Taidu and Ai Gongjin. Then Sudagong also joined them. Zheng Jingming's jaw dropped. Weren't these two their leaders? What was going on? The others felt betrayed. "You're our leaders. How can you side with Miss Jiyu?" Yang San said indifferently, "Everyone is responsible for their own actions. If you don't agree with me, feel free to leave." Sudie echoed, "I'll follow young Master Yang's lead. My principles remain unchanged." Everyone was stunned. They now understood that these two were rivals on the surface, but secretly they were friends. The crowd started cursing them for being treacherous and ungrateful. "What benefits did Jiyu Chuyue give you? Why are you all siding with her?" General Bing brought all the brats in the capital, and handed them over to his wife for punishment. The emperor intends to train these brats into pillars of the nation. But only 3 smart people listened. This angered the others. Everyone complained that they were betrayed. Jiyu Churyue didn't bother with them. She started counting down, saying those who didn't join would regret it. Another group of people stepped forward, all officials from the court. Jiyu Churyue sighed inwardly. There were quite a few smart people. These 30 people had chosen wisely. The rest, who ignored her warning, would have to face the consequences. The others scoffed, such arrogance. What can a mere Jiyu family girl do? Jiyu Churyue announced the punishment. Running. Those who obeyed would run less, while those who disobeyed would run more. The brats cursed, run. We've never run before. Even Yang San and Su Die felt unlucky. They were truly unlucky. Jiyu Churyue ordered them to start running. Those who obeyed would run 1 lap, while those who disobeyed would run 2. And this was just the warm-up. The brats were going crazy. They weren't soldiers. Studying was hard enough, now they had to run for their lives. Even Hong Xiang thought the training was too harsh. It was too troublesome, but He Dai wasn't worried at all. Miss Jiyu has many tricks up her sleeve. This is just the beginning. Hong Xiang used to think he was crazy, but today he had seen true craziness. These 2 were truly insane. The brats couldn't take it anymore. They tried to leave, thinking a young girl wouldn't dare stop them. Jiyu Churyue sneered, this isn't a place you can come and go as you please. Leaving won't be that easy. Disobey and you'll face the consequences. The fathers weren't idiots. They wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Jiyu Churyue calmly folded her arms and smiled. Someone, bring them here. 2 fierce, drooling wolfhounds were brought out on leashes. Everyone's jaws dropped. What kind of insane move was this? He Dai proudly introduced, these are wolfhounds from the Yuan army, usually used for tracking. I suggested this to Miss Jiyu. Hong Xiang had to admire her. Otherwise, things would get ugly. The starving wolfhounds barked fiercely, scaring the brats. Yang San and the others paled. Is Jiyu Churyue trying to kill us? I give up. Even Su Die was shocked. Yang San, a young master, was actually cursing. Yang San hid behind him. Run. Don't wait for the dogs to get you. Su Die remained calm. He wasn't afraid of dogs. He was only afraid of cats. He remembered the sharp cat claws. He recalled the encounter with the big white cat and started to cry. The wolfhounds barked fiercely, and the brats started running desperately. Hong Xiang stared in disbelief. Miss Gus' methods were truly unique. He Dai thought she was being too kind. She should just let the dogs bite them. They're just a bunch of useless brats. But Jiyu Churyue calmly sipped her tea. Since Yuan Mingxiu gave me such a difficult task, I might as well make good use of his subordinates. Besides, these An Wei and Jiang Shi are so simple and obedient. They are easy to use. An Wei came to ask for instructions. The security and the cats are in place. What's next? Jiyu Churyue ordered them to supervise the brats running. Those who didn't complete the required laps would be chased by hounds and bitten by cats. He Dai grinned, Miss Jiyu should have done this from the beginning. An Wei, as the leader, announced loudly, Miss Jiyu said whoever doesn't accept the punishment will play with us. Everyone was shocked. What kind of insane operation was this? Those damn hounds. The brats were out of breath, cursing Jiyu Churyue. But when they saw the cats, they sped up, fearing the sharp claws. Everyone increased their speed, screaming and running desperately. They finally reached the halfway point. They collapsed on the ground, exhausted. They had never run so far in their lives. The only consolation was that they were in Yang San's team, so they only had to run 2 laps. Those who had to run 6 laps were truly suffering. They praised Yang San for his wisdom, saving them 4 laps. Even Yang San regretted his decision. He should have skipped the academy altogether. Jiyu Churyue wouldn't have come up with such a wicked punishment without the support of Yuan Mingxiu. Offending him was a dead end. Su Die was terrified of the cats, screaming for them to stay away. He hid behind Yang San, begging him to chase the cats away. Along the 3-part route, a group beat him to death. He's even afraid of a cat. Is he still a man or not? But before they could complain, An Wei called out to them urgently. Jiyu Churyue sarcastically remarked, running just a short distance and you're already like this. The food at the Haiguo cave truly brings out one's character. Afterwards, she appointed Lian Sanha and Su Die as the leaders of this group. Although your abilities are lacking, at least your brains are still somewhat usable. The two men looked at each other in dismay. We are so outstanding, yet we only received such an evaluation. Unbelievable, but it's almost time for dinner. Everyone thought they could rest. Who knew Jiyu Chueyue ordered them to continue forced labor? They were so tired they could barely eat. Everyone was inwardly furious. Is she going to play with us again? Back in the barracks, rumors spread about being toyed with mercilessly. She immediately pulled them aside and severely reprimanded them. Even the remnants of their previous tragic love affair, Yu Xingyu, Guangling released dogs, forcing them to taste what it's like. The Shi family disciples almost fainted from hunger. Jiyu Chueyue sarcastically remarked, "It's all your fault for being so slow. You're delaying dinner. Even children in the countryside run faster than you. However, according to the plan, you must finish forced labor before having lunch. Hurry up. Those who don't finish won't get to eat." Everyone was inwardly furious. Is she going to play with us again? But with A Wei and others watching, even if Wen Ku was furious, he had to comply. Hong Qiong touched his pocket thoughtfully. These Shi family disciples were easily controlled by a few dogs. He Dai knew this was only temporary, but even if they were dissatisfied, they couldn't do anything. The young miss is not someone to be trifled with. Besides, there are also us subordinates. The Lord wouldn't find incompetent people to create trouble for the young miss. Hong Qiong found his tone strange. Are you guaranteeing that nothing will happen to the young miss? He Dai immediately threatened him fiercely. It better be that way, otherwise, you'll die a painful death. Meanwhile, the Shi family disciples were still starving and enduring forced labor. They didn't know where Jiyu Chueyue got so many tricks from. Now they were somewhat envious of Xiang Wan, who was excused because of illness. As soon as they finished speaking, Xiang Wan walked over with a cold expression and a stiff posture, clearly not coming with good intentions. Everyone instantly perked up. Now we can watch a good show, everyone whispered amongst themselves. Jiyu Chueyue missed out. Xiang Wan is such a good man. What a pity. How could General Yuan fall for such a woman? Xiang Wan walked straight to Jiyu Chueyue and politely apologized for his actions. Jiyu Chueyue was so angry her head was about to explode. Yuan Mingxiu, are you crazy? Causing such a commotion is one thing, but why did you have to involve Xiang Wan? But, on the surface, she remained calm. Tong Meng, let Xiang Wan return. Xiang Wan looked at her coldly for a moment, and suddenly let out a sigh. Jiyu Chueyue was a little surprised. She didn't expect him to still have a conscience. Since you're seriously ill, you can rest if you can't handle the training. Who knew Xiang Wan would continue? If it wasn't for you, I would have died at Zon Na Zhong. My life is yours to repay. But one thing doesn't justify another. I won't change my opinion of someone because of one incident. There are some things I still need to remind you. A woman needs to know her place and not be too willful, otherwise, be careful of offending the wrong people. Jiyu Chueyue was about to die of anger. A leopard can't change its spots. Hong Qiong, jump out and tell him what my business is and what the consequences will be. My young miss is under the protection of General Yuan. You don't need to worry about her. I'd like to ask young Master Xiao how he feels about my second miss going to the Niguan temple. Xiang Wan was speechless. Jiyu Chueyue decided to make things clear with him. You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Besides, I'm engaged to General Yuan. You constantly thinking about me will cause misunderstandings. For the sake of peace, it's best we speak less. Xiang Wan was hurt by her coldness. The Chueyue he knew wouldn't be so ungrateful towards him. Jiyu Chueyue felt a pang of guilt and quickly signaled to Amai. And Wei immediately stepped forward with a cold face and urged Xiang Wan to return to his team. Xiang Wan was utterly helpless. He was clearly trying to be kind. How did it turn out like this? Everyone whispered amongst themselves. Didn't expect Xiang Wan to have such a clingy personality. Could he still have feelings for Jiyu Chueyue? Yang San admired Yuan Mingxi's wisdom. Not only is he rich and powerful, but he also has excellent judgment. He even discovered such a hidden gem. We are far inferior to him. If the Shi family had such a capable woman as the matriarch, their family fortune would definitely improve. Sudie wasn't as thoughtful as him and even dared to compete with Yuan Mingxiu. He's now worried that they might actually be tortured to death by this Jiyu Chueyue. Even Hong Qiong admired Jiyu Chueyue's tactics. Making her ex so concerned, I've never seen anything like it. Hu Qiyuan Mai asked curiously, don't you like her? I'll give her to you. Hong Qiong wasn't that foolish. Xiao Yuan still has a thing with Jiyu Xinrong. Speaking of which, Jiyu Xinrong has spent a lot of time with Ni Guan. She shouldn't be causing any more trouble. Jiyu Chuyu sighed. Old habits die hard. A person can't change overnight. However, she remembered Hong Qiong always providing clues about Jiyu Xinrong. But now, he was still hesitant. Who could make someone like you so secretive? Hong Qiong shuddered at the thought. Some things, if not handled at the right time, could backfire. Jiyu Chuyu scoffed. It's not as serious as you say. It's either a dynastic struggle, or a conspiracy to rebel. Hu Qiyuan found it more and more amusing and couldn't help but laugh. Yuan Mingxiu looked surprised. This is a huge secret. How come it's so trivial to you? And how did you know? Jiyu Chuyu waved her hand nonchalantly. That's what's written in the books. Seemingly trivial matters are ultimately related to political interests. The things that can make you secretive are either related to the emperor or some high-ranking official. Something that can't be known by the emperor, and if discovered, would lead to complete ruin. Besides rebellion, there's nothing else. Just then, Zhu Sha walked over with a cold face and shouted. The Wang Ku disciples immediately erupted. Is this even bearable? How tyrannical is this general? The Wang Ku disciples dared to underestimate Zhu Sha. The general directly sent someone to take care of things. Those who disobeyed wouldn't even get to eat. Zhu Sha sneered at everyone. The young miss just made you run a few kilometers. Why are you acting so spoiled? You guys are just a bunch of weaklings. A Wang Ku disciple retorted, but before he could say anything, Zhu Sha mercilessly cursed. What are you bowing for? If you're capable, you can have your say. If not, then shut up and listen. Then she ordered everyone, obediently go eat. But the Wang Ku disciples were still complaining and knocking over food. Is this even fit for human consumption? After such strenuous training, you give us this garbage. Xiaoyao gets to eat roast duck and snacks. Only Yang San, Su Die, and Xiang Wan didn't cause a scene at their table. The three of them exchanged glances. Why are these people here again? Don't they understand the meaning of keeping a low profile? Now that things are so troublesome, I wonder what Wei will do. Yang San had a bad premonition. If Wei personally intervenes, I'm afraid everyone will suffer. It's best to eat as much as we can now. He then started to gobble down his food. Su Die followed suit. Xiang Wan watched them. Turns out these Xi family disciples, while seemingly polite on the surface, are actually quite. Soon, Zhu Sha saw the mess on the floor. She immediately asked angrily, who did this? The Wang Ku disciples stepped forward. If you want people to respect the rules, you have to be reasonable. We're not satisfied with the food. This food is disgusting. It made our throats burn. We couldn't swallow it at all. Everyone echoed in agreement. The food is really terrible. We can't be blamed for this. They thought Zhu Sha would explode in anger, but she actually laughed. Everyone was shocked and had a bad premonition. Zhu Sha smiled menacingly. Since the food is so terrible for you, then don't eat it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's important to stand up for ourselves when necessary. Let them know we're not pushovers. Only then will things get better in the future. However, Zhu Sha's expression changed. Not only do you not appreciate it, you even continue to complain. Since you are so energetic that you can forego food to continue training, I truly underestimate you. You are indeed worthy of being in this training camp. Everyone was stunned. When did we say we wanted to use our mealtime for training? Don't put words in our mouths. Now everyone was eager to eat, but Zhu Sha directly ordered the food to be taken away. The Wang Ku disciples panicked. We want to eat. Not letting us eat is outrageous. Zhu Sha said sarcastically, it's too late to want to eat now. Start training. Everyone instantly despaired. Xiangwan couldn't help but admire Yang San's foresight. Otherwise, he would have been just like those fools. Zhu Sha shouted angrily, what are you waiting for? Get out there and start training. Anyone who complains will be punished. The Wang Ku disciples obediently obeyed with tears in their eyes. Yang San and Su Die, having eaten their fill, ran with more energy. It seems they are going to suffer again this time. Xiang Wan also followed, looking weak. Su Die was surprised. Didn't you say you were sick? Looks like you've fully recovered. Xiang Wan retorted, you were worried about me all night and couldn't sleep. That's not true at all. Su Die was speechless. The two continued to bicker. Time flew by. Yang San watched them, speechless. What kind of situation is this? Still arguing at a time like this? Since we're all on Jiu Qiu's side, we should work together harmoniously. Xiang Wan was surprised. You're on Qiu's side. Yang San, although not close to Qiu, admired her strength. Since childhood, we've been taught that loyalty is essential for survival. Xiang Wan suddenly understood. So you two chose Jiu Qiu, hence your relationship with Yuan Mingxiu. But we also heard that the Xiao family has chosen to ally with Yuan. I can't help but feel the Xiao family is too hasty. Xiang Wan didn't agree, but this was the Xiao family's decision, and he couldn't do anything about it. But the Xiao family's decision is indeed unwise. The current emperor is in good health, and he has many sons. How can he decide on a successor so quickly? Yang San felt sorry for him. This way, the Xiao family and the Jiu family won't be on the same side. And the Jiu family's second miss, whom you like, will be unattainable. Xiang Wan retorted, it's too early to worry about the Xiao family. Who knows what the future holds? Meanwhile, Jiu Qiu just learned from Yuan Mingxiu that the emperor wanted her to teach at the girls' academy. Jiu Qiu was stunned, thinking she was hallucinating. Isn't the emperor senile? How did he come up with such an idea? Someone like me teaching at a girls' academy. That's absurd. Yuan Mingxiu nodded in agreement. You're right, it is indeed absurd, but this is the emperor's order. Even I can only obey. Consider this me pleading for you. Jiu Qiu felt he was talking nonsense. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why would anyone plead for her? Yuan Mingxiu explained helplessly, it's about the incident where you offended the official's sons. You have to do something to make amends for the trouble you caused. Jiu Qiu felt the emperor must be crazy. These two things had no logical connection. Besides, she couldn't handle so many girls. Yuan Mingxiu encouraged her, you single-handedly challenged the entire academy. That's not something ordinary people can do. You can almost be considered a legend in the academy. Jiu Qiu waved her hand dismissively. That was just self-defense. Suddenly, Yuan Mingxiu said, I'm here to remind you about the wedding dress, Ling Jing. Don't forget to embroider your own wedding dress. And also mine. How tyrannical is this general, having to listen to his father's nagging every day, and having to constantly praise his good looks, missing him terribly every minute. It's unbearable. Yuan Mingxiu urged him to finalize the design quickly. He then turned to Jiu Qiu, gently stroking her hand. I'm looking forward to seeing the wedding dress you embroider yourself. Jiu Qiu found it baffling. There are embroiderers, why should I bother? I'm very busy. Yuan Mingxiu sighed dramatically. It seems the Jiu young miss doesn't want to earn this money. Hearing the word money, Jiu Qiu's eyes lit up. Yuan Mingxiu then offered, whoever personally embroiders my wedding dress will get 10,000 taels of silver. Plus the Jiu young miss, that's 20,000. If someone else makes the wedding dress, I'm afraid the credit will go to someone else. Without hesitation, Jiu Qiu accepted. That's a lot of money. Embroidering a wedding dress is nothing, but don't complain about the groom's poor skills. Even if it's bad, he has to wear it. Yuan Mingxiu had already prepared himself mentally, not expecting her to have any good skills. He just had to make sure she embroidered something he was satisfied with. Jiu Qiu was furious. Don't I have any pride? You always make me do the hard work. It's unbearable. She turned and stormed off. Yuan Mingxiu immediately grabbed her, leaving just like that. Wouldn't that make me look bad? Jiu Qiu tried to push him away, but couldn't bring herself to do it when faced with his handsome face. This face is truly a crime. As expected, being too handsome is troublesome. Yuan Mingxiu asked tenderly, you've been away from me for so long, don't you miss me? Jiu Qiu was dumbfounded. Hadn't they just met? Yuan Mingxiu moved closer, insisting she tell him if he was handsome. Jiu Qiu blushed furiously and couldn't speak. Yuan Mingxiu was delighted. Are you pretending to be shy? Jiu Qiu lamented inwardly, why is the heavens so unfair? Why did he have to be born so handsome? She immediately pushed him away. Stay away from me. Being so close makes me uncomfortable. She, who feared nothing and no one, was only afraid of this tyrannical general. Yuan Mingxiu continued to ask persistently, then tell me, am I handsome? Jiu Qiu surrendered. Handsome, handsome, you're the most handsome in the world. Yuan Mingxiu was finally satisfied. You have good taste. Jiu Qiu's lips twitched. This guy really doesn't hold back. Now that she had complimented him, she could finally leave. But Yuan Mingxiu grabbed her again. He caressed her face and lowered his head. Their bodies were pressed close together. The ambiguity made her heart race. Emotion screamed in her head, "He's so handsome and he's holding you. You should kiss him." But reason said, girls should be reserved. "He's so manipulative, if you give in to him, you might not even have a complete body left." Emotion retorted, "Such a good man, just sleep with him. He's so handsome, it wouldn't be a loss." The two little figures in her mind fought fiercely. Jiyu Chuyue slapped both of them away. When she looked up, she saw Yuan Mingxi's chin and quickly moved away. Yuan Mingxiu asked gently, "Did you miss me?" Jiyu Chuyue played dumb and didn't answer. He was a little annoyed. "Anyway, I missed you." He then kissed her. The kiss deepened, until Hong Xiong happened to pass by the window and saw the scene. He couldn't help but point at them and laugh. "When you deal with others, you're so ruthless. Now you're so obedient. Is Yuan Mingxi's charm that great? He kissed you until your legs went weak." "Unbelievable." Jiyu Chiyu's face turned crimson. "It's nothing. Leave." Hong Xiong then got down to business. "I just heard Jiyu Su report that your second sister is back." Jiyu Chuyue was surprised. This was truly unexpected. Yuan Mingxiu sneered. "You ordered her to be sent to Niguan. Don't tell me you regret it now." Jiyu Chuyue pretended to be calm. "I knew this was a complicated matter. It seems someone is behind Jiyu Xinrong." Hong Xiong chuckled. "Young miss, you're truly good at making things up." He then pushed Jiyu Chuyue into Yuan Mingxi's arms. "Asking for help doesn't mean admitting defeat. As long as you ask, General Yuan will definitely help." Jiyu Chuyue buried her face in embarrassment. "Hong Xiong, this traitor. How was she supposed to face Yuan Mingxiu now?" Yuan Mingxiu said helplessly, "Even I know about your personal matters. Why are you so distant with me?" But Jiyu Chuyue didn't think so. Although they were engaged, she wasn't so incompetent that she needed others to handle her family matters. Moreover, dealing with that scheming sister didn't require too much effort. She then left the Wang Ku disciples temporarily in the care of An Wei, and took Hong Xiong back home overnight. Yuan Mingxiu smiled faintly. "This Jiyu Chuyue truly lives up to my expectations." Meanwhile, Jiyu Xinrong had returned to the Jiyu residence, but she was still dressed in simple clothes. Jing Zuelin's eyes were red with tears. But as long as her daughter was back, she was relieved. Jiyu Yanqing felt uneasy. Jiyu Xinrong seemed abnormal, completely different from before. Just then, Jiyu Chuyue arrived. Jiyu Yanqing instantly felt a headache. The house was about to be turned upside down again. He immediately went to sleep to avoid the disaster. "Don't wake me up even if the sky falls." Jiyu Chuyue had already walked in. Jiyu Yanqing greeted her enthusiastically, but Jiyu Chuyue ignored him and went straight to her room. Jiyu Yanqing wanted to confront her. "Chuyue, why are you ignoring me? You didn't even acknowledge your father." Zishi Jinxiu was speechless. "Young miss, why didn't you call for him? Don't you have anything to say?" "Don't provoke her. Chuyue now has General Yuan as her backing. Don't make things difficult for yourself." Jiyu Yanqing snorted and went back to his room to sleep. On the other hand, Jing Xuelan lashed out at Jiyu Chuyue. "It's all your fault that my daughter has become like this. How dare you show your face here?" Jiyu Chuyue ignored her and looked at the unusually calm Jiyu Xinrong, who was calmly embroidering. This girl had been transmigrated from the interstellar age, and had stolen her fiancé. The girl directly locked her sister up and shaved her head, but Jiyu Xinrong unexpectedly returned early and became unusually calm. Even when facing Jiyu Chuyue, she could calmly embroider. Jiyu Chuyue's heart skipped a beat. Jiyu Xinrong had changed. Jing Xuelan, enraged, lunged at Jiyu Chuyue, about to hit her, but He Dai grabbed her. Jing Xuelan struggled frantically. "Even if it costs me my life, I won't let you bully my daughter." Just then, Jiyu Xinrong spoke, ordering someone to take Jing Xuelan away. Entering the blood-refining plague smoke formation is difficult to escape. It's Kwang Nu Po, who was hit by the black whip. Jiyu Chuyue built up vigilance in her heart. Jiyu Xinrong's face, already hateful, now held more arrogance and coldness. She could even politely and courteously call him brother. Inviting him to sit down and talk, Jiyu Chuyue had to admit he seemed to have a brain. I wouldn't believe Jiyu Xinrong could smile if it weren't for eldest sister's teachings. Without them, I'd probably still be a bit foolish. Chiyue was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and directly asked who let him out. The person behind this is quite capable, but Jiyu Shinrong only answered with a wry smile, actually, I used to hate you. You took my beloved man. You were born with a more noble status than me. I had to work hard for everything I got. While you were born with it, so, fate is so unfair. How could I tell you who's behind me? Your current status is due to your engagement with Yuan Ming. I also have someone backing me. I was able to make Xiang Wan like me before, and now I can make the noble behind me think highly of me. Jiyu Chiyue was speechless. That noble is nothing compared to my Yuan Ming. You've already become someone else's plaything, yet you can still be so arrogant. Jiyu Xinrong's expression became incredibly ugly. He certainly knew he was not even as good as a dog kept by the Nei Ren, but he couldn't lose now. If he lost, where would he go? How would he survive in the Jiyu household? I've run out of options. As long as I can trample you underfoot and make you taste the humiliation I've suffered, even death would be worth it. Jiyu Chiyue didn't bother talking to him anymore, only coldly reminding him, do what you want, but don't touch the people around me. You'd better remember how you lost your hair last time. If you dare to touch a hair on anyone around me, I swear I won't let you go. Jiyu Xinrong's whole body trembled. One day, when I've mastered the Wuju arts, I will make you pay. The next morning, Jiyu Chiyue arrived at the dining hall. The Jiyu family was already waiting for her. Jiyu Yanqing warmly invited her to eat together. Jiyu Shinrong was still dressed plainly, his expression calm and composed. Jing Xuelian said since Shinrong was back, they should clean his courtyard and let him stay there again. Jiyu Yanqing awkwardly coughed, glancing at Jing Xiu. The household management is now Jing Xiu's responsibility. Arrangements for accommodations should be discussed with him. Jing Xuelian immediately gritted her teeth. That damn dog of a man. At this moment, Jing Xiu pitifully whined to Jiyu Yanqing, if Ronga takes the house, where will I live? How could Jiyu Yanqing bear to let his new treasure suffer any grievance? There are plenty of courtyards in the house. It's no big deal. Jing Xuelian exploded. Jiyu Yanqing, are you crazy? That courtyard originally belonged to Ronga. How can you give it to someone else? This damn man is truly rotten to the core. For a mistress, he doesn't even care about his own daughter. Jiyu Chiyue watched the drama unfold, amused. Jing Xiu softly said, Ronga did make mistakes, but such a nice courtyard, isn't that giving Jiyu family face. Jiyu Yanqing immediately praised her understanding nature. You can stay in the courtyard first. Ronga can just sleep in the ancestral hall for now. We'll see about his performance later. Jing Xuelian was so angry she couldn't speak. Jiyu Yanqing turned to Chiyue with a loving expression and asked if this arrangement was all right. Jiyu Chiyue didn't care. It's your family's business. It has nothing to do with me. Do what you want. Jiyu Yanqing wanted to open his mouth to speak, but Jing Xiu reminded him, eldest miss will soon marry into the Yuan family. Jiyu Chiyue was a little surprised. This yin yang was quite clever. Jing Xuelian tearfully apologized to her daughter. It was her fault that her daughter had to suffer such humiliation. But then Jiyu Yanqing announced that Jiyu Shinrong would continue attending the academy with Chiyue. Jing Xuelian angrily slammed the table. Do you want everyone to laugh at Ronga for having no hair? Jiyu Yanqing exploded. If you keep making a scene, I'll lock you up with Jiyu Shinrong. Jing Xuelian was not to be trifled with. Her family had some influence. Jiyu Yanqing was about to retort when Jing Xiu quickly reminded him, the Jing family is no match for the Yuan family. Jiyu Yanqing instantly gained confidence. Now he wasn't afraid of the Jing family. Jing Xuelian angrily cursed him for being useless, refusing to let her daughter go to the academy and be ridiculed. Suddenly, Jiyu Shinrong said he was willing to go. Although I've fallen behind in my studies, elder sister used to have a terrible reputation for her studies, and now she's doing so well. Jiyu Chiyue was inwardly groaning. She'd have to share a carriage with Jiyu Shinrong again. The thought alone was dreadful. Soon, Chiyue changed into her academy uniform. Taking a deep breath, she walked towards the classroom. There was the arrogant Princess Anning, Princess Chulinglong, and Jiyu Shinrong, all enemies. This was a trap. As soon as she entered, she heard the girls whispering. That scourge is here to teach us a lesson. Does she really think she's all-powerful? Jiyu Chiyue was bored, so she used her sharp tongue to provoke them, not caring about the consequences. Zhong Wutong started cursing her and told her to get out. Jiyu Chiyue's face was full of mockery as she said, this woman, with her terrible reputation for academics, is coming to the #1 academy in the world to be a teacher. Her students are all noble ladies, and every single one of them has a grudge against her. The first thing they do upon meeting is curse at her and tell her to get out. With your meager abilities, you dare to lecture us. You're not worthy. Jiyu Chueyue rolled her eyes. Do you think I want to teach you spoiled brats? If it weren't for the emperor's orders, I wouldn't even bother. Princess Anning scoffed. Jiyu Chueyue, you're quite arrogant. Since the emperor has ordered you to teach, why waste your breath? I will report this to the emperor. Eldest Miss Jiyu is not qualified to teach us. Jiyu Chueyue wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled mischievously. She beckoned them to follow her outside. The crowd was surprised. When did classes move outside? This is unbelievable. She must be up to something. Chulinglong decided that no matter what Chueyue said, they wouldn't listen. Let's see what she can do. Arriving at the back mountain, they found ordinary students there too. Both sides were furious. What is Jiyu Chueyue doing? She knows the two classes can't stand each other. Why arrange this? Jiyu Chueyue suddenly felt a twinge of conscience. Would training these girls like the Dark Guards kill them? He Dai calmly stated, if I want them dead, they'll die. If I don't, they can't die even if they want to. Our methods are absolute. Jiyu Chueyue breathed a sigh of relief, entrusting the girls to He Dai. As long as they don't die, train them until they are tough as iron. This is outrageous. Jiyu Chueyue is deliberately provoking us. We have to teach her a lesson. Zhong Wutong charged towards Jiyu Chueyue, but He Dai stopped her with a single blow. He Dai cursed, scoundrel. Impudent brat. Shut up. This is no place for you to speak. Let Jiyu Chueyue handle this. He Dai was furious. He dared to call FZ directly by name. Zhong Wutong yelled even louder, what FZ? She's a scourge. Deliberately bullying Princess Chulinglong out of personal revenge. He Dai immediately slapped Zhong Wutong across the face repeatedly. Everyone was terrified. A mere maid dared to hit the second miss of the Zhong family. Zhong Wutong looked at Jiyu Chueyue in disbelief, screaming, I'll kill you. And that maid? I'll tear her to pieces. Jiyu Chueyue smiled coldly. Want to kill? Go ahead, but don't embarrass yourselves. Need I lend you a hand? Chulinglong said disdainfully, Jiyu Chueyue, you're quite bold. Aren't you afraid of offending everyone? Jiyu Chueyue sneered. Afraid? You think I even consider you someone? In that case, you'll be punished. We'll see about that later. Chulinglong laughed. Do you think anyone will listen to you now? She immediately ordered, Jiyu Chueyue is not qualified to teach us. Go find the dean. I'll go see the empress. We won't stand for this injustice. The crowd was agitated, clamoring to remove Jiyu Chueyue. Jiyu Chueyue laughed angrily. Want to remove me? Let's see if you have the ability. She ordered He Dai to tie up these Jiao misses and send them where they truly belonged. He Dai nodded and a team of dark guards appeared silently. Everyone was terrified. They had no one to fight against these guards. Zhong Wutong bluffed, who says we don't have anyone. Do you think Princess Chulinglong has no guards? Chulinglong sneered. Let's see how long you can keep laughing. She then ordered her people to seize Jiyu Chueyue. A group of dark guards appeared before her. Without a word, they attacked Jiyu Chueyue, but Jiyu Chueyue stood calmly, unmoving. He Dai flashed forward, intercepting a fatal blow. He then swiftly counterattacked, defeating Chulinglong's guards. They thought it was over, but He Dai grabbed a guard's neck and snapped it. Quickly, He Dai eliminated all the guards who attacked Jiyu Chueyue. Everyone was shocked. He Dai always talked about killing, but they didn't think he was serious. The arrogant Zhong Wutong collapsed to the ground, her face pale and covered in cold sweat. The other girls were terrified and trembling. This maid was truly ruthless. It seemed second Miss Zhong only received a light slap. She was quite lucky. Jiyu Chueyue smiled coldly. So, do you still want to capture me? No one dared to move, afraid their necks would be next. Jiyu Chueyue smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. Anyone else have any objections to me being your FZ? Under He Dai's menacing glare, everyone obediently expressed their agreement. Chulinglong was furious. Yuan Ming's maid was actually so skilled. A mere maid's guards were better than her own imperial guards, but she knew assassinating Chueyue was impossible. She could only wait until the training was over and ask her aunt for help. Meanwhile, Officials gathered at the Jiyu family's gate, accusing Jiyu Chuyue of various crimes. Jiyu Yanqing was dumbfounded. These officials were all higher ranking than him. He felt like an ant on a hot pan. That scourge Jiyu Chuyue caused such a huge mess, and I can't even control her. Then Jiyu Yushu arrived, telling him there was a solution. Jiyu Yanqing's eyes lit up. As long as there was a way out, he would do anything. That scourge teaching enemies. The students united to protect her. She directly crippled the princess guards. She immediately cut off the princess support. Instantly, the arrogant girl's defiance vanished. They obediently started training. Their fathers went to the Jiyu residence, yelling at the gate. Jiyu Yanqing was terrified. That scourge knows she's caused trouble. And they are all higher ranking than me. Jiyu Yushu told his father that eldest sister had already prepared a countermeasure. Close the doors and don't go out. So Jiyu Yanqing sent word that he was sick and couldn't see anyone. The officials were furious after being shut out. That Jiyu Yanqing is a coward. Fine, we won't leave. We'll see how long they can last without food. Unbeknownst to them, Jiyu Chuyue had prepared ample rice and had planted vegetables in the backyard. They had enough food for 3 months. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, praising eldest miss. Jiyu Yanqing was a little regretful. That girl is capable, but she's still a woman. If she were a man, the Jiyu family would be even better off. Jiyu Yushu didn't respond, feeling embarrassed for him. Jing Xuelian insisted on going out. Jiyu Chuyue asked why. Jiyu Yushu was almost exasperated. The people outside were like a mob. Anyone who went out would be torn to shreds. Jing Xuelian didn't believe it. He's just a coward. He's biased towards Jiyu Shinrong. Jiyu Yushu was too lazy to argue. He warned coldly, if anyone lets her out and things escalate, he'll make you all pay. Let's just seize Jing Xuelian. Jing Xuelian started cursing. Meanwhile, Jiyu Shinrong was still waiting for his mother to rescue him. He was furious that she hadn't come. If mother came, my maternal family would help. Jiyu Chuyue is so hateful. How can the emperor listen to her? Now his only hope was that ghost. The black-clothed man assured him, young master said he would find a way to get you out. But before Jiyu Shinrong could celebrate, the man continued, the court is in chaos because of eldest miss. Young master needs your help. Jiyu Shinrong readily agreed. I'll wait patiently. I won't cause trouble for my benefactor. I've endured worse than this. The man left immediately. Without Zwafei and He Dai present, he wouldn't even dare to approach. The next day, dark guards reported to Jiyu Chuyue. Yesterday, they were drugged. They only smelled a strange fragrance before losing consciousness. Jiyu Chuyue was alarmed. If the attackers wanted to kill them, they'd all be dead. Fortunately, no one was hurt, and there were no casualties. Jiyu Chuyue immediately understood it was the students' doing. There were some capable individuals among them, but she wasn't worried. Even their powerful families wouldn't dare to confront the emperor to rescue them. Their plans were doomed to fail. Hong Qiong was worried. Those students are getting impatient. I'm afraid there's trouble brewing. Jiyu Chuyue smiled excitedly. She had already anticipated their tactics and had countermeasures ready. Hong Qiong felt sorry for those girls. Jiyu Chuyue went to the training grounds to see how the girls were doing. He Dai had been training them like dark guards. These pampered young ladies must hate her to death. Since they still have the energy to complain, the training is too easy. Jiyu Chuyue went to the back mountain where the noble ladies were gathered, whispering. Zhong Wutong was furious. How dare you treat us like this? The princess is noble and invincible. How can you treat her like this? She rolled up her sleeves and charged forward. Jiyu Chuyue retorted, if you want to act tough, don't back down so easily. You just look foolish and pathetic. Zhong Wutong was speechless. Princess Chulinglong chuckled. Truly useless. Can't even handle a few words from Jiyu Chuyue. Chulinglong then complained, Jiyu Chuyue, why are you always against me? Jiyu Chuyue sneered. You overestimate yourself. I don't think that highly of you. Chulinglong didn't believe her. You're clearly jealous that Yuan Ming likes me. You can't accept that he'll choose me over you. Why pretend otherwise? Jiyu Chuyue was speechless. This princess must be delusional. Chulinglong continued dramatically, Yuan Gich has to marry you because of the emperor. I'll leave him alone. Won't you just let us go? Jiyu Chuyue was amused by her thick-skinned performance. Your acting is impressive. Should I find a screenwriter for you? Chulinglong was on the verge of tears. I'm just telling the truth. Why compare me, a noble princess, to an actress? The other girls indignantly accused Jiyu Chuyue of being unreasonable. The princess is willing to leave, and you're still tormenting her. Zhong Wutong jumped out again, inciting everyone to support the princess. Jiyu Chuyue was disgusted. Can't you understand human language? Stand still. Anyone who moves will regret it. Zhong Wutong yelled angrily. Aren't you afraid of what Yuan Daran will think when he sees you like this? Jiyu Chuyue burst out laughing. I'd love to dump him. I don't rely on men. Everyone was shocked. Dump Yuan Daran. This woman is crazy. Jiyu Chuyue smiled and cracked her whip. Since you say my days will be difficult, I better enjoy myself now. The emperor ordered me to teach at the first academy, and you disobedient girls refuse to listen. Do you want to be punished? Jiyu Chuyue whipped the air. Let's see who dares to move. This whip won't show mercy. To prevent these noble ladies from causing trouble in the future, Jiyu Chuyue intensified the training. The noble ladies trembled with fear. This person was clearly dangerous. Zhong Wutong was debating whether to step forward. She wanted the princess to think highly of her, but she was afraid of Jiyu Chuyue. Chulinglong jabbed her with her fan. Go provoke her. Zhong Wutong was too afraid to move. She didn't want to be whipped. Chulinglong kicked her forward. Just go. What are you afraid of? Jiyu Chuyue saw everything and decided to seize the opportunity. She ordered He Dai to take Zhong Wutong away. Soon, Zhong Wutong was tied to a bed. If you dare to touch me, you're finished. Jiyu Chuyue wasn't afraid and ordered them to tickle her feet. Zhong Wutong's heart skipped a beat. She thought they would whip or beat her. She was terrified, and then she remembered Jiyu Chuyue's devilish smile. Zhong Wutong burst into tears, begging Jiyu Chuyue to let her go. She truly knew she was wrong. Jiyu Chuyue didn't believe her. Did you think it would be that easy? The other noble ladies were terrified and begged Princess Chulinglong to save Zhong Wutong. After all, they were friends. Chulinglong sneered. Friends? She's just a useful dog. The other girls were disheartened. The princess only cares about Yuan Daran. Suddenly, they heard laughter. Everyone turned to look. They saw Jiyu Chuyue's people tickling Zhong Wutong's feet with a feather. Zhong Wutong was laughing and crying, begging for mercy. But Jiyu Chuyue was merciless, ordering them to tickle her eyes. Zhong Wutong couldn't bear the torture, and finally admitted defeat. She wouldn't dare to provoke Jiyu Chuyue again. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a thing. Jiyu Chuyue warned them coldly, if anyone dares to object to the training, he'll replace the peacock feather with a kitten. Let's see how you like that. Everyone trembled in fear. Chulinglong gritted her teeth. She had never been so humiliated. Every encounter with Jiyu Chuyue was a defeat. Jiyu Xinrong advised her not to be angry. When the Empress and Yuan Daran learn of your situation, they won't let Jiyu Chuyue be so arrogant. Chulinglong was so angry she told him to shut up. She was sick of the Jiyu family, but Jiyu Chuyue, surprisingly, wasn't angry at all. She continued to persuade Chulinglong to calm down and seek revenge on Jiyu Chuyue later. Chulinglong was a little surprised. You used to be notoriously brainless. This time, you've actually learned to use your head. Jin Gunningrong calmly expressed her willingness to go out and apply makeup for the Junzu. Chulinglong suddenly became curious. Now that He's so obedient, those two sisters must be quite amusing when they fight. Hong Qiong felt a chill down his spine for Jiyu Chuyue. He thought, she has completely offended Chulinglong. He will definitely find a way to kill her. But Jiyu Chuyue was not afraid at all and continued to intensify the training. She made everyone practice balancing books on their heads. This is how my Shifu taught me, and all the noble ladies had to do it. Meanwhile, the boys were still undergoing survival training in the forest. Yang San fell ill with a high fever, and their food was stolen. Zheng Jingming was furious. These people don't seem to care about the bigger picture. At this rate, we'll all fail. The Wang Ku disciples laughed triumphantly. Who told you to listen to Jiyu Chuyue and not side with us? This time, Yang San saw clearly who his true friends were. Now I know who is truly worth valuing. The Wang Ku disciples heartlessly left with the food. This place is full of venomous snakes. It's too dangerous. You guys just stay here and starve. We're leaving. Yang San, Su Die, and Zheng Jingming were so angry they almost vomited blood. They felt truly bullied, but Su Die was puzzled. Why didn't Zheng Jingming go with them? Zheng Jingming wasn't that foolish. Here, I can be their friend. Over there, I'd just be their lackey. Of course I chose to stay, but Yang San looked gloomy. We're being forced to endure this cruel test of wisdom. It seems Miss Jiyu doesn't intend to let us off. Zheng Jingming felt that Jiyu Chuyue wouldn't kill them. She'll definitely send someone. Yang San burst into tears. I'm afraid by then, we'll already be dead. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar figure with a red sash appeared. It was Jiyu Chuyue, who suddenly appeared behind them, looking at them with exasperation. You guys are really useless. Your bodies are so weak. Yang San looked at him, feeling that he was up to something. Even the scar on his face looked somewhat attractive. He's like a little fairy from heaven, but Jiyu Chuyue's words were like a series of bombshells. You two are so weak. How can you lead anyone? You'll need to train harder after you get back. Yang San finally realized that they were saved. Jiyu Chuyue chuckled. If you die, who will become the pillars of Dongling? Zheng Jingming felt sad for not being praised. We've disappointed Miss Jiyu. We couldn't even last 4 or 5 days and delayed the training. But Jiyu Chuyue was confident. There's no illness in this world that I can't cure. I guarantee it won't delay the training. Zheng Jingming then remembered that Jiyu Chuyue was Madame Du's disciple. Such a small illness was naturally nothing to her. Hearing him obediently call her Madame Du meant he finally acknowledged her as his shifu. It was truly like that. This woman, with just a single needle, could revive a dying person. The Wang Ku disciples who had previously slandered him now became his admirers. Next, she had to deal with General Ba Dao's son. Just now, Jiyu Chuyue came to check on Chu Linglong's training, and found that Yang San and Su Die were both on the verge of collapse. To avoid delaying the subsequent training, she directly used the Ghost God 19 needles. She swiftly inserted the needles into Yang San's body. Su Die's jaw almost dropped. This was a lost medical technique, rumored to allow one to forget pain and unleash their potential. He didn't expect Jiyu Chuyue to know it, let alone use it so proficiently. Then, Jiyu Chuyue grabbed him. Several more needles were swiftly inserted. Su Die's face suddenly flushed crimson, unlike his usual calm demeanor. Zheng Jingming found it strange and didn't understand what was happening to Su Die. But when he turned around, he discovered that Yang San, who had been pale just moments ago, now looked vibrant. He seemed to have gained new life, which was simply unbelievable. Zheng Jingming instantly became serious. Just a few needles, and there's such a significant change. Jiyu Chuyue clapped her hands, ending the treatment. She reminded them not to be complacent and to continue exercising. Yang San sincerely apologized to her, finally acknowledging her as his shifu from the bottom of his heart. Jiyu Chuyue went to check on the others and quickly left. After she left, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. When facing Jiyu Chuyue, they were all intimidated. Su Die also felt Jiyu Chuyue possessed a powerful and oppressive aura. Yang San remained silent, only watching Jiyu Chuyue leave. His expression was like that of a loyal subordinate. He didn't expect Jiyu Chuyue to be so powerful. If it weren't for the scar on her face, who knows how stunning she would be. At the same time, Jiyu Chuyue was almost exhausted. These useless Wang Ku disciples actually needed her personal treatment. Just then, she sensed a slight movement beside her and instantly turned her head. In the next second, a flying dagger whizzed towards her. Jiyu Chuyue quickly dodged. She caught the dagger between her fingers. Immediately, she glared at the culprit. She saw it was Yuan Mingxiu and instantly pointed at him, scolding angrily, "Are you shameless? Are you trying to get me killed?" Yuan Mingxiu, however, praised her exaggeratedly. Miss Jiyu is truly skilled. He then suddenly leaned closer, staring intently at her. Jiyu Chiyu's face flushed. She asked fiercely, "Why are you so close?" Yuan Mingxiu immediately pulled her into his arms. "I want to be close, so we'll be close. Don't touch me." Jiyu Chuyue struggled. But Yuan Mingxiu refused to let go. "It's just a matter of time. The emperor has issued the decree, and your parents and family have all agreed. You can't escape me in this lifetime." Jiyu Chuyue poked his chest defiantly. "You think you'll submit just like that? I'm telling you, it's not that easy." Yuan Mingxiu knew this. My Chuyue has never been an ordinary woman. What she says goes. Jiyu Chuyue quickly changed the subject. "What's the matter this time? Don't tell me you're worried about these people." Yuan Mingxiu's face turned cold. He certainly was worried. Now Jiyu Chuyue was annoyed. "Isn't that your own fault? There are so many people, and I'm already busy." It wasn't that Yuan Mingxiu didn't trust the others, but that he didn't trust Jiu Chuyue. Those male students all had their eyes on her. Putting her among them was simply asking for trouble. What's more, there was Xiangtuan among this batch of students. He was Jiu Chuyue's admirer. Jiu Chuyue couldn't help but chuckle. Lord Yuan is actually jealous. Yuan Mingxiu turned his head away awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Jiu Chuyue teased him with a mischievous smile. Lord Yuan is actually like this today. Jealous over such a small matter. Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. He gripped her shoulders tightly, preventing her from continuing. Seeing his reaction, Jiu Chuyue instantly became worried. After hesitating for a while, she finally asked the question she had been suppressing. Yuan Mingxiu, do you like me? She blurted out, feeling embarrassed after saying it, but at least she finally asked. Yuan Mingxiu was speechless. The question was too sudden. Jiu Chuyue pressed him impatiently. Hurry up and tell me, do you like me or not? Yuan Mingxiu finally mustered up the courage to open his mouth, and just as he was about to speak, Jueisha suddenly appeared. Lord, can we begin our plan now? Jiu Chuyue was exasperated. This assassin always came at the worst possible time. She was just about to get an answer. Jiu Chuyue glared at Jueisha. Jueisha froze. The look in Miss Gus' eyes made her feel uneasy. Jiu Chuyue scolded angrily. Can't you see him talking to your master? You don't know what's important. Jueisha quickly apologized. My subordinate shouldn't have interrupted the Lord and the future madam's conversation. She then immediately turned to leave. But before leaving, she had a question. When can I interrupt? When can I come back to work? It's not easy being an assassin, especially when the master is in love. Jiu Chuyue angrily threw out 100 taels of silver, causing Jueisha to cry out in shock. Jiu Chuyue was furious. This behavior clearly showed disrespect. Yuan Mingxiu quickly tried to calm her down. I'll punish Jueisha when we get back. Just punishing her is too lenient. I'll find her a husband, and it will be someone she can't hit, scold, touch, or love. Jueisha was thunderstruck. This was too cruel. She'd rather be beaten. Returning to the young lady and the domineering general's conversation, there was also an assassin's complaints that always came up. Jiu Chuyue was almost driven mad. This assassin was clearly doing it on purpose. Yuan Mingxiu tried to soothe her anger. I'll punish Jueisha when we get back and get revenge for you. That's too lenient. I'll find her a husband, someone she can't hit, scold, touch, or love. Yuan Mingxiu doted on her and agreed to everything. As long as you can find someone, I'll let her marry him. You are the mistress of the Yuan family, also her half-master. Naturally, what you say goes. Jueisha burst into tears in despair. The other assassins looked on with pity. Yuan Mingxiu smiled. Since you're the mistress of the Yuan household, not only Jueisha, but all the assassins' marriages will be your responsibility. The assassins were thunderstruck. Master, are you serious? Meanwhile, the Wang Ku disciples were still training in the forest. Li Bushelang's son kicked aside a nearby rock. Staying here with these useless people, will all become useless too. We're here to enjoy ourselves, not to work. Forget about that Jiu Chuyue. This is our territory, we make the rules. He then looked at everyone seriously. Are you willing to follow me? Everyone immediately cheered in agreement. Li Bushelang's son immediately declared that everyone would camp on the spot. That night, everyone gathered around a small bonfire, spread out their blankets, and prepared to rest. Everyone was instantly terrified. A pack of wolves. Their tearing ability was definitely not something they could handle, and wolves were even more cooperative than they were. Li Bushelang's son, worried about waking everyone up, ordered them to prepare for battle. We have to kill these wolves. But more and more wolves arrived. The Wang Ku disciples were so scared that they scattered and ran in all directions. Li Bushelang's son was dumbfounded. Shouldn't they protect him first? Zhao Xin was the most reliable. He quickly called everyone to climb the trees. Everyone immediately started climbing. Fortunately, Jiu Chuyue had made them practice tree climbing, which saved their lives. Just then, a wolf howled. The wolves stared at them with menacing eyes. The Wang Ku disciples were terrified. Li Bushelang's son cried out in fear. This time, we're definitely going to die. Zhao Xin was the first to calm down. He organized everyone to unite. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well fight together. As young men, we shouldn't be afraid of death. Everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. Damn it. Let's do it. Jiyu Chuyue arrived quickly and witnessed this scene. She was amused. These brats finally had some backbone. Since the educational goal had been achieved, Jiyu Chuyue wouldn't really let them die. She immediately flew down. When she stood before the alpha wolf, it seemed to sense her dangerous aura and simply stared at her without attacking. At this moment, Jiyu Chuyue was like a descending goddess in the eyes of the Wang Ku disciples. Zhao Xin saw clearly that the alpha wolf didn't seem to want to attack Jiyu Chuyue. Then, Jiyu Chuyue suddenly spoke. "I'll give you a chance to retreat. Otherwise, if I make a move, your pride will be hurt." The Wang Ku disciples were stunned. Had they gone crazy, or had Jiyu Chuyue? Just because the alpha wolf is intelligent doesn't mean it can understand human language. Is she deliberately trying to make us laugh? Li Bushelang's son scoffed. That woman is useless. If the alpha wolf listens to her, I'll cut off my head and give it to her. But as soon as he finished speaking, the alpha wolf tucked its tail and fled, as if it had seen something terrifying. The Wang Ku disciples were dumbfounded. The alpha wolf's howl just now sounded genuinely fearful. Jiyu Chuyue crossed her arms triumphantly. Congratulations. The news spread quickly. Everyone knew that Miss Jiyu had trained the students in the academy to be obedient. This was all thanks to our Lord's foresight. Yuan Mingxue felt relieved when he heard this, but Jueisha was complaining. The other assassins were puzzled. Isn't the mistress that our Lord found for us good? She's quite prestigious. Why are you so unhappy? Jueisha was exasperated. Haven't you seen what our Lord has become? He seems pretty normal, still the same as before. Jueisha was driven mad. Has almost become a fool, and you say he's normal. Before, he carried luggage for the mistress. Now he's cleaning up her messes and protecting her. Everyone fell silent, thinking carefully. It seemed to be true. Li Hongmao suddenly realized something. Does this mean we have to listen to the mistress from now on? We definitely can't offend the mistress. What if she finds us ugly wives in the future? This is a lifelong matter. Jueisha had already seen this coming. The current family hierarchy is clear. We have to prepare early. Suddenly, a demonic voice came from behind. Jueisha, have I been too lenient with you? The assassins shuddered and realized they had embarrassed themselves in front of the fifth prince. Jueisha was finished. She dared to gossip about the Lord behind his back. Yuan Mingxue sneered. Weren't you quite talkative just now? Why are you acting like a coward now? Jueisha immediately put on a serious face. In front of my lord, I am indeed a grandson. Grandson greets you. Yuan Mingxue was speechless. The assassins were also shocked by her shamelessness. This woman was truly thick-skinned. No wonder she was the only assassin who could thrive. The fifth prince also pleaded for her. This grandson didn't say anything wrong. Judging from the current situation, Jiyu Chuyue is definitely in charge of your family. He's not wrong. Yuan Mingxue wasn't so easily persuaded. He stared at Jueisha with a cold gaze. Tell me, what do you want? Jueisha kowtowed repeatedly, crying. My lord, please spare me. My loyalty to the mistress is absolute. The mistress has already treated me as one of her own. If I'm gone, the mistress will be sad, and the mistress is currently busy looking for an excuse to delay the marriage. My lord, please don't affect her plans. Yuan Mingxue was finally persuaded and agreed to give her a chance to explain herself in Journey to the West. A while later, Jueisha came running to Jiyu Chuyue, crying for help. Miss, save me. My lord is forcing me to. How cunning this general is, pretending to be sick to get his wife's attention, deliberately showing off his 8-pack abs to seduce his wife, and gently touching his wife. Jueisha cried and begged Jiyu Chuyue for help. If my lord continues like this, but Jiyu Chuyue thought he talked too much. No wonder Yuan Mingxue wanted to kill him. Jueisha was stunned. The mistress was playing by different rules. How was she supposed to continue acting? Jiyu Chuyue actually felt some sympathy for him and offered to put in a good word for him. Jueisha was so moved that she almost cried. She finally managed to send this troublemaker away. She almost died. Fortunately, Miss Jiyu relented. It was too close. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingxue had already grown impatient. This Jueisha is getting more and more annoying. Should I just kill her? Then, he started to wonder if Chuyue was thinking of going back. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside. Jiyu Chuyue requests an audience. Yuan Mingxia's eyes lit up. He immediately acted according to plan. As soon as Jiyu Chuyue arrived, she heard that Yuan Mingxiu had fallen seriously ill. The assassin said with a sorrowful face, "My lord, he was poisoned years ago, and now the poison has flared up along with the poison from Jusha's dagger. He's in critical condition." Jueisha pounded on the door, crying dramatically. "It's my fault. I'm the one who harmed my lord. Oh, Miss Jiyu, please save our lord." Jiyu Chuyue found it a bit much. When did this lord become so dramatic? It was so fake it was almost unbearable, but she still played along. "There's no illness I haven't seen. You can rest assured." Jueisha continued to cry. "Please bring my lord back. My lord, you must hold on." Jiyu Chuyue pushed open the door abruptly, unable to listen any longer. She wondered what kind of trick Yuan Mingxiu was playing this time, but as soon as she looked up, she was stunned by the luxurious decor of the general's mansion. A moment later, she saw Yuan Mingxiu lying in bed. Jiyu Chuyue wasn't worried at all. Instead, she calmly appreciated his beauty. "He's so handsome even when he's sick." This adoring gaze made Yuan Mingxiu's heart race. He almost broke character. Jiyu Chuyue coughed lightly. She immediately knew he was faking it. Jiyu Chuyue revealed her silver needles. "Lord Yuan is indeed seriously ill. Fortunately, I, the divine physician, am here. My ghost god 19 needles will surely cure you." As she spoke, she ripped open Yuan Mingxiu's clothes, revealing his chest. While measuring Yuan Mingxiu for armor, Jiyu Chuyue suddenly opened her eyes in anger, grabbed his hand, and exclaimed, "How dare you? As a woman, how can you casually touch a man's chest?" Jiyu Chuyue was still drooling and staring, muttering, "This live version is truly a moving muscle. Last time, I felt it through clothes, and it was already amazing. It's truly not in vain that I've studied for so many years. To encounter such high-quality human material, it's truly a blessing from heaven." Yuan Mingxiu saw her staring intently, dumbfounded, like a pinball that had tilted. "Could it be that all along, you've been helping men make armor in this way, including the young master of the Lanfeng Manor, and that little brat?" Jiyu Chuyue was immediately unhappy. "If someone's sick, why would I care about the method? In the past, present, and future, I will always do things my own way. If you can't stand me making armor for men, then break off the engagement. It's no big deal. I won't covet your unique body." Yuan Mingxiu was utterly speechless. This woman, she really says whatever comes to mind. She poked him accusingly. "Benwang asks you, why do you never take the initiative to find Benwang?" Jiyu Chuyue only felt that he was being unreasonable. "I was just casually saying, your lordship. If you're sick, go see a doctor." Yuan Mingxiu suddenly pulled her closer. His hot breath sprayed on her face. Yuan Mingxiu leaned in and kissed her. Jiyu Chuyue's eyes widened in shock. Her mind was buzzing, unable to process anything. She could only think one sentence. What nonsense is Yuan Mingxiu talking about? What guaranteed customized armor? Shifu never mentioned that. Yuan Mingxiu noticed her distraction and tightened his grip on her arm, pulling her closer. This kiss deepened. Jiyu Chuyue felt like she was about to suffocate. She felt like this kiss was a cheap trick. She pushed him away, but her body was feverish from the kiss, and her push was weak. Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. "So you want to push Benwang away? You still dare to resist Benwang's kiss?" Jiyu Chuyue realized that her hand was pressed against his exposed chest. She quickly withdrew her hand, feeling like it was burning. Yuan Mingxiu smirked. Jiyu Daxioji, a young maiden with hidden desires, pretends to be resentful. Benwang can also leave, but my fiancé seems to have forgotten the virtues of a woman. With our wedding approaching, there's no need to be so reserved. Jiyu Chuyue was furious. Who was being reserved just now? Yuan Mingxiu continued to tease her. This kiss really is the cure. Benwang feels much better now. Thanks for the reminder. Jiyu Chuyue wiped her lips angrily. Yuan Mingxiu, you cunning villain. Just you wait. Just then, Chu Linglong suddenly visited. She saw the ambiguous scene of the two embracing. Chu Linglong was stunned. Yuan Ji, weren't you seriously ill? What's going on here? Jueisha quickly explained, it's a misunderstanding. Jiyu Daxioji is helping our lord with his treatment. Jiyu Chuyue also echoed, that's right. She was afraid that Chu Linglong would challenge her to a duel. She jumped up and quickly straightened Yuan Mingxiu's clothes, pretending nothing had happened. Chu Linglong didn't believe it. She pointed at Jiyu Chuyue and yelled, what did you do to Yuan Ji? Did you poison him? Jiyu Chuyue was speechless. Yuan Mingxiu stood there with an icy expression. Lin Lang Junj, please explain how news of my illness spread to you so quickly. And how can anyone just barge into the Yuan residence? This general only wants to marry his wife. I found out that my wife just wanted to be in charge, and thinks about how to escape every day. Jiyu Chuyue was furious. Just then, Yuan Mingxiu pretended to be seriously ill again. Jiyu Chuyue understood the routine. Chu Linglong questioned what Jiyu Chuyue had done to Yuan Ji, and if she had poisoned him. Jiyu Chuyue didn't know how to respond. Yuan Mingxi's expression darkened, and a murderous aura emanated from him. Lin Lang Junj, please explain how the news of my illness spread to you so quickly. And how dare you barge into the Yuan residence so casually? Jiyu Daxioji and I have a marriage agreement, so our affairs are not subject to anyone's scrutiny. What right do you have to intrude? Chu Linglong was almost in tears. She was only concerned about Yuan Mingxi's condition. Yuan Mingxiu didn't appreciate it and pulled Jiyu Chuyue away. Before leaving, he left a chilling warning. I hope the Junj will mind her own business. Chu Linglong gritted her teeth angrily. Jiyu Chuyue, I won't let you off. The next day, officials gathered outside Bailu Academy, accusing the academy of harboring fugitives. They complained that Jiyu Chuyue was brainwashing their children, and if this continued, the country would be ruined. They demanded the release of their children. The headmaster had to come out and politely ask them to leave so as not to disrupt the students. GUFZ is just teaching according to the rules, nothing unusual. The officials didn't believe it and thought they were protecting Jiyu Chuyue. Since the academy refused to cooperate, they would barge in and capture Jiyu Chuyue to find out where their children were. The situation escalated, and a fight was about to break out. At the critical moment, Yuan Mingxiu arrived with his troops, his aura intimidating. The officials were terrified. Who was this murderous devil, who showed no respect to anyone? Li Yuan Mingxiu. The soldiers stood in two neat rows, silently watching Yuan Mingxiu. Yuan Mingxiu scanned the crowd and called out the names of everyone present. Why are you dressed like this? Are you investigating public sentiment, or disrupting order? The officials were humiliated, feeling like they had lost all face. They could only force a smile and explain themselves. Yuan Mingxiu didn't bother with them, and walked into the academy. The officials were indignant. Why were only they singled out? Yuan Mingxiu suddenly said, Ben Wang has brought troops here to protect this century-old academy. The academy is the nation's literary foundation. Even if chaos erupts elsewhere, Ben Wang will do my utmost to protect it. The headmaster finally breathed a sigh of relief. This mob could have caused serious trouble. However, he wasn't grateful to Jiyu Chuyue. He blamed her for the current situation. Soon, Jiyu Chuyue heard that Yuan Mingxiu had arrived with his troops. She was surprised. Was this another act? She went out to check. She hurried over and was relieved to see Yuan Mingxiu safe and sound. Yuan Mingxiu was surprised. Did you think those rabble outside could do anything to Ben Wang? Jiyu Chuyue was embarrassed. Those people were not ordinary citizens. Yuan Mingxiu smirked. Do you think Ben Wang would let them harm you? But you should also do something. Jiyu Chuyue was confused. The matters of the academy and the Yuan residence are settled. What else is there to do? Yuan Mingxiu took her hand and said, after this incident is over, you will marry Ben Wang and become my most important person. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for you to be close to me, waiting for you to become mine. Jiyu Chuyue was stunned. Wasn't this progressing too fast? Yuan Mingxiu pulled her into a hug. You don't think Ben Wang is being your backer, without expecting anything in return, do you? Or do you think marrying Ben Wang is a heavy burden? Jiyu Chuyue thought exactly that. This man was someone she used to teach and wanted to cling to, but he could never become her husband. Yuan Mingxi's face darkened. So you don't like me? Jiyu Chuyue instinctively retorted, of course not. But then she met Yuan Mingxi's pitiful expression, and was surprised. Could he actually be? She quickly flattered him. You are my gold master, my lord, my patron. I can't afford to offend you. Of course I like you. Yuan Mingxi's heart ached. He didn't want to force her. But Jiyu Chuyue, if you don't like Ben Wang, why didn't you resist when I touched you? You don't like Ben Wang, but you have to marry me. Your thoughts are truly puzzling. Jiyu Chuyue felt wronged. It sounded like she was being unreasonable. She quickly explained, you're so handsome, how could I not like you? You're my patron, how could I disobey you? Yuan Mingxiu frowned. What Ben Wang wants is not obedience, but for you to truly like me. Think about it carefully. With that, he turned and left. Jiyu Chuyue was dumbfounded. Was he really angry? He was so petty. She quickly turned to Jueisha. What's wrong with your master? Why is he acting so strange? Jueisha looked at her resentfully. I sent it because of you. Then Jueisha started complaining. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Mingxiu was hiding around the corner, eavesdropping. This general is hiding here, eavesdropping on my wife. But I found out my wife only sees me as her boss, and is constantly thinking of delaying our marriage. He was so angry he wanted to explode. Jueisha couldn't help but say, Jiu Daxioji, if you really don't like my master, then you shouldn't tease him. Teasing him and then not taking responsibility is too much. Jiu Chuyue was baffled. How did I tease him? Jueisha immediately listed the instances of her flirting. All those sweet nothings you said, you don't even remember. You're killing me. My master has never been in love. Hearing your casual I like you, Jiu Chuyue was a little unhappy. Why are you so serious? Are you experienced in love? Or have you liked someone? Jueisha blushed. He finally ran away. Jiu Chuyue was puzzled. Why did he run away mid-conversation? Heng Xiang almost burst out laughing. Jiu Chuyue glared at her. What are you laughing at? Do you also think Yuan Mingxiu is unreasonable? I've done so much for him, but he's still not satisfied. I'm the one who's suffering by marrying him. Heng Xiang patiently explained. Have you ever noticed that when you don't see Yuan Daran, you constantly think about him? Jiu Chuyue didn't know this. Every time before I even start thinking about him, he appears himself. Heng Xiang was speechless. Have you ever felt angry and jealous when you see Yuan Daran with other women? This kind of feeling is common. Heng Xiang sighed. People have feelings. But you're not moved and only think about running away. If your future husband hears this, he'll be heartbroken. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Mingxiu, hiding around the corner, was already furious. Jueisha felt sorry for his master. Hearing the woman he liked didn't care about him was already bad enough, but now this. Heng Xiang continued, Chu Linglong is close to Yuan Daran. Are you not jealous when she hugs him? Jiu Chuyue just imagined the scene, and her face darkened with anger. A murderous aura emanated from her. Heng Xiang was startled. The name Chu Linglong really triggered her. Jiu Chuyue angrily declared, I really don't like Chu Linglong. Heng Xiang seized the opportunity. Then what's the real reason you dislike her? You didn't react this strongly even when mentioning your most hated Bu Xenrong, and you probably never realized how happy you are to see Yuan Daran. Jiu Chuyue was stunned. Could she really like Yuan Mingxiu? If she thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Jiu Chuyue fell into deep thought. Jueisha smiled and said to his master, Jiu Daxioji actually likes you quite a bit. It's just that she's a bit oblivious to her feelings. Yuan Mingxiu snapped, how dare you talk about my woman so casually? Go back to the training camp and try again. If you can't break through the 9th level, don't come back. Jueisha was struck by lightning. This was torture. He pleaded with tears, not understanding what he had done wrong. Yuan Mingxiu looked at him with disgust. Don't bother talking to this idiot. How can he understand matters of the heart? The world is dangerous. Watch your tongue in the future. Everyone thought Jueisha was an idiot. How could he meddle in his master's love life? Later, Jiu Chuyue was agonizing over the question of whether she liked Yuan Mingxiu or not. Could it be that Yuan Mingxiu wants to marry me because he likes me? I feel unhappy when I see Linlang Junj because I like Yuan Mingxiu. This is so confusing. I thought he was a bro, but it turns out I actually want to. Qingfeng's jaw dropped. Daxioji, are you talking about love? Jiu Chuyue was a little dissatisfied. You're acting like I've committed some heinous crime. I just always considered Yuan Daran a close friend and patron. Qingfeng asked seriously, but haven't you often said that Yuan Daran is handsome, and you want to sleep with him? Do you have such thoughts about your close friends? You're too much. Jiu Chuyue was dejected, unsure if she was really that bad. It was giving her a headache. Jiu Chuyue decided to give up thinking about it, and just go with the flow. Qingfeng was anxious. Daxioji, please wake up. The problem now is not about your thoughts, but about your words. What you said was not just a casual remark, it was a promise. Meanwhile, public opinion turned against Jiu Chuyue, claiming she was unworthy of being Yuan Mingxiu's wife, and demanding she leave Bailu Academy. The officials were worried. Yuan Daran's troops were here. Even if they turned to ashes, Yuan Daran would recognize them. If Yuan Daran thought they were siding with the commoners, they would be in trouble. So they thought if they could persuade the commoners, they could redeem themselves and maybe even gain Yuan Daran's favor. Jiyu Shangshu thought this was a good idea. He approached a commoner and said, Jiyu Daxioji is a good person. She opened a medicine shop and teaches, doing many good deeds. It's shameful to attack a young woman like this. The commoners were enraged. They thought he was a spy sent by Jiyu Chuyue. His words only made the crowd more furious. The officials started writing petitions to the emperor. They beat him up. Other officials were shocked. Jiyu Shangshu was teaching them a lesson. The news quickly reached the emperor and Yuan Mingxiu. This woman made the aristocratic sons cry. All the officials wanted to beat her, and the commoners demanded her expulsion from the academy. But she had the domineering general's protection. Who dared to harm his beloved? The officials were scared, afraid of being associated with these commoners. So they tried to persuade the commoners, but as soon as they mentioned Jiyu Chiyu's name, they were beaten up by the crowd. The officials were bruised and battered, cursing the commoners. They were frustrated. Their sons were trapped in the academy, and they, high-ranking officials, were being beaten up. Just then, the sons climbed over the wall and were shocked to see their fathers in such a state. The officials were also surprised to see their sons unharmed. The sons were confused. What happened to you? We're fine. Leave and stop embarrassing yourselves. The officials were furious. These brats weren't defending them, but criticizing them. The sons were a little disgusted. We told you not to come. We suffered a bit, but we're fine. Really, nothing happened. The officials had to admit their sons looked better. Meanwhile, Jiyu Chuyue heard the news and wanted to capture those who had attacked the officials. He Dai stopped her. After such an incident, these good for nothing brats should learn a lesson. Despite saying so, Jiyu Chuyue still went to the academy. She ignored the approaching storm. Heng Xiang was worried. What if they don't come back? It's about to rain. Jiyu Chuyue was confident. She wouldn't misjudge people. He Dai stood by her side, showing his support. The sons were trying to persuade their fathers to leave. The officials wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but the sons refused, insisting on completing Jiyu Chiyu's tasks. Zhao Zemin led the way, calling on his companions to return and find Jiyu Chuyue. The officials were stunned. In just a few days, these children had developed a different aura. Was it all because of Jiyu Chuyue? Meanwhile, Jueisha informed Yuan Mingxiu of the situation. The emperor was also there and was curious about Yuan Mingxiu's thoughts. Yuan Mingxiu replied, if some people don't learn their lesson after this, they'll continue to be useless. The emperor scolded him jokingly. You're still the same as when you were a child, always causing trouble. Aren't you afraid of destabilizing the court? Yuan Mingxiu felt that the current officials were all over, and their children lived too comfortably. If this generation of officials retired, would the next generation be capable? The country's external threats could be handled by him, but internal stability required thorough education. The youth were the true future of the court. The emperor understood this, but he suspected Yuan Mingxiu was doing all this for Jiyu Chuyue. Yuan Mingxiu was speechless. Jueisha secretly laughed. The emperor was indeed wise. The emperor laughed. After this is over, you should prepare to marry Jiyu Chuyue. You two are truly a match made in heaven. She's just as bold and reckless as you. Yuan Mingxiu was unhappy. How could anyone criticize his wife Tobe? He immediately retorted, isn't that why you like her? Otherwise, why would you allow her to marry me? The emperor was worried about Jiyu Chiyu's abilities. He wondered if she could cure him. After all, a woman's image was still important. Yuan Mingxiu didn't care. If Chuyue can cure you, then she can. If not, it's fine too. I've never cared about such things. Has your majesty ever seen an old married couple, who have been together for many years? Jiyu Chuyue asked Yuan Mingxiu. No matter where they are always each other's most important guardian. I have always longed for such a feeling. He didn't have a good impression of this. Emperor Yuan Mingxiu felt a little guilty. All of this really shouldn't be borne by him alone. The throne I can give you, but the happiness you seek, I cannot. Yuan Mingxiu didn't care about the throne. The most important thing was that the emperor could take good care of himself. Besides, fifth brother is kind and compassionate. He would be a good emperor, but the emperor clearly didn't think so. Yuan Mingxiu couldn't say anything more, and could only turn to Jueisha. What did you want to report just now? Jueisha then spoke about how the officials outside had suddenly changed their stance to support Miss Jiyu. Yuan Mingxiu knew without thinking that they must have been threatened. However, he was still very worried about Jiyu Chuyue. He immediately went to see her. To his surprise, the emperor also followed. From afar, they saw Jiyu Chuyu standing in the wind and rain, insisting on personally waiting for the princes to return. The emperor couldn't help but chuckle. This girl's temper is quite something. She's playing on their guilt. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to defy her. Yuan Mingxiu felt the emperor's intention. He had always been ambitious and decisive. The emperor also hoped that Jiyu Chuyu could subdue the princes. This way, he could be more at ease. Actually, Jiyu Chuyu was also a little unsure. Would those young boys really return? Just then, the princes appeared, braving the rain. From the academy, they had seen Jiyu Chuyu standing in the rain from afar. They were deeply moved. Master Wu had been waiting for them, believing they would return. This scene made them so excited they wanted to cry. Luckily it was raining, so no one could see their tears. Although all of them had returned, not a single one missing. Jiyu Chuyu remained impartial. Those who break the rules must be punished. The princes weren't angry. After all, this was Jiyu Furan's style. They all stepped forward and skillfully began their laps. Everyone admired Jiyu Chuyu. She had actually subdued these princes. But at this moment, Minglu hurriedly reported that the students who stayed at the camp had all been poisoned. Jiyu Chuyu had just subdued the princes, and now someone dared to poison her students. Jiyu Chiyu's face instantly darkened. A murderous aura emanated from her. No matter who the mastermind behind this was, she would find them. At this time, in the camp, the poisoned students were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. As soon as Jiyu Chuyu entered the tent, she smelled a strange scent. Her expression changed drastically. She immediately ordered people to carry the students outside. The imperial physicians all looked grave. This poison was extremely potent. Jiyu Chuyu was also apprehensive. When did Xia Chao have such a powerful poison? Only she could concoct something like this. Could there be another poison master like her here? Jiyu Chuyu suddenly smiled. She had always found this world boring. Now, finally, someone interesting had arrived. She had to find this person and see how capable they were. At this time, Yang San was extremely sad. Am I going to die? If I die, it's not worth it. I've lived for so long in vain. Jiyu Chuyu comforted him gently. It's just a small poison. It's not a big deal. Yang San was moved to tears, but still forced a hopeful smile. He had finally woken up and didn't want to die without accomplishing anything. Jiyu Chuyu quickly stabilized everyone's condition, but couldn't find any clues related to the poison. The constant searching made her exhausted. She didn't notice that Yuan Mingxiu had arrived long ago. Seeing him, she quickly went to greet him, but Yuan Mingxiu went straight to her face. Aren't you tired? Jiyu Chuyu thought it was all right. These brats have been quite obedient recently. They must be sleepy from last night, that's why they're so quiet. But before she could finish, Yuan Mingxiu placed his hand on her forehead. The scorching temperature made Yuan Mingxiu furious. You don't even know you have a fever. And you call yourself a physician. Jiyu Chuyu touched her burning forehead, shocked that she was so unwell. The next moment, Yuan Mingxiu swept her into his arms. You idiot. You don't even know you're sick. You're a terrible physician. He was clearly angry, but his actions were gentle. Jiyu Chiyu's heart softened instantly, leaning against him. Beside her was his powerful heartbeat. Listening to his strong heartbeat, Jiyu Chuyu couldn't help but smile secretly. She teased him playfully, every time you appear, it's because I'm sick. Yuan Mingxiu was exasperated. This woman, she's just realizing it now. How slow can she be? The princes were hiding in the corner, watching the drama unfold. This was a rare sight, the cold General Yuan showing affection. General Yuan had always been aloof and ruthless. They had never seen him treat anyone so gently. Zhao Ziming felt a cold sweat for them. Are these guys trying to get themselves killed? Even though General Yuan is fond of Jiyu Furan, this has nothing to do with you. Su Die also broke out in a cold sweat. If General Yuan and Jiyu Furan target us at the same time, life will be hell. Yang San deeply agreed. General Yuan and Jiyu Furan are two different kinds of terrifying. The princes instantly paled, imagining their future days with dread. Meanwhile, Jiyu Chuyu was nestled in Yuan Mingxiu's arms, her face flushed. So many people saw us. I'm so embarrassed. My face is burning. Yuan Mingxiu soothed her gently. You're sick. You'll be delirious soon if you keep talking. And you still care about this. He then gently placed her in bed. Jiyu Chuyu, once in bed, playfully told him to get out. This guy, always coming to bother me. Yuan Mingxiu couldn't bear to make her angry and remained silent. Just as Ji Yuchuyue was drifting off to sleep, she heard him say in a serious tone, "Didn't I tell you to rest? I can treat myself, treat yourself." Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. "You better listen to me and let the imperial physician examine you." "Well, wait for the imperial physician to say you're fine." Ji Yuchuyue immediately refused, unwilling to let the imperial physician see her. She stubbornly complained about them. Fortunately, the imperial physician said she was fine, just a bit of a cold and fever. Some medicine would do the trick. Ji Yuchuyue refused with a terrified expression. "That medicine is too bitter. Just give me acupuncture." Yuan Mingxiu couldn't help but laugh. Such a formidable instructor, afraid of bitter medicine. Ji Yuchuyue turned her head away, pouting. "Everyone knows I hate bitter medicine the most." But Yuan Mingxiu coaxed her patiently, "Bitter medicine cures illness. You're a physician yourself, you should know this." Ji Yuchuyue burrowed under the covers, muttering, "I don't care, I won't take it." Yuan Mingxiu lost his patience. "You? Why should I care? Who am I to you? I won't be threatened by you." Yuan Mingxiu was exasperated. "Even now you're asking who I am to you. Why do I care?" He immediately ordered the imperial physician to prepare the medicine. Then he poked Ji Yuchuyu's forehead angrily. Yuan Mingxiu looked at her with a faint smile. "I still think medicine is safer. Acupuncture is just supplementary. I won't let you neglect your health." Ji Yuchuyue glared at him fiercely. "You two-faced jerk. Get this bitter medicine away from me." Yuan Mingxiu misunderstood, thinking she wanted to eat Tang Yuan. He told her to finish the medicine first. Ji Yuchuyue was speechless. "Yuan Mingxiu, you're torturing me on purpose. You're a black-heart jerk." Yuan Mingxiu found her childish behavior adorable. Soon, the imperial physician brought the medicine, and didn't dare give it directly to Ji Yuchuyue. Yuan Mingxiu received the medicine, and coaxed Ji Yuchuyue, "Drink it." But Ji Yuchuyu's eyes were tearing up. "I really can't." This overbearing general was so stubborn. Ji Yuchuyue was sick, and the general insisted on her taking medicine. He coaxed her patiently, "Drink this, and you'll feel better. Be good." Ji Yuchuyue was still teary-eyed. "I really can't." But her heart was sweet. He was treating her like a child. Seeing that she refused to drink, Yuan Mingxiu wasn't angry. He took a sip of the medicine himself, and then gently kissed Ji Yuchuyu's lips. The close-up of his handsome face, coupled with his gentle smile, made Ji Yuchuyue swallow involuntarily. She obediently took the medicine. The close proximity and handsome face, coupled with the gentle smile, made Ji Yuchuyue swallow involuntarily. She obediently drank the medicine. She didn't find it bitter at all. Yuan Mingxiu smiled triumphantly. "Since it works, let's do it again." He kissed her again, feeding her the medicine. But then the kiss lingered, leaving Ji Yuchuyue breathless. Finally, Yuan Mingxiu let go. He said cheekily, "Now that that's done, you can scold me all you want." Ji Yuchuyue was dazed, her lips still tingling from his gentle touch. But she pretended to be indifferent. "I'm too generous to bother with you." She turned over, pretending to sleep, but the blush on her face betrayed her. Yuan Mingxiu, distressed that she was sick, quietly stayed by her side. Watching Yuan Mingxiu sitting by the window, pretending to read, Ji Yuchuyu's eyes softened. She could look at this face forever, and then she drifted off to sleep. This time, she slept soundly. When she opened her eyes again, she found Yuan Mingxiu sleeping beside her, his handsome face inches from hers. Ji Yuchuyue couldn't handle the stimulation, and quietly tried to move back. But Yuan Mingxiu pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. Ji Yuchuyue was startled awake and struggled. "This guy is definitely taking advantage of me." Yuan Mingxiu pinched her nose, and fiercely kissed her lips. Ji Yuchuyue could hear his rapid heartbeat, and hers quickened in response. Meanwhile, Ning Guang was furious at Ji Yuxinrong. Ji Yuxinrong knelt on the ground, pleading, "Please give me more time. I will definitely do something beneficial for you." But Ning Guang had lost his patience. He grabbed her chin and ordered coldly, "Go and seduce Yuan Mingxiu. Make him your lover. If you can't do this within 2 months, you know the consequences." Ji Yuxinrong hesitated. The Xiao and Jiyu families were already at odds. Marrying Xiaomuan would be extremely difficult, and would further anger the Jiyu family. Her situation would become even worse, but Ning Guang was unmoved. "Since you've decided to serve the devil, you must accept the devil's demands." Ji Yuxinrong didn't dare to argue. Her hatred for Ji Yuchuyue intensified. She then sought out Fu Ninglong and handed him a vial. Put this in General Yuan's tea. Become his lover. Then let the Empress Dowager arrange your marriage. Then you can deal with Jiyu Chuyue however you like. Fu Ninglong was tempted, but not so naive. Who knew if this powder would work? He demanded that Jiyu Xinrong test it herself. So, the cold-hearted Jiyu Xinrong went to Xiaomuan and asked when he would marry her. Xiaomuan hesitated. Now is not the right time. The Xiao and Jiyu families are feuding. Besides, Yang Qing has said she will never marry into the Xiao family. Jiyu Xinrong's face darkened. Did he not want to marry her? Xiaomuan tried to explain. It's not that I don't want to, but marriage is a family matter. I need my parents' support. But Jiyu Xinrong wasn't listening. She released the aphrodisiac. Xiaomuan, smelling the scent, became disoriented. He couldn't help but embrace Jiyu Xinrong and carry her to bed, kissing her passionately. But in his mind, he was thinking of Jiyu Chuyue. Jiyu Xinrong cried tears of humiliation. She never thought she would use such a method to obtain Xiaomuan. After the effects of the aphrodisiac wore off, Xiaomuan woke up in a daze and found himself lying in bed with Jiyu Xinrong. Jiyu Xinrong was still naked, covered in passionate marks, looking at him tearfully, calling him Brother Muan. Although Xiaomuan was shocked and disappointed, he decided to take responsibility. Jiyu Xinrong was overjoyed. She held his hand and urged, I'm a woman now. You must remember to propose to the Jiyu family. She didn't notice how forced Xiaomuan's smile was. Meanwhile, Jiyu Chuyue gathered the princes and announced that their training would end early. They could go home. The princes were both surprised and reluctant. They now understood her intentions, and would never cause her trouble again. Jiyu Chuyue was also a little emotional. When they first met, these brats had wanted her dead, but now they were so obedient. Deep down, they were still good kids. So, I hope you can become better versions of yourselves. The princes swore they would. Jiyu Chuyue cupped her hands towards them. Yang San and Sudie admired Jiyu Chuyue even more, secretly envying Yuan Mingxiu for getting to her first. They wanted to compete, but they were no match for Yuan Mingxiu. The thought was discouraging, but they wouldn't give up so easily. They had to do something. After all, they were different now. Let's go. Back at the capital, the officials were anxiously waiting for Jiyu Chuyue. Yuan Mingxiu saw them and frowned. What are you all doing here? Causing trouble for Furen again. You're all asking for it. This two-faced general was so biased. Protective of his wife, but fierce towards everyone else. Seeing Jiyu Chuyue return, the officials immediately became anxious. What are you all doing here? Trying to cause trouble for Furen again. The officials hurriedly explained, we're here to thank Miss Jiyu for teaching our sons. She's our family's savior. They explained profusely, afraid of incurring General Yuan's wrath. If he got angry, he would definitely have them all executed. The thought was terrifying. Their only savior was Miss Jiyu. Miss Jiyu was their goddess. Finally, Jiyu Chuyue emerged, surrounded by the excited crowd. Everyone rushed forward. Miss Jiyu, Miss Jiyu. They were going to lift her up, but to her surprise, they started praising her. Thank you, Jiyu Furen, for saving our useless sons. They're so well behaved now, all thanks to you. Jiyu Chuyue didn't believe a word. There had to be a trap. Then the officials presented her with a gift. She opened it to reveal a plaque that read the best teacher under heaven. This gift was truly extravagant. Jiyu Chuyue was stunned. Yuan Mingxiu took it and smiled. Do you like it? But Jiyu Chuyue was still wary. They were trying to kill me before. Why are they being so nice to me now? It's suspicious. Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. They can't do anything to you now. If you like the plaque, keep it. If not, throw it away. Jiyu Chuyue felt touched. She was getting used to having him by her side whenever something happened. She smiled. When it comes to important matters, he'll listen to you. Yuan Mingxiu smiled genuinely. She's finally opening up. Then the officials made another request, hoping that Jiyu Chuyue would continue to teach their sons. After all, their sons had finally made some progress, and they wanted them to continue improving. They also promised, you've helped our sons, and we will help you in return. Whatever you need, we'll do our best to assist you. Jiyu Chuyue was stunned. This was practically an alliance. She wouldn't refuse such a beneficial offer. She accepted the plaque and implicitly accepted their support. From then on, Jiyu Chuyue's reputation changed drastically. Those who had criticized her for being unladylike now praised her as an unconventional heroine. Those who had accused her of seducing Yuan Mingxiu now saw them as a perfect match. Now, Jiu Qiu's only flaw was the scar on her face, but no one knew that the scar had already healed. She chose to hide it to avoid trouble. One day, just as Jiu Qiu finished applying her makeup, Yuan Mingxiu barged in. He teased her with a mischievous smile. "Let's see how your embroidery is coming along." Jiu Qiu was struck dumb. She had completely forgotten about it, but Yuan Mingxiu wasn't angry. He had expected her lack of progress. He had already prepared and immediately had someone bring in the next set of materials. Jiu Qiu was surprised. Men in this era rarely cared about needlework, let alone personally prepared. Yuan Mingxiu held her hand and said gently, "Your beautiful hands are meant for finer things, not rough work." He then had her try on the clothes. The clothes were exquisite and luxurious. Jiu Qiu refused to admit defeat. "I've been working hard on making clothes. Why did you bring more?" Yuan Mingxiu didn't argue and simply helped her put them on. Jiu Qiu was furious. "Does he not trust me? I said I wouldn't wear them." Yuan Mingxiu remained calm and simply admired her from head to toe. Jiu Qiu blushed and covered her chest, stammering shyly. Yuan Mingxiu threatened playfully, "If you don't put them on yourself, I'll do it for you." Jiu Qiu was shocked. Why is he acting so indecently? Jueisha and Yao Huang watched the scene unfold, secretly giving their master a thumbs up. Indeed, shamelessness wins. Inside the shy wolf, Jiu Qiu reluctantly spoke. Jueisha excitedly cheered. "I can finally see Mistress' younger sister." Yuan Xiuduan, the shield master, knocked over the rabbit. Jueisha immediately moved to stop him. "This young master's wife belongs only to this young master." Jueisha quickly covered his eyes. Only then was Yuan Xiu satisfied with the cold snort. Soon, Jiu Qiu finished applying her makeup and walked out timidly. Yuan Xiu's eyes lit up instantly, a certain possessive glint flashing within them. He then picked up a fan, and personally fanned Jiu Qiu. This was the act of a newlywed husband showing his love. Jiu Qiu's face flushed crimson, as if they were truly married. Yuan Xiu's possessiveness exploded instantly, scaring everyone away. Jueisha and Yao Huan, still carrying a gift, quickly left, almost trampled in the rush. Jiu Qiu's heart was in turmoil. They left too quickly. "If anyone sees this, my reputation will be ruined." Yuan Xiu, however, didn't care. "We're about to get married. Who dares to gossip?" Jiu Qiu retorted stubbornly. "Who said he'll definitely marry you?" Yuan Xiu immediately picked her up and carried her away. Jiu Qiu was almost suffocated. She slapped his hand hard. Only then did Yuan Xiu put her down. Then, with a slight smile, he said, "Then he'll give you something to be angry about." Saying so, he leaned in heavily. A long time later, it finally ended. Yuan Xiu gently hugged Jiu Qiu, applying the most important ointment of his life. The renowned young lady was about to marry the cold-faced general. The empress actually let him and the new princess work together. Jiu Qiu currently owned a beauty product business. It had caused quite a stir in the capital. Women were rushing to buy the beauty products. It was said that it could make skin fair and smooth. Chu Linglong was extremely envious and jealous. Jiu Qiu was always so lucky. This kind of character that attracted attention was truly infuriating. Even more hateful was that she also wanted better skin, but she was too embarrassed to use Jiu Qiu's products. Chu Linglong, however, was ecstatic. Now everyone knew about Jiu Qiu's product. She could buy those medicine packs and make people's skin fair and smooth. Then, if their faces had problems after using them, she could make Jiu Qiu suffer. Chu Linglong instantly cheered. As expected of Xia. To think of this in such a short time, immediately buy all the medicine packs. They absolutely cannot fall into others' hands. Meanwhile, the empress suddenly summoned Jiu Qiu to the palace, but only had her massage her shoulders. Jiu Qiu felt it was strange. She didn't see the empress decree. She also expressed her willingness to come and massage the empress regularly. "My art is quite good, but now I can only do small things for Yuan Xiu. What a waste of talent." The empress was amused. "You're here specifically to show off your affection. General Yuan probably doesn't know how to treat girls. He still values you quite a bit. This palace hasn't seen him treat anyone else this way." Jiu Qiu felt strange. The empress was hostile towards her before. Why did she seem a bit different this time? Just then, Chu Linglong suddenly barged in. She saw Jiu Qiu and said sarcastically, "I haven't seen you here before." You really have some connections. Jiyu Chueyue instantly understood. The Empress trick was here. She immediately responded weakly, even if there's a connection, it's a forced one. Moreover, a forced arrangement can't be called a connection. Jiyu Chueyue instantly understood. The Empress trick was here. She immediately responded weakly. The Empress quickly urged them to stop arguing. You'll be family in the future. Don't fight as soon as you meet. Jiyu Chueyue felt a sense of foreboding. The Empress held Chu Linglong's hand and said, in the future, you'll also enter the Yuan family. You must consider the bigger picture. Chueyue is your older sister. Chu Linglong immediately put on a respectful expression. You'll definitely be careful not to trouble older sister in the future. Jiyu Chueyue immediately retorted coldly, who's your older sister? The Empress asked kindly, let Linglong be your younger sister. Wouldn't it be good to serve the general together? Jiyu Chueyue was speechless. Wasn't this question obvious? She was digging a corner right in front of her. Did she think she was a pushover? The Empress and Chu Linglong looked at her nervously, wondering if she would agree. To their surprise, Jiyu Chueyue suddenly chuckled and gracefully said, Your Majesty, please rest assured. The two were instantly stunned. She actually agreed. Had the sun risen from the west, Jiyu Chueyue secretly sneered in her heart. You're doing this without Yuan Xiao's consent. The result will definitely be interesting. Well, the Empress suddenly asked anxiously, you're about to get married, and this palace is arranging other women for you. Don't you think this palace is going too far? Jiyu Chueyue replied sweetly, I alone cannot serve General Yuan well. Moreover, the general has a bad temper and loves fighting. If I displease him, having sisters to share the burden would be good. Chu Linglong was instantly relieved. She was really worried that Jiyu Chueyue would refuse. The Empress quickly reassured her, although General Yuan has a temper, he shouldn't do anything too excessive. Chu Linglong then mustered her courage. She didn't believe Yuan Ji would be so fierce. She was willing to marry him and serve him together. Chu Linglong even hypocritically said, Sister, don't worry, I will definitely listen to you. What you see as a rival, to your younger sister, is life. Jiyu Chueyue pretended to be indifferent on the surface, but inside she was sneering. The two left the Empress palace. Chu Linglong even accused Jiyu Chueyue, you don't love Yuan Ji at all. Otherwise, why didn't you react when I said I would marry him? Jiyu Chueyue didn't rise to the bait. You want to see me sad and beg you. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Chu Linglong angrily yelled, just you wait. Yuan Ji will eventually know who truly loves him. After saying that, she stormed off. Jiyu Chueyue sneered, finally showing her displeasure. Just then, she bumped into a firm chest. It was Yuan Xiao, who, worried that she would be bullied by the Empress, had rushed over. As soon as he saw her, he asked, what did the Empress say to you? Jiyu Chueyue pretended to be nonchalant. It's nothing major. She wants to arrange Princess Linglong to enter the general's manor. Yuan Xiao's face darkened. That's not a major issue. He suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Could this woman not be up to no good? Jiyu Chueyue asked innocently, why should I refuse? You can have many wives. Yuan Xiao gritted his teeth. Does this woman have a heart? He immediately declared, no allowance for this month. Jiyu Chueyue almost jumped up in protest. I work so hard and I don't get an allowance. You're too much. Yuan Xiao was even more aggrieved. You accepted the arrangement. It's your fault. Hey, Jiyu Chueyue stomped her foot. What does it have to do with me? It wasn't my idea. Don't take it out on me. But the next second, she reacted. Do you really like me that much? Do you only want me? Yuan Xiao's eyes softened. Finally, she wasn't completely clueless. He immediately grabbed Jiyu Chueyue's hand and threatened, if you still want your allowance, then deal with the trouble you caused. I don't want my backyard to be noisy and troublesome. Jiyu Chueyue's eyes widened. He was actually jealous. Clearly, he was being unreasonable, but Jiyu Chueyue unexpectedly agreed readily. Congratulations. This little rabbit has jumped into your arms. Could I actually have feelings for him? Jiyu Chueyue's face kept changing. Yuan Xiao's lips twitched. What is this woman thinking? But before he could speak, Jiyu Chueyue screamed and ran away, leaving Yuan Xiao standing in the wind. The renowned young lady agreed to let the general take her home. The general impatiently barged into the young lady's room, but he unexpectedly saw a shocking scene. The two stared at each other. A long while later, Jiyu Chueyue reacted, quickly covering herself. Yuan Shio looked away with difficulty. He took a deep breath and quickly blocked her screams. Ji Yuchuyue pushed him angrily. How could you suddenly appear while someone is bathing? Yuan Shio said matter-of-factly, you're my soon-to-be wife. We're just missing the ceremony. So, Ji Yuchuyue didn't care, and immediately pushed him out, preparing to dress. But Yuan Shio stubbornly refused to leave, his eyes fixed on her. The two were in a stalemate, neither willing to back down. Even the bath water had become cold. Ji Yuchuyue suddenly sneezed from the cold. Yuan Shio instantly panicked and stopped arguing with her. He immediately turned around, his back to her, and urged her to dress quickly. Then, the sound of splashing water came from behind, followed by soft rustling sounds. Yuan Shio couldn't help but swallow, his mind filled with images of her dressing. Soon, Ji Yuchuyue was ready. She was somewhat surprised that he was so considerate. It turned out that Yuan Shio had already reached his limit. Seeing her finally dressed, he immediately pulled her into his arms, tightly hugging her, struggling to control his racing heart. But the close proximity to Ji Yuchuyue's scent made him restless again. Ji Yuchuyue struggled lightly. This guy was clearly taking advantage of her. In fact, Yuan Shio had come to ask for her help, but now he just wanted to hold her longer and do some things that could only be done after marriage. Saying so, he lowered his head and kissed her fair neck. Ji Yuchuyue instantly blushed. She desperately struggled, refusing to let him continue. Yuan Shio was exasperated. He could only accommodate her. My wife is always so shy. It's really making things difficult for me. Do I need to teach you how to open your heart and accept me? Ji Yuchuyue's heart softened a bit more. This man seemed to really like her. Yuan Shio then forcefully pinned her down, his gaze intense. As they stared into each other's eyes, the temperature gradually rose, and their hearts pounded. Yuan Shio felt he couldn't hold back any longer. He really needed to take her home soon, or he would lose control one day. Ji Yuchuyue quickly covered his mouth to prevent him from saying anything more embarrassing. Yuan Shio couldn't continue teasing her. He came to ask for her help in solving a case. A case. Ji Yuchuyue's eyes instantly lit up. She loved solving cases. Soon, the two arrived at the prison. Upon entering, Ji Yuchuyue examined the cells. She saw several corpses lying inside, all young and beautiful women. Yuan Shio told her, these were discovered recently. This case happened before, but unexpectedly, it happened again after 10 years. Ji Yuchuyue felt a chill. This was a serial killer. Would investigating this case trigger the killer? If so, she would be in real danger. Yuan Shio hugged her reassuringly. I'm here. What are you afraid of? Ji Yuchuyue shyly pushed him away, and began to examine the bodies. Yuan Shio watched her skillfully at work. He couldn't help but think proudly, my woman is truly extraordinary. Ji Yuchuyue discovered that the victims were all strangled to death, and their left legs were broken post-mortem. The killer was a pervert based on the angle and force of the strangulation. The killer was male, left-hand, and of noble birth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to attract so many young and beautiful women. She suggested starting the investigation from the locations where the bodies were found. The killer's dumping ground should be a place he was familiar with. Yuan Shio readily agreed and arranged for it, then told Ji Yuchuyue to wait obediently. Thus, Ji Yuchuyue waited alone in the carriage, but after a long time, it still hadn't arrived. She became suspicious and opened the carriage curtains to check. She found a young nobleman standing in front of her, politely saying, Miss Ji, I am Lim Wan. I've heard of your superb medical skills. I have a congenital illness, and would like to ask you to treat me. Ji Yuchuyue was secretly pleased. She was already so famous, so she followed Lim Wan to his room and checked his pulse. She discovered his constitution was indeed weak, and he might not live past 20. Lim Wan sighed dejectedly. This is fate. Perhaps death would be a release. Ji Yuchuyue quickly told him not to think that way. Life isn't about length, but about what you do with it. We can't decide our lifespan, but we can decide how we live. Do what you want and find meaning in life. Make every moment count. Wouldn't a long life without meaning be even more tragic? If you are positive, perhaps you can create miracles. Lim Yuan's eyes regained their light. He gratefully said, then I'll entrust myself to Miss Ji Yu. Please come and treat me often. Ji Yuchuyue felt a little troubled. I'll do my best, but if your family doesn't agree, I can't do anything. Lim Wan immediately offered 2,000 taels per visit. Ji Yuchuyue immediately threw her worries away. Of course, she would accept such a large sum. Ji Yuchuyue left in high spirits, humming happily all the way. Suddenly, Yuan Shio rushed over, grabbed her, and started scolding her. How could you go to a stranger's house so casually? Jiu Chuyue was stunned. She was just treating someone. Yuan Xiao angrily yelled, "You're being too naive. How dangerous is it to be taken away by a stranger? Are you brainless?" Jiu Chuyue also got angry. "If you hadn't made me come out in the middle of the night to investigate the case, how would I have been taken away? You dare to blame me?" Yuan Xiao was rendered speechless by her retort. The two glared at each other. The renowned young lady went to the wrong place in the middle of the night. She was taken to a strange nobleman's house. The general was furious upon hearing this. He almost turned the capital upside down in the middle of the night. After finding Jiu Chuyue, he carried her away. He lowered his head for the first time and pleaded, "Don't scare me like that again. Don't run off again. Tell me if you're going anywhere." Jiu Chuyue's heart swelled with sweetness. She nestled obediently in his arms. Yuan Xiao held her hand and walked her back. Unbeknownst to them, the sick nobleman was watching them with a burning gaze. Such a good woman was snatched away by that Yuan guy. What would Jiu Chuyue do if she knew he was Prince Ming? Meanwhile, Jiu Chuyue's feet were sore from walking. Yuan Xiao immediately squatted down. He saw that Jiu Chuyue's ankles were red and swollen. He felt distressed. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Saying so, he turned around and squatted down, preparing to carry her on his back. Jiu Chuyue was touched but waved her hand to refuse. Yuan Xiao ignored her refusal and picked her up. Jiu Chuyue was both surprised and shy. Today's Yuan Xiao was so gentle, even carrying her. "You're usually not like this." Yuan Xiao felt a little guilty. Had he been too harsh on her before? He immediately said sincerely, "It'll be better to you in the future." "Good." Jiu Chuyue's heart fluttered. Her affection for him deepened. As soon as they entered the Jiu residence, they were stopped. Jiu Yanqing and his son were waiting angrily. As soon as he saw them, Jiu Yanqing angrily scolded, "Jiu Chuyue, how dare you run off and make Yuan Daren worry?" Jiu Chuyue was startled and about to jump down, but Yuan Xiao tightened his grip, preventing her from getting down. He said coldly, "Chuyue is my wife. I'm taking her back to her room. You all may leave." Jiu Yushu was secretly impressed. His brother-in-law was really good to his sister. Such a man was truly admirable. After leaving the Jiu residence, Jueisha couldn't help but ask, "Master, you already had the carriage prepared. Why did you personally carry Miss Jiu back?" Yuan Xiao glared at him angrily. "Do you have a problem with that?" Jueisha quickly put on a fawning smile. "No, of course not. I was just worried that Master would be tired." "Master, where are we going now?" Yuan Xiao snorted coldly. "Go and see that nobleman." He soon arrived at Li Muan's residence. Li Muan seemed to have expected this. It seemed Jiu Chuyue's visit had alerted Yuan Xiao. He went up to greet him with a smile, his eyes full of provocation. Yuan Xiao said sarcastically, "Your Highness seems to be doing well." Li Muan wondered what was different. Yuan Mingxiu went straight to the point, reporting to the prince who looked even worse. Li Muan immediately understood Ying Cheng's meaning. As soon as he entered, he put pressure on his shoulder and said he was here to cause trouble for him. Yuan Mingxiu decided to be straightforward. "If it weren't for your Highness detaining my fiancé and deliberately humiliating me, I wouldn't have come here at night." Li Muan said with a mocking smile, "You actually came back for a woman. This is really unacceptable." Yuan Mingxiu didn't want to waste his breath on him. He came to warn the prince, "I particularly dislike people laying their hands on my people, and I always seek revenge. I won't let you get away with this." After finishing his words, he turned around and left with a fierce aura. The guards were filled with righteous indignation, and wanted to kill Yuan Mingxiu for the prince. But Ling Man knew very well that Yuan Mingxiu was very capable, both physically and mentally. Even all of his guards together couldn't defeat him. However, there would be plenty of time in the future. After all, he had already learned such a big secret about Yuan Mingxiu. The next day, Jiu Chuyue and Yang Han went out to the main street, but found that Milu had disappeared. They couldn't find him anywhere. Jiu Chuyue became anxious and followed the clues to search. Those missing women were discovered in this kind of place. Looking at the two half-human high barrels on the horse's back, Jiu Chuyue suddenly had a bad premonition. He felt uneasy. Milu wouldn't be, but when he opened the lid of one of the barrels, he discovered that the body inside, tied up with ropes, was indeed Milu. He saw that he had been strangled to death, with obvious strangulation marks on his neck, just like those women killed by the serial killer. Jiu Chuyue was struck by lightning, unable to believe that this would happen around him. Duan Shi couldn't help, but shed tears and roared angrily, "Who killed my Milu? I will definitely not let him go. Thus, Jiu Chuyu went to the general's mansion in a trance, desperately looking for Yu Wenmingxiu. As soon as Yu Wenmingxiu saw him, he smiled and teased, "Long time no see. You're here today." But before he finished speaking, he saw Jiu Chuyu's tear-stained face, full of sadness. His heart immediately tightened, and he hugged Chuyue, anxiously asking, "What happened? Tell me, and I'll solve it for you." Jiu Chuyue finally broke down, bursting into tears. "Why haven't you caught the murderer yet? That murderer killed my Milu." He buried his face in Yu Wenmingxiu's chest, sobbing and blaming him for the slow progress of the case. Yu Wenmingxiu hugged him with heartache. "It's all my fault. If you're sad, just hit me or scold me." Jiu Chuyue couldn't hold back anymore, and hugged him back, crying heartbrokenly. After a long time, he finally calmed down a bit. He embarrassedly pushed Yu Wenmingxiu away. "I just wanted to use your shoulder to cry on. Don't misunderstand," Yu Wenmingxiu said with a smile. "My shoulder is always available for you, and only for you." Jiu Chuyue blushed slightly, his sadness somewhat relieved. However, the murderer dared to kill and abandon the body in broad daylight. His psychological quality was incredibly strong and unforgivable. Yu Wenmingxiu immediately led his men to cordon off the street. He ordered his men to spread the floral fragrance. The disfigured young girl and the cold-faced general joined forces, determined to find clues and catch the perverted serial killer. The old general was furious, and immediately ordered the entire city to be locked down. He sent people out with the ropes and the fragrance to investigate anyone who entered the capital to buy these things. A bookstore owner said that he had seen Milu. He sold drawing boxes and paints, but Milu became very frightened 2 nights ago, as if something terrible was about to happen. While Jiu Chuyue was busy searching for clues, Yu Wenmingxiu was both worried and heartbroken. He pulled Jiu Chuyue aside and persuaded him to eat something. "The case is important, but you can't neglect your health. Only by eating well can you keep going until the murderer is caught." Then he took Jiu Chuyue to a restaurant and ordered a table full of delicious food. Jiu Chuyue ate until he was full, and his mood improved a little. Yu Wenmingxiu had his men put sleeping powder in the dishes. Soon, Jiu Chuyue fell asleep on the table. Yu Wenmingxiu stroked his hair, secretly vowing to avenge Milu for him. He just didn't know what kind of storm this would cause. At the same time, Xiao Anyan returned home and told his father that he wanted to marry Bu Xinrong. Xiao Yuanshan was furious and firmly disagreed with marrying someone from the Bu family. Although Xiao Anyan was gentle and peaceful, he had his own principles. He had already informed the clan elders, and his father couldn't do anything about it. Xiao Yuanshan was almost enraged. "Because of the broken engagement, our 2 families have become enemies. Now you want to marry someone from the Bu family. Do you want to make the entire Xiao family a laughingstock?" Xiao Anyan coldly threatened, "If you don't agree, I will ruin both my and the Xiao family's reputation." Without waiting for Xiao Yuanshan's reply, he directly announced that he would go to propose marriage in the afternoon. Then he left without looking back. Xiao Yuanshan was so angry that he roared, "You unfilial son! I'll break your legs." The next second, a flying knife came whizzing by, grazing Xiao Yuanshan's ear and sticking into the door frame. There was a note attached to the knife, obviously meant for the recipient to read. Xiao Yuanshan quickly pulled it down and unfolded it. It clearly said, "Eliminate Xiao." This was clearly a death threat from the king. Xiao Yuanshan was furious. "My Xiao family has helped you so much, and you dare to plot against my son. Do you think him that easy to bully?" Not long after, Jiu Chuyue heard that Xiao Anyan was going to marry Bu Xinrong. His face darkened, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Yu Wenmingxiu teased him, "Are you still thinking about him? You 2 almost got married." Jiu Chuyue quickly explained, "I've already forgotten about him. It's been so long, I haven't even thought about him." Then he changed the subject and talked about the case. They had questioned many people, but still hadn't found any useful clues. However, Yu Wenmingxiu was certain that the murderer couldn't escape, acting as if he already knew who the culprit was. Jiu Chuyue became suspicious. Did he already know the murderer's identity? He immediately asked who the murderer was and where he was. But Yu Wenmingxiu hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Jiu Chuyue suddenly had a bad feeling. Did he know who the murderer was before Milu died? Yu Wenmingxiu didn't want to lie to him. "I did have clues about the murderer a long time ago." Jiu Chuyue was thunderstruck, widening his eyes in disbelief. "You knew who the murderer was and didn't arrest him. Milu died because of this, and you knew." Yu Wenmingxiu quickly explained, "I didn't arrest him because I didn't have enough evidence, and that person's identity is not simple. No one could have predicted Mila's death. It was just bad luck. You don't have to blame yourself. He reached out to caress Jiu Chiyu's face, but Jiu Chiyu pushed him away. He needed time to calm down. After returning home, Jiu Chiyu remained unhappy, his heart heavy with grief. Duanxi was worried sick seeing his sadness. On the other hand, Jueisha was also urging his master, "Why haven't you gone to comfort young Master Jiu?" Both of them were restless that night and barely slept. Finally, Yu Wenmingxiu was the first to give in. He went to Gus' mansion to find Jiu Chiyu, who was surprised that he would come first. Yu Wenmingxiu took out a small box. Jiu Chiyu's heart skipped a beat. He thought it was a gift for him. He opened it and found a pair of exquisite gold pearl hairpins inside. Although he was happy, he deliberately said, "You don't have to buy me this. I said I need to calm down. I still can't persuade myself to let this go." Yu Wenmingxiu smirked. "Don't flatter yourself. I'm just showing you this treasure, not giving it to you." Jiu Chiyu was immediately embarrassed. "You're not buying it for me. Then why are you showing it to me?" He felt utterly humiliated, but he couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Is this hairpin for me?" Yu Wenmingxiu snorted coldly, his tone sarcastic. "Who did I buy it for? Is young Miss Jiu still here?" Young Miss Jiu always misunderstands my intentions, only thinking of others. Now she's doing it again. Jiu Chiyu didn't want to argue with him. He could do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, Yu Wenmingxiu pulled him closer, and gently placed the hairpin on his head. Jiu Chiyu was stunned. Yu Wenmingxiu leaned in close and teased, "Master, are you angry?" Jiu Chiyu shyly turned his head away, his heart pounding. Yu Wenmingxiu felt a little amused. "Who else would I buy gifts for besides you?" Jiu Chiyu was momentarily speechless, only realizing after hearing his laughter that he had been tricked. He immediately pushed Yu Wenmingxiu away in embarrassment, feeling like he had lost all face. Yu Wenmingxiu said decisively, "You know you actually like me very much." Jiu Chiyu blushed, but refused to admit it. Yu Wenmingxiu smiled and continued to tease him. "If you don't like me, why would you care about what happened yesterday? And why would you care about these hairpins? You already like me very much, more than you think, you know." Jiu Chiyu was both embarrassed and angry, his face burning. He pushed him away again. Yu Wenmingxiu didn't dare to tease him further, afraid he would really anger him. His priority was to find evidence as soon as possible and bring the murderer to justice for Milu. Jiu Chiyu immediately decided to re-examine the bodies, but he never expected that when he arrived at the morgue, he discovered that all the bodies had been taken away. The disfigured young girl and the cold-faced general joined forces, wanting to find clues to catch the serial killer. So the young girl decided to re-examine the bodies for clues, but she discovered that all the bodies had been taken away for cremation. Now the two were even more certain that there was a powerful force behind these murders, and this person must be in a high position of power. They were also very familiar with the progress of this case, so they had to find enough evidence. Jiu Chiyu felt saddened. Now only Mila's body could be examined. He had wanted to give Milu a peaceful rest, but in order to find the murderer who killed Milu, he had to endure the pain. Jiu Chiyu immediately ordered the autopsy to begin. This examination lasted a whole hour. During this time, Yu Wenmingxiu waited anxiously outside the door. Finally, the autopsy was over. Jiu Chiyu walked out looking exhausted. Yu Wenmingxiu saw that his hair was still dripping wet. "You look like a drowned chicken. It's really messy. What if you catch a cold?" Jiu Chiyu was in no mood to argue with him. "Let it be. I can use my internal energy to dry my hair. Even if I get sick, you'll take care of me anyway." Yu Wenmingxiu was speechless, but he was also happy that he finally relied on him. Jiu Chiyu then talked about the autopsy results. He found that all the bodies had been removed of their teeth. The serial killer must have a serious psychological illness. Such people have their own rules and would never discard their trophies casually. Yu Wenmingxiu suddenly realized, as long as we find the murderer and the teeth he collected, we can bring him to justice. He immediately arranged for people to investigate and promised to bring justice for Milu. The next day, Jiu Yanqing came to persuade Jiu Chiyu, Bu Xinrong is indeed strong-willed, but it's a rare opportunity to marry into the Shao family. You mustn't take it to heart. Jiu Chiyu didn't want to have anything to do with that scumbag. Let him marry whoever he wants. It's none of my business, but Jiu Yanqing didn't believe him. When it's time for the wedding, I can't lose face to your sister. But Jiu Chiyu was annoyed. I'm not that petty. You can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Jiyu Yanqing complained unhappily. What are you talking about? I'm just a little bit playful, but my heart is in the right place. Jiyu Chuyue suddenly turned around and looked at him, asking in disbelief, what did you just say? But Jiyu Yanqing stopped talking, claiming that he misspoke. Then he quickly changed the subject and gave him gifts. Jiyu Chuyue's heart was in turmoil. So his mother was pregnant with him when she married Jiyu Yanqing. He wasn't his father's biological son. On the other hand, Yuan Mingxiu was looking through the list of victims submitted by the coroner, which recorded some of the victims' information. Based on the location where the bodies were dumped, the murderer was likely someone from a wealthy family who frequently interacted with women. The only person who fit the criteria was Ning Wang. Yuan Mingxiu was thinking about how to investigate. If he directly barged in, he would be courting death. At this moment, Jueisha suddenly suggested. Ning Wang invited young Miss Jiyu to treat his illness. If young Miss Jiyu can participate, things will become easier. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. That's nonsense. How could he send Chuyue into the tiger's den? He immediately threatened menacingly, you'd better take back your words, or I'll punish you. My temper is not very good. Jusha's face paled in fright. What was wrong with what he said? It was so difficult to be a subordinate these days, but Yuan Mingxiu was clearly still angry at him for speaking carelessly. He directly ordered him to personally investigate Ning Wang's mansion. A few days later, there were results. Yuan Mingxiu immediately went to tell Jiyu Chuyue, the murderer who killed Milu has been found. He hasn't been caught yet, but has already under my surveillance. He definitely can't escape. Unfortunately, the evidence isn't very strong yet, because he has someone backing him. Jiyu Chuyue immediately guessed, is the person backing the murderer Ning Wang. The only person who could make Yuan Mingxiu hesitate was Ning Wang, who could rival him in power. Yuan Mingxiu nodded and told him about his previous encounter with Ning Wang. Jiyu Chuyue immediately remembered the sickly young man. If it's him, then I want to go see him. Yuan Mingxiu immediately worriedly stopped him. Ning Wang is not as simple as he appears. You'd better be careful. Jiyu Chuyue was a little disappointed. He thought Yuan Mingxiu would stop him. Yuan Mingxiu smiled and said, I'm not that petty. Besides, you can go there in my name. He wouldn't dare do anything to you. Jiyu Chuyue was immediately excited. I'll go to Ning Wang in your name and ask him to help find the murderer. He definitely won't be able to refuse. Yuan Mingxiu smiled helplessly. Ning Wang is protecting that person. How could he easily hand him over? Yuan Mingxiu suddenly grabbed his hand and teased, now you know the benefits of marrying me. Are you willing to marry me now? Jiyu Chuyue rolled his eyes. How can anyone be so shameless? Besides, even without these benefits, the emperor's marriage decree can't be disobeyed. But Yuan Mingxiu didn't care about that. He only wanted to know Jiyu Chuyue's true feelings. Do you really want to marry me? This time, Jiyu Chuyue answered sincerely, I do. If there's only one person in the world who can make me willing to lose, it's you. Yuan Mingxiu was overjoyed. He had been waiting for these words for a long time. He immediately hugged Jiyu Chuyue tightly. A few days later, Jiyu Chuyue arrived at Ning Wang's mansion, claiming that Yuan Mingxiu had sent him to treat Ning Wang's illness. He didn't expect to meet Chu Lingpeng there, who even started to provoke him. I'm going to marry brother Yan. The empress will never allow it. Xinji immediately stopped Chu Lingpeng from saying any more. The disfigured young girl was jealous and declared her love, but the cold-faced general overheard it. Originally, Jiyu Chuyue used Yuan Mingxiu's name to come to Ning Wang's mansion to investigate Xiao Anyan. He asked to stay there for a few days, planning to take the opportunity. Li Muan was in a dilemma. You are General Yuan's fiancé. Staying here will cause gossip. Jiyu Chuyue had anticipated this. He immediately said that he could bring his students along. This way, he could avoid suspicion. After all, he was the #1 female teacher in the world. If he brought his students to the villa for a few days, no one would gossip. Li Muan was speechless. He didn't expect Jiyu Chuyue to use this trick. But he couldn't find a reason to refuse. He could only watch as things were decided. Soon, Wang Fu's carriage arrived. It brought Jiyu Chuyue and Ren Hanqing, and other students. Jiyu Chuyue happily went out to greet them, but he didn't expect Chu Lingpeng to come uninvited. As soon as they met, Chu Lingpeng started to taunt him. Young Miss Jiyu is already engaged. Staying in another man's house, aren't you afraid of gossip? Jiyu Chuyue just found it funny. Chu Lingpeng was doing the same thing. What right did he have to criticize him? Chu Lingpeng sneered, "I'm going to be your sister-in-law. Your husband is going to marry another woman. Aren't you jealous?" Jiyu Chuyue replied nonchalantly, "Since there's already a concubine, I, as the main wife, will naturally take care of you." Chu Lingpeng's face darkened. "Who told you I'm going to be a concubine? The empress will never allow a princess like me to be a concubine." Jiyu Chuyue didn't care what the empress said. "Yuan Mingxiu only likes me. So after you marry him, you will definitely be neglected. Everyone will laugh at you for willingly becoming a concubine. Princess Linglong, don't worry about my life. You should worry about your own." Chu Lingpeng was furious, but couldn't refute him. The people around them whispered and pointed at him, which made Chu Lingpeng even angrier. Ling Guang hurried out to stop them. He ordered the Sun Society to treat them well. Chu Linglong cried out that she wanted to deal with Longdang's climate protection, and challenged Jiyu Chuyue to a drinking contest. This time, no matter what, he had to suppress Jiyu Chuyue. Jiyu Chuyue didn't refuse her good friend and accepted the challenge. She would not go easy on Chu Linglong just because she was younger. The two faced each other, drinking cup after cup. Everyone sympathized with Jiyu Chuyue. She was the legitimate fiancée, yet someone was provoking her like this. Chu Linglong was indeed acting like a jealous woman, interfering in other people's relationships. Jiyu Chuyue didn't want to deal with her, yet she insisted on coming over to cause trouble. Chu Linglong, fueled by anger, drank more and more fiercely. However, Jiyu Chuyue drank no less than her. Chu Linglong began to feel a little panicked, wondering if she was about to lose. Jiyu Chuyue calmly said, "I can drink as much as you do." Chu Linglong gritted her teeth, "You arrogant woman. I really hate you." Jiyu Chuyue's calm expression and a faint smile made her even angrier. "I've said so much, and you're not even angry." Jiyu Chuyue was puzzled. "Why should I be angry? There are so many people writing bad things about me, you're not the only one." Chu Linglong slammed the table angrily. "Don't be so smug. I don't believe you'll still be laughing after I marry Yuan Mingxiu. Yuan Mingxiu doesn't like you either. A man's heart can change. When he doesn't like you anymore, let's see what you do. Now you're just putting on an act. What's so funny?" Jiyu Chuyue suddenly felt a little sympathetic. "Throwing yourself at a man is really pathetic." Ling Guang quickly came over, smiling. "Please, give me some face and eat your meal peacefully." Chu Linglong smiled mischievously. "If Miss Jiyu can agree to one request, I'll willingly give Ling Wang Ji face." Jiyu Chuyue was curious. "What request? Tell me," Chu Linglong said boldly, "since both of us will join the Yuan family and become sisters. Call me older sister, and I won't bother you anymore." Jiyu Chuyue's face darkened. Although the emperor has bestowed this marriage, it hasn't been finalized. We are of the same generation. I won't call you older sister. The scene became chaotic. Jiyu Chuyue actually dared to resist the imperial decree. Amidst the noise, no one noticed Yuan Mingxiu's arrival. Jiyu Chuyue continued, "The emperor bestowed the marriage, but he can't control whether I want to marry or not. If the emperor doesn't want me to marry, can he stop me? Besides, even if I do marry, I can still divorce." Yuan Mingxiu couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, "Jiyu Chuyue!" Jiyu Chuyue was startled. This guy finally came. Yuan Mingxiu walked towards Ling Wang. Ning Wang is suspected of disrespecting the imperial decree. Why allow such quarrels? Ling Wang still doesn't know how to handle matters. Ling Wang's face has darkened. Why fan the flames in someone else's backyard? Chu Linglong quickly retorted, "If Jiyu Chuyue marries you, she should call me older sister. She doesn't respect you. This is too much." Yuan Mingxiu immediately turned to Jiyu Chuyue. "Did you just say that?" Jiyu Chuyue quickly wondered when he arrived, trying to think of an excuse. But Yuan Mingxiu had arrived a while ago and heard everything. Jiyu Chuyue admitted, "Yes, I said it. If you marry another woman, I will." Everyone gasped. Yuan Mingxiu was definitely going to be furious. Chu Linglong was secretly delighted. Jiyu Chuyue, just wait for Yuan Mingxiu's anger. But Yuan Mingxiu laughed happily. He said in a good mood, "You are just jealous. It's okay for you to be jealous and want a divorce." Jiyu Chuyue laughed happily, thinking that she held such importance in his heart. Xin Jiejuan muttered, "What kind of magic potion did Jiyu Chuyue give him? He's completely smitten. Why are you so partial to her?" Yuan Mingxiu ignored him and held Jiyu Chuyue's cold hand to warm it. Chu Linglong was about to explode. Yuan Ji, why didn't you say anything to me? Yuan Mingxiu said coldly. Chu Linglong, what does my relationship with Shao Qi have to do with you? Whether our relationship is good or bad is none of your business. Ji Chueyue secretly cheered. This arrogant woman finally got what she deserved. Chu Linglong was so angry that she cried. She gritted her teeth and said, let's go. Then she ran away. Ji Chueyue breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Yuan Mingxia's face turned cold. Miss Ji has quite the temper. You haven't even married yet, and you're already thinking about leaving. Ji Chueyue's heart pounded. This man was going to settle the score with her. Yuan Mingxiu ordered wine, and wanted to drink with Ji Chueyue. Ji Chueyue didn't move, looking at him cautiously. Yuan Mingxiu was displeased. Why aren't you drinking? Does drinking with me make you uncomfortable? Ji Chueyue didn't want to provoke the angry man, so she grabbed the wine cup and gulped it down. But she drank too fast and started to choke. Yuan Mingxiu quickly patted her back and wiped her mouth. Drink slowly. What's the rush? Everyone watched with envy. Yuan Mingxiu was too doting on Ji Chueyue. Ling Wang disagreed. If Miss Ji doesn't want to drink, why force her? Yuan Mingxia's face darkened instantly. Ning Wang is too concerned about my family matters. I heard Ning Wang is in poor health. He dares to hold a banquet in such a large place. What if he catches a cold and infects others? Moreover, Shaoqi came to see a doctor and was forced to attend this banquet. Word will spread that Ning Wang's illness is fake. Ning Wang was speechless. He looked at Ji Chueyue pitifully. Ji Chueyue quickly shifted the blame to herself. Yuan Mingxiu, if you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't bully Ning Wang. Yuan Mingxiu frowned. Does this woman like Ning Wang? That's why she's speaking for him. Ji Chueyue quietly reminded him not to forget their agreement. Yuan Mingxiu stopped questioning Ning Wang. Ning Wang smiled triumphantly and turned to leave. Ji Chueyue was taken aback. Was he angry? Why did he leave? Ji Chueyue wanted to follow and explain, but Ning Wang stopped her. He treated you like that, why chase after him? Besides, Miss Ji has great prospects, and shouldn't be trapped in a small backyard. I'll help you. Ji Chueyue didn't feel regretful. She already had what she wanted and wanted to protect what she had. She agreed and quickly followed Yuan Mingxiu, not seeing Ling Wang's envious look. Ji Chueyue quickly caught up with Yuan Mingxiu and grabbed his hand. But Yuan Mingxiu remained cold and told her to let go. Ji Chueyue was speechless. I just drank a little wine, is that so serious? Yuan Mingxiu snorted. So you think drinking isn't a big deal? Ji Chueyue felt even more wronged. I drank because of your little Mingmai Junzu. She's targeting me because... Yuan Mingxiu interrupted, it's all because of the murderer. Are you going to continue investigating the case and catch the murderer? Ji Chueyue became even angrier. If it weren't for that murderer, I wouldn't be here at this weird banquet. None of this would have happened. Yuan Mingxiu realized she was drunk. He corrected her, you're being scolded not because of the murderer, but because you drank. Ji Chueyue ignored him. It's because of the murderer. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here at this weird banquet. Nothing would have happened. Seeing her rambling nonsense, Yuan Mingxiu realized she was truly drunk. He frowned. You didn't tell me beforehand that you're sensitive to alcohol. Ji Chueyue pouted. She was still slightly conscious. Then she fainted. Yuan Mingxiu quickly caught her. He carried her back to the room. After settling Ji Chueyue in bed, Yuan Mingxiu sat beside her, watching over her and making tea. Ji Chueyue tossed and turned in her sleep. Yuan Mingxiu had to cover her with the blanket repeatedly. Such a restless woman was usually annoying, but he felt an indescribable fondness for Ji Chueyue. Just then, Ji Chueyue suddenly murmured, Master, I don't want to read anymore. I'm so tired. When will this end? Yuan Mingxiu was puzzled. Ji Chueyue grew up in a wealthy family. When did she ever have to study so hard? But then Ji Chueyue started tugging at her clothes, mumbling about being hot. With the rustling sound of clothes falling, Yuan Mingxiu blushed. He quickly turned away, not daring to look. This woman, after getting drunk, she doesn't protect herself at all. Doesn't she know how dangerous it is out there? He didn't realize that Ji Chueyue was already awake. Ji Chueyue secretly opened her eyes, and saw Yuan Mingxiu blushing. She smiled mischievously, deciding to tease him. She moaned, I'm so hot, and pulled at her clothes with force. The rustling sounds of clothes being removed continued. Yuan Mingxia's desire grew stronger. He couldn't stay any longer, or he would lose control. But as he was about to leave, Jiyu Chuyue suddenly fell out of bed. He rushed back and caught her. Jiyu Chuyue took the opportunity to nuzzle his neck, acting coquettish and hugging him tightly. Shinjie Juan whispered to the cold-faced guard, "The disfigured girl is pretending." Taking off clothes, hugging the prince's neck, and calling for her mother. Yuan Mingxiu immediately realized she was faking it. He was both amused and curious. This woman is getting bolder and bolder. Jiyu Chuyue kept her eyes closed, pretending to be unaware. Yuan Mingxiu threatened, "If you keep being naughty, he'll throw you into the old house with the rats." Although his words were harsh, he gently placed her back on the bed. Jiyu Chuyue pretended to be pitiful and sobbed, "I'm so miserable. My husband bullies me all the time, and won't let me sleep well." Yuan Mingxiu felt hurt. "Being with me makes you miserable." Jiyu Chuyue sat up and complained, "We are engaged, but have you ever seriously pursued me? Have you done the things lovers do? Have you taken me to see the lanterns, made wishes, gone shopping, eaten snacks, or gone on dates? Have you given me clothes, jewelry, or held my hand?" This barrage of questions left Yuan Mingxiu speechless. Jiyu Chuyue felt a little anxious. Was he angry? But Yuan Mingxiu leaned closer and gently kissed her. "I'll make up for everything you mentioned." Jiyu Chuyue was deeply moved. Such a gentle and handsome man was too captivating. Just then, someone knocked on the door. "Miss Jiyu, I brought you some wine from Ning Wang." Yuan Mingxia's face darkened and he refused to let him in. Jiyu Chuyue disagreed. "Ning Wang is being kind, why are you so rude? Besides, what does this have to do with you? You should go back to your work." Yuan Mingxiu reluctantly went to open the door, but when he opened the door, he saw Ning Wang. Ning Wang frowned. "Why are you still here?" Yuan Mingxiu took the opportunity to declare his sovereignty. "My fiancé is here, so I am here too." Ning Wang retorted, "Yuan Mingxiu, you have work to do. If the emperor can't find you, he will be displeased. Don't worry, my royal father will take good care of Miss Jiyu. You can go back to work." But Yuan Mingxiu had already requested leave before coming. "Ning Wang, you're overstepping your boundaries. You dare to pursue someone else's fiancé." Their argument escalated. Hearing the commotion, Jiyu Chuyue came out to stop them. Yuan Mingxiu pulled her back inside. Jiyu Chuyue glared at Ning Wang helplessly. This man's possessiveness was too much. Yuan Mingxiu said meaningfully, "We don't need to mind other people, just focus on ourselves." Jiyu Chuyue teased him. "Why is your heart beating so fast?" Yuan Mingxia's face flushed. Was this woman doing this on purpose? He didn't want to show weakness in front of his rival. He pulled Jiyu Chuyue and prepared to leave. Ning Wang's face darkened. These two were openly showing affection in front of him. On the way, Yuan Mingxiu couldn't help but ask, "I want to marry you soon, afraid that someone else will snatch you away." Jiyu Chuyue looked at him but remained silent. After a while, she smiled and said, "Isn't the date already set?" Yuan Mingxiu was dissatisfied. "Then why aren't you happy? Don't you want to marry me?" Jiyu Chuyue lowered her head guiltily. She wasn't completely happy. Yuan Mingxiu was shocked. "You're not happy?" Jiyu Chuyue thought his question was silly. "Of course not. Who wants to share their husband?" Before she could finish, Yuan Mingxiu asked urgently, "Do you like Ning Wang?" Jiyu Chuyue was amused. He hadn't even figured out his own feelings and dared to question her. Yuan Mingxiu turned and left angrily. They needed to communicate properly. Jiyu Chuyue was baffled. He was the one being unreasonable, yet he was getting angry at her. He even brought up Ning Wang. "I'm already in a bad mood, and he dares to give me the cold shoulder. Let's see who's tougher." On the way, Yuan Mingxiu ran into Ning Wang again. Ning Wang mocked him for being jealous of Jiyu Chuyue. Yuan Mingxiu retorted, "Ning Wang is concerned about my fiancé. Does he have feelings for her?" Ning Wang didn't answer, clearly admitting it. Yuan Mingxiu was furious. "Ning Wang, you don't know your place and you're creating trouble for yourself. I'm giving you a chance to back off." Ning Wang was also angered. "How dare you talk to me like this? Do you think you're the only powerful person in Chaotang?" Yuan Mingxiu didn't bother arguing with him and warned him coldly, "Don't touch someone you shouldn't touch. Don't harbor thoughts you shouldn't harbor. Some people can only be admired from afar, not approached." Ning Wang sneered and threatened, "Have you forgotten your past? Jiyu Chiyu's mother cursed you. Your parents were also my friends. I wonder if the blood on your hands will allow you to be with Miss Jiyu." Yuan Mingxiu, you should think carefully about what you can do and what you can't do. He laughed triumphantly and swaggered away. Zhuan Sha arrived and reported, I found the signal left by He Dai. The murderer is hiding in Ning Wang's back mountain. Yuan Mingxiu immediately started planning. Zhuan Sha was worried. Ning Wang is powerful. Once we make a move, there's no turning back. Yuan Mingxiu was also worried that this would implicate Jiyu Chuyue. He instructed Zhuan Sha, no matter what we do, we must not involve Jiyu Chuyue. Unbeknownst to them, Jiyu Chuyue had already arrived at the back mountain. The clue left by He Dai was here. But just as she was about to investigate, Ning Wang suddenly appeared. The disfigured girl ventured out alone to capture the serial killer, under dangerous circumstances. But Ning Wang appeared and stopped her. Miss Shen, is there anything I can help you with? There's no need for you to go personally. Jiyu Chuyue remembered Mi Lu's death, and didn't want to waste time. She said coldly, get out of my way. Then she walked forward resolutely. Suddenly, a group of thugs appeared, blocking her path menacingly. Jiyu Chuyue wasn't afraid. If you don't let me pass, you'll have to force my way through. Ning Wang's expression changed. Seeing so many people trying to protect her, he wondered what made her so determined. This woman was truly different from Zhong. A trace of beauty also arose in her heart. Ji Lily ordered her subordinates to show Bu Chuyue the colors, but be careful not to hurt her. What kind of low-level lady are you hitting? It's too embarrassing to spread it out. Before he could finish, Bu Chuyue became impatient. Just fight, why so much nonsense? The thugs immediately attacked, but Bu Chuyue only used a silver needle. In just a few moves, she knocked all the thugs down. They writhed on the ground in pain. So Bu Chuyue rushed into the mountain. As soon as she entered, she saw He Dai tied up. She immediately cursed angrily, how dare these people? I'll make them pay. He Dai, are you all right? He Dai was so moved that he couldn't speak. Miss actually came to save me. It wasn't until Bu Chuyue pulled him away that He Dai came to his senses. There are a few more people locked up in the depths of the cave. They reached the deepest part of the cave. Several beautiful young women huddled together, naked. Seeing someone coming, they instinctively cowered. Bu Chuyue felt a pang in her heart. Was Yanlu also locked up here like them before she died? So she crouched down and said gently, don't be afraid, I'll save you. Then she had He Dai bring clothes for these women. After they changed, He Dai asked them, have you seen someone dressed similarly to me? A woman quickly said, yes. Then she took out Ming Lu's letter from the straw. This is what he left behind. That murderer came here to choose who would die. It was he who stood up to save us. He said if anyone came looking for him, to give this letter to them. He also said that everything was his own choice. Qing Feng recognized Ming Lu's handwriting and burst into tears. The anger in Bu Chuyue's heart grew stronger. She immediately went to look for Wang to settle the score. At that time, Ning Wang was struggling outside the cave. He was worried that Bu Chuyue would find evidence that could severely damage his reputation. But before he could make up his mind, Yuan Mingxiu arrived in time. He declared forcefully that his wife was missing and he was going into the cave to find her. Ning Wang instantly forgot about his interests and stammered, Bu Chuyue is not yours yet. Yuan Mingxiu was full of confidence, sooner or later she will be. This smug expression almost angered Ning Wang to death. At that moment, Bu Chuyue had already walked out with her people. Yuan Mingxiu immediately went up to greet her and carefully sized her up. Bu Chuyue was certainly fine, it was those poor girls who suffered. She pointed at the murderer right in front of everyone. He Dai immediately dragged a middle-aged man out. This man was Zhong Mu, the current Minister of Rights. He fearfully rushed over and hugged Ning Wang's leg, pleading for help. Ning Wang's expression flickered for a moment, but he quickly calmed down and distanced himself. Minister Zhong, don't falsely accuse me. I have been away for a long time. Who knows how you bribed my subordinates and turned this place into your personal brothel. It's truly disappointing. Minister Zhong was struck dumb, instantly understanding the warning implied in his words. He lowered his head and remained silent, obviously admitting to these crimes. Bu Chuyue also knew there was nothing more to be done, so she handed over the rest to Yuan Mingxiu. Yuan Mingxiu immediately took action. He brought Minister Zhong and those girls to justice. Ning Wang anxiously tried to explain to Bu Chuyue, I was expanding the royal mansion and replanting herbs. I really didn't know about Minister Zhong and the cave. Bu Chuyue remained non-committal. There was no direct evidence to incriminate him, and moreover, investigating the case was Yuan Mingxi's business. Everything would be handled by him. Ning Guang couldn't help but feel envious. Yuan Mingxiu is so lucky to have such a caring wife in the future. Wu Chuyue pretended not to understand his meaning. Your Highness can also marry if you find someone suitable. Thank you, Ning Guang said with a strange expression, then confessed, I have indeed met someone I admire, but she's already engaged. If I had met someone like Miss Bu earlier, perhaps I would have married long ago. Wu Chuyue was instantly stunned. How could the dignified prince have such a conversation with an engaged woman? Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Mingxiu was standing not far away, hearing their conversation clearly. Jueisha felt embarrassed for his master. Eavesdropping wasn't appropriate. Yuan Mingxiu maintained a stern face. I was merely admiring the scenery. When did I eavesdrop? Jusha's mouth twitched. Was this still the cold and emotionless master? Ning Guang was still unwilling to give up. Chuyue, you are truly wonderful. You are the most outstanding woman I have ever met. I'm telling you, I admire you. Yuan Mingxiu instantly tensed up, his heart in his throat. Jueisha urged from the side, Sir, you see. You have to be like Ning Guang. Express what you need to express. This way, the mistress will understand your feelings better. If you continue to be so indifferent and cold, the mistress might misunderstand. Women need to be cherished. Yuan Mingxiu glared at Jueisha. Shut up. Do you still want to work for me? Go back and reflect on your words. All right, Jueisha instantly wilted. His master was truly, this general appeared cold as ice, but actually he was incredibly shy. His rival, Ning Guang, actually dared to confess to his fiancée right in front of him. Yuan Mingxiu was so nervous that cold sweat dripped down, his heart pounding. Wu Chuyue dodged Ning Guang's hand and said bluntly, liking someone is your personal business. You've chosen the wrong person to admire. Even if I weren't engaged, I wouldn't accept you because you're not the one for me. Ning Guang was slightly hurt. Miss Bu is truly merciless, but Wu Chuyue felt it necessary to be clear about her feelings. Leading someone on and wasting their feelings would be truly cruel. Although Ning Guang was disappointed, he admired Wu Chuyue even more. He truly hadn't misjudged her. Yuan Mingxiu stormed over, furious. This is my wife. Do I need your permission to admire her? Ning Guang still tried to explain, did you reject me because of a misunderstanding? I was wrongly accused. I really didn't know about what happened in the cave. Wu Chuyue was too lazy to waste her breath on him. If you want people to not know, unless you do nothing wrong. It's just a matter of time before everything is revealed. Regardless of whether your highness is involved in this matter, Minister Zhong must die. After saying that, she turned and left, completely ignoring Ning Guang's offer to escort her. Ning Guang was instantly dumbfounded. Did he really have no hope? But looking at Bu Chiyu's resolute back, such a woman is truly rare. I will never give up. As soon as Bu Chiyu left, it began to rain heavily. Bu Chiyu started to feel cold. Qing Feng hurriedly wrapped her in a cloak. At that moment, Yuan Mingxiu appeared with an umbrella, shielding her from the wind. Bu Chiyu teased playfully, why are you here again? Were you eavesdropping on my conversation with Ning Guang? Yuan Mingxiu's heart skipped a beat. How could I do such a thing? Bu Chiyu almost laughed. Then why are you so nervous? When you heard Ning Guang confess his feelings for me, your breathing became erratic. Do you think I didn't notice? Then tell me honestly, you actually like me a lot, right? Yuan Mingxiu's handsome face flushed, but he still turned his head away. He said against his will, you're talking nonsense. What nonsense? Bu Chiyu pressed on relentlessly. If you didn't like me so much, why would you secretly follow me? And why would you bring an umbrella to protect me from the rain? I knew you liked me. I like you too. Yuan Mingxiu's eyes widened in shock. Do you know what you're saying? Bu Chiyu grabbed his hand and confessed, Yuan Mingxiu, I like you. Yuan Mingxiu excitedly pulled her into his arms, feeling that his long wait had finally paid off. But after a long time, Bu Chiyu didn't hear him speak. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Don't you like me? Yuan Mingxiu looked at her amusingly without answering. This silly girl, is that even a question? Bu Chiyu pouted. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to say you don't like me anymore. From now on, you can only like me. Yuan Mingxiu immediately cupped her face and kissed her deeply. After a long time, he finally let go, looking at her affectionately. Silly Chiyu, you're the most important person in my heart. The one I want to protect forever. I like you, so much that sometimes I'm afraid you'll disappear. So much that I worry about you all the time. Wu Qiu's heart swelled with happiness. She stood on tiptoe and kissed him proactively. Unbeknownst to them, Ningguang was watching all of this. Ningguang clenched his fists. Wu Qiu, since you forced me to this point, you should know that I still have a way to make you suffer. The next day, Yu and Mingxiu accompanied Wu Qiu shopping. The two chatted and laughed, enjoying each other's company. Suddenly, Chu Linglong jumped out again, accusing them angrily. Why are you so intimate in public? Have you forgotten that I'm going to marry into the Yuan family? Yu Wenj, you're embarrassing me by doing this. Wu Qiu rolled her eyes inwardly. Here we go again. This girl's skin is really thick. Chu Linglong continued to complain. Yu Wenj, we used to be so close. Why have you changed? Yuan Mingxiu finally addressed her directly. We were just friends. As for your resemblance to a girl I met in my childhood, that's why I spoke to you a few times. It's not me who has changed, it's your wishful thinking. Wu Qiu felt a pang of jealousy. Who was this girl he met in his childhood? Was there some untold story? Chu Linglong was filled with resentment. I just want to marry you, yet you treat me like this. I won't let you off. Just wait until I marry into the Yuan family. Yuan Mingxia's face turned cold. He said firmly, that's impossible. Chu Linglong pretended to be confident. How do you know it's impossible? I will definitely. Yuan Mingxia's expression darkened. He didn't bother arguing with her. He simply told her to turn around and look. Chu Linglong had a bad premonition. She turned around, and immediately fainted at the sight of the person standing beside Sheng Ji. It was Jiao Hui, Sheng Ji's fiancé. Yuan Mingxiu immediately pulled Wu Qiu away. The imperial edict was officially announced, decreeing the marriage of Yuan Mingxiu and Wu Qiu on the 6th day of the next month. The two looked at each other and smiled. Taking advantage of the commotion, Wu Qiu whispered, did you ask for this? To have us marry so soon? Yuan Mingxiu replied with a mischievous grin, even if you're not happy, it's too late now. Just accept your fate. Wu Qiu pretended to be unwilling. If you treat me badly, be careful, I'll run away. Yuan Mingxiu immediately hugged her and pleaded, I'll only be good to you for the rest of my life, so don't run away, okay? This was the first time Wu Qiu saw him act so coquettishly, and her heart melted instantly. The eunuch coughed, reminding them softly that they could rise after thanking the emperor. There was no need to kneel anymore. Chu Linglong was furious. This is impossible. The empress promised to help me. She immediately demanded to see the imperial edict herself. The ministers all found it amusing. The fearsome general was actually so worried about his wife being snatched away. The emperor had no choice but to issue the imperial edict for their marriage. The wedding would be in a few days. Xin Jinyu couldn't believe it. He suspected it was fake and wanted to see it with his own eyes. The eunuch refused with a smile. The imperial edict is not something you can casually look at. That would be disrespectful to the emperor, but Chu Linglong insisted, claiming the empress' support. She demanded to see it no matter what. Yuan Mingxiu decided to indulge her. Let her see it, let her give up. The eunuch cautiously refused. My lady, you can ask the empress if you have any doubts. Insisting on seeing the imperial edict is a serious offense. After saying that, he returned to the palace with the imperial edict. Chu Linglong flew into a rage and cursed, I'll remember this. Just you wait. Let's see how long your happiness lasts. Yuan Mingxiu said coldly, watch your words. It's best to be respectful to me and my wife. Wu Qiu also advised, Yuan Mingxiu doesn't like you. Whatever you do is useless. You should face reality and stop deceiving yourself. Chu Linglong refused to believe it. It's because of you that Yu Wenj has changed. It's all your fault. I will defeat you and make you both pay. Wu Qiu sighed helplessly. There was no reasoning with a crazy person. Whatever. You're not worth my time. Chu Linglong was so angry that she almost exploded. She opened her mouth to curse again. Wu Qiu was also provoked. In that case, it'll make you hate me even more. With that, she grabbed Yuan Mingxiu's chin and pulled his head down. She kissed him deeply. Yuan Mingxiu responded, wrapping his arms around her waist and deepening the kiss. The two openly displayed their affection. Chu Linglong watched with wide eyes, tears streaming down her face. You're too much. Wu Qiu leaned against Yuan Mingxiu, smugly declaring, see clearly. The Yu Wenj you like is my man. He won't belong to you, he'll only be with me. Yuan Mingxiu hugged Wu Qiu tightly and nodded in agreement. Chu Linglong was heartbroken. I've loved you wench for 10 years. You're just luckier than me. I'm the one who loves you wench the most. I won't give up. Vu Chuyue directly shattered her fantasy. You don't love Yuan Mingxiu, you love the Yuan Mingxiu you've imagined. Do you know what he likes? What kind of person he is? What kind of person he needs by his side? You're beautiful and have the Empress support, but he doesn't need someone like you to save him. Think about what I said, and think about what you truly feel for Yuan Mingxiu. Chu Linglong staggered back, her beliefs shaken. Vu Chuyue didn't bother with her anymore. She held Yuan Mingxiu's hand and left. Chu Linglong glared at their retreating figures. It's so painful to have your love treated like this. Suddenly, Jiyu Xinrong appeared. What are you doing here, spying on me? Jiyu Xinrong wasn't angry. I just think that we are similar, Prime Minister's daughter and you, both unattainable loves for Bu Chuyue. Chu Linglong was stunned. Jiyu Xinyu has already married you. What do you mean by similar? Jiyu Xinrong's expression darkened. I have his body, but not his heart. His heart will always belong to Bu Chuyue. Chu Linglong's hatred was stirred. I don't understand why he doesn't like me when I'm so much better. Jiyu Xinrong seized the opportunity to instigate her. As long as Bu Chuyue isn't around to occupy his attention, one day he will see you. As long as we work together to get rid of this thorn in our side, we both win. Chu Linglong was persuaded. She asked him, what should we do? Jiyu Xinrong reached out his hand, emitting a sinister aura. Have you ever seen thousands of insects in winter? He pointed, and Chu Linglong looked in that direction, instantly horrified. The ground was covered with all kinds of insects. Chu Linglong almost screamed. Jiyu Xinrong said, this is the best way to deal with Bu Chuyue. No, she's too kind. Chu Linglong hesitated. Qing Feng was puzzled. After Master Yuan dealt with Ning Wang, Minister Zhong was executed. Ning Wang's mother was also demoted. Even Zhong Wutong was punished. What else is Miss unhappy about? Vu Chuyue complained. The Empress pushed Chu Linglong towards Yuan Mingxiu on purpose. Qing Feng hurriedly tried to soothe Bu Chuyue's anger. Don't be angry, miss, you've already married the man you love. As for the rest, it's not something Master Yuan can control. Everyone is speculating which wife's room Master Yuan will visit tonight. Don't quarrel with him, miss, don't let Chu Linglong get the upper hand. Vu Chuyue was furious. Yuan Mingxiu better come to my room. The wedding day arrived. Early in the morning, the stylist arrived and meticulously applied Bu Chuyue's makeup. Everyone lamented the birthmark on her face, but Bu Chuyue chuckled, and immediately took out ointment to remove the birthmark. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a beautiful bride. Bu Chuyue smiled triumphantly. Yuan Mingxiu, I'll give you a surprise today. Meanwhile, Chu Linglong had already arrived at the Yuan residence. But even after reaching the main gate, no one from the general's mansion came out to greet her. How could anyone not see where Yuan Mingxiu's heart lay? He clearly didn't care about Chu Linglong at all. Chu Linglong gripped the spirit-banishing dragon artifact tightly. Fortunately, he had foreseen this. I planned to pretend to stumble while crossing the brazier. With a slight tilt of her head, the red veil slipped, revealing her beautiful face and delicate features. The paid gossipers I planted in the crowd started exclaiming, Linlong Juntsu is as beautiful as a celestial being. I heard she would be extremely ugly, but Miss Jiyu is stunning. This made Jiyu quickly readjust her veil, and angrily muttered to herself, Chu Linglong, you hateful thing. You just wait. I'll make you lose everything you have now. Chu Linglong thought hatefully, Jiyu, just you wait. I'll make you lose everything you have now. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, Junzu, you can't go any further. The ghostly-faced young lady and Xingji Junzu arrived at the Jiyu family residence together. Everyone was guessing which lady the esteemed General Yuan would marry. On the wedding day, Xingji Junzu arrived at the Jiang residence one step ahead. She waited all day, but no one came to greet her, so she was about to take the initiative. Suddenly, a sharp voice stopped her. Junzu, you can't go any further. Chu Linglong asked, puzzled, why not? Yahuan said anxiously, because no one came to open the gate. Lin Long immediately tore off her veil. How outrageous! Yuan Mingxiu rode his tall horse, leading Yingqing troop. He personally came to receive Jiyu Qiyu. Everyone was shocked. General Yuan only had eyes for Miss Jiyu. Yuan Mingxiu dismounted, and personally helped Jiyu Qiyu onto his horse. Hand in hand, they walked towards the Jiang residence. Yuan Mingxiu looked at Jiyu Qiyu with tenderness. Chu Linglong's heart was filled with hatred. This should have been me. Soon, someone started to criticize. Miss Jiyu is getting married, why won't she let us see her face? Is she ashamed of herself? Jiyu Chiyu retorted coldly, people shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I never thought my face was anything special. Dalbanansha sneered, who doesn't know Miss Jiyu is notoriously ugly. You're not worthy of being the general's wife. You're too ugly to be seen by Chaoyang and foreign dignitaries. You're a disgrace to General Yuan. Yuan Mingxiu was furious. He ordered his men to arrest these troublemakers, but Jiyu Chiyu stopped him and asked Dalbanansha what he wanted. Dalbanansha said bluntly, naturally, to give up your position. Don't embarrass everyone. Jiyu Chiyu laughed. So that's what you want. I'll tell you straight. Not only will I not give up my position, but I also demand that my husband shall have no other wives besides me. Everyone was stunned. Miss Jiyu was openly challenging the empress. Dalbanansha was relentless and insisted that Jiyu Chiyu remove her veil for everyone to see. Jiyu Chiyu was provoked. Locating the source of the voice, she flipped Dalbanansha onto the ground with a swift move. Everyone was shocked. Miss Jiyu is truly angry. General, aren't you going to intervene? There are so many people watching. Yuan Mingxiu looked at Jiyu Chiyu with approval. They deserve it. My wife is merely defending herself. If I don't remove their arrogance now, they'll only cause more trouble later. Everyone felt a chill. Miss Gu's actions might cause serious consequences. Yuan Mingxiu said domineeringly, I'm not afraid. A war god paired with a troublemaker is a perfect match. Dalbanansha, still on the ground, shouted, you dare bully the commoners like this. I will report you to the emperor. Jiyu Chiyu sneered, go ahead. Do you think I'm those timid ghosts who are scared by your words? I have to get my revenge. Otherwise, anyone can come and bully me. I'll go to his majesty. Even a noble like you can be punished by the military. Dalbanansha was stunned. He didn't expect her to be so bold. Jiyu Chiyu laughed triumphantly. You think I'll let you mock me? Whether I'm beautiful or not is none of your business. What kind of person I am is also not up to you to decide. Dalbanansha sneered, you're still ugly. You're not as beautiful as Linlong Junzu. Jiyu Chiyu was completely enraged. She ordered Jueisha to seize him. Jueisha immediately stepped forward and grabbed him. As Dalbanansha struggled, he tore off Jiyu Chiyu's veil, revealing her true face. Jiyu Chiyu was breathtakingly beautiful. There was no trace of ugliness. Gasps of admiration filled the air. How can someone be so beautiful? Miss Jiyu is a goddess. Jiyu Chiyu kicked Dalbanansha angrily. Dalbanansha coughed up blood and fell into Yuan Mingxiu's arms. Yuan Mingxiu was furious. My hands were meant to unveil her. How dare he touch my wife? Jueisha immediately grabbed Dalbanansha's hand. Yuan Mingxiu ordered Jueisha to break the man's hand. Jueisha examined Dalbanansha's hand and discovered a tattoo. Yuan Mingxiu's expression turned serious. It seems those people haven't learned their lesson. Jueisha said excitedly, years ago, we defeated them and they surrendered. Now they dare to cause trouble again. Yuan Mingxiu ordered Jueisha to take Dalbanansha away. Everyone looked at him with admiration. A soldier should be like Jueisha, and a general should be like Yuan Mingxiu. Jiyu Chiyu looked at Yuan Mingxiu's smiling face and felt a warmth in her heart. Chu Linglong was shocked. How could this be? The scars on Jiyu Chiyu's face. He felt his heart sink. He couldn't win her back. Yuan Mingxiu extended his hand to Jiyu Chiyu. Come, steal my heart. Jiyu Chiyu asked coldly, General Yuan, are you planning to bring both your wives into the bridal chamber tonight? Yuan Mingxiu was taken aback. Today is our wedding day. Don't joke around. Jiyu Chiyu was furious. You know I'm against this, yet you still forced me. Do you really think the Empress can control me? Yuan Mingxiu fell silent, unsure of what to say. Jiyu Chiyu took out the imperial edict. I refuse to share a husband. But I can't disobey the Emperor's order. General Yuan, you can marry Pang Yun, but she's not qualified to be my equal. Yuan Mingxiu stared at the edict, speechless. The infamous young lady finally married the cold-faced general, but the Empress arranged for Xingji Junzu to marry into the Jiang family on the same day. Jiyu Chiyu presented the imperial edict and declared that Pang Yun wasn't qualified to be her equal. Yuan Mingxiu suddenly laughed, amused by Jiyu Chiyu's antics. Jiyu Chiyu was stunned. He's not angry. Yuan Mingxiu said tenderly, you can do whatever you want, as long as it's within my protection. Jiyu Chiyu's anger instantly dissipated, replaced by a touch of emotion. This dog man is truly, Yuan Mingxiu continued, this time, I'll only warn you once. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be so lenient. My heart belongs to you. Are you willing to marry me again after this? Everyone cheered. General Yuan is so kind. You two are a perfect match. The more they talked, the more envious they became. Suddenly, Jiyu Xinrong appeared. Jiyu Qiyu was surprised. Why is she here? Jiyu Xinrong said with fake concern, elder sister, you always say you want to be a role model for women, but how can I allow you to marry such a man? Jiyu Qiyu smiled, not stopping her, wanting to see what she was up to. Jiyu Xinrong said righteously, Yuan Mingxiu is cruel and ruthless. Our Jiyu family will never accept such a son-in-law. Everyone agreed, saying they wouldn't allow their daughters to marry such a man. Jiyu Xinrong became more confident. See? Everyone agrees with me. You should trust me. I'm doing this for your own good. We're sisters, I wouldn't harm you. Jiyu Qiyu sneered, everyone agreed I was ugly before. Now that I'm beautiful, you're trying to manipulate me under the guise of for my own good. You all think General Yuan is cruel and ruthless, but he brought peace and stability to Chaoyang. Without him, how can we live in peace? Go experience their gentle kindness yourselves. Someone has to shed blood and sacrifice, so we can live in peace. I'm willing to marry Yuan Mingxiu not because I accept his ruthlessness, but because I can't let him lose his faith and sword. Jiyu Qiyu's voice was clear and firm. Yuan Mingxiu did nothing wrong, nor did his soldiers. Yuan Mingxiu, deeply moved, pulled her into a hug. Jiyu Qiyu repeated, if you marry me, you can't have other women. Yuan Mingxiu agreed readily. I only want you. I don't care what others think, but I have to fight for my fallen brothers. They fought for their families and homeland, only to be labeled as cruel and cold-blooded. The soldiers looked downcast. The onlookers also felt it was unfair. Yuan Mingxiu looked at Jiyu Qiyu gratefully. Thank you for speaking up for me, for my soldiers, and for standing by my side. Jiyu Qiyu smiled. I don't care what others say. I just want to marry a hero who protects his country. Then she cried in Yuan Mingxiu's arms. Yuan Mingxiu, you are the hero in my heart. I, Jiyu Qiyu, am willing to marry you. Yuan Mingxiu held her tightly, feeling like he had finally found his soulmate. Jueisha knelt down and apologized. Thank you, madam, for speaking up for us. The soldiers cheered. Long live madam. The generals also came to congratulate them. They were about to leave for battle, and wanted to drink with her. Jiyu Qiyu raised her glass. I wish you all a victorious return. Chulinglong watched them with jealousy. Why can't I have this happiness? Yao Huan suggested she plead with the emperor. Just then, a eunuch arrived with the empress decree, summoning the Junzu back. The empress has something to discuss with you. Junzu, don't be sad. It's important to meet with the empress. Chulinglong cursed, if the empress had foreseen this, why did she agree to the marriage in the first place? This is humiliating. Chulinglong was afraid of offending the empress. The eunuch said, the unruly girl beside the Junzu should be disciplined. Chulinglong didn't dare to say anything and followed the eunuch obediently. Back at the wedding, during the ritual of crossing the brazier, Jiyu Qiyu felt a little uneasy. Yuan Mingxiu sensed her hesitation and smiled at her. Qiyu. He carried her across the brazier. After entering the bridal chamber, they held hands. Yuan Mingxiu teased, my wife, are you nervous? Jiyu Qiyu retorted, you're nervous. Your whole family is nervous. Yuan Mingxiu laughed and placed her hand on his chest. Yes, I'm nervous. My lady, can you feel my heart beating? Help me calm down. Jiyu Qiyu blushed. You're playing dirty. She playfully punched him. Yuan Mingxiu carried her to the bed. Is this the rolling you mentioned? He then kissed her. Jiyu Qiyu bit his lip. Yuan Mingxiu's eyes widened. His body trembled with excitement. Jiyu Qiyu thought, this man looks tough on the outside, but is actually quite passionate. I'll make him submit to me. But no matter what she did, Yuan Mingxiu remained unmoved. He just said, do you want to continue? And then stopped. Jiyu Qiyu was dumbfounded. You're stopping on our wedding night. But looking at his handsome face, she couldn't stay angry. She cuddled up to him and fell asleep. But her little hands were restless. Yuan Mingxiu couldn't pretend any longer. He had been tormented all night. The next morning, Jiyu Qiyu asked him why he stopped last night. Yuan Mingxiu revealed a shocking truth. The cold-faced general finally married the woman he loved, but refused to consummate the marriage on their wedding night, because he just learned that the bride might be his younger sister. Everyone thought the bride would be devastated, but Jiyu Qiyu clapped her hands. This story has a twist. Yuan Mingxiu was stunned. This reaction is strange. Is she shocked? Jiyu Qiyu said, do you think you'll be heartbroken? This isn't even confirmed. Even if it's true, Yuan Mingxiu became tense. Is it really true? Jiyu Qiyu laughed. Such a handsome man. If I can't be your wife, being your sister is fine too. Yuan Mingxiu was speechless. Do you know the difference between a brother and a husband? Jiyu Qiyu almost couldn't breathe from laughing. You're a god, how can you not know? Yuan Mingxiu was both curious and amused. His worries vanished. This woman is truly unique. He couldn't help but hug her tightly, his heart finally at ease. Jiyu Qiyu was unfazed. So you also get nervous. She then pushed him out the door. Go investigate. I'll be waiting. Yuan Mingxiu was pushed out of the bridal chamber, the door slamming shut behind him. Jueisha asked cautiously, General, why did Madam kick you out on your wedding night? Yuan Mingxiu thought for a moment. Is it because the previous trials weren't challenging enough? Jueisha denied quickly, no, it's not that. Yuan Mingxiu smirked and gave him a new task. The 4 concubines arranged by the Empress have arrived, and they are all stunningly beautiful. Qing Feng became angry. The Empress is too much. Jiyu Qiyu remained calm and arranged for them to stay in the side courtyard. Qing Feng patted her chest and assured her, even if they are spies, I can handle them. But the most urgent matter is, there's no consummation record. Jiyu Qiyu admitted, I didn't sleep with Yuan Mingxiu last night. I want him to know the consequences of offending me. Qing Feng could only pity Yuan Mingxiu. Poor general. Jiyu Qiyu changed into a new outfit, preparing to visit the Empress. The maids, Hongmei and others, disapproved. It's too extravagant. You should dress more modestly. Unsure of what to wear, Jiyu Qiyu left the decision to Qing Feng. Qing Feng retorted, Madam can wear whatever she likes. Who are you to question her? Hongmei argued, as a member of the royal family, she must follow royal etiquette. Don't embarrass General Yuan. The other maids chimed in, Madam, please reconsider. Don't bring trouble to the general. The general has many concubines, please be mindful of your actions. Jiyu Qiyu was exasperated. I'll wear what I want. If you don't like it, leave. Don't try to control me. Qing Feng said coldly, Madam, don't worry. They'll be doing all the chores in the mansion. Jiyu Qiyu added, make sure they are underfed. When they are at their weakest, remind me to visit them. Qing Feng couldn't help but admire her. Madam is brilliant. Just then, Yuan Mingxiu arrived to pick her up. He complimented her outfit immediately. Jiyu Qiyu smiled. You look even better. Yuan Mingxiu carried her into the carriage and held her close. Jiyu Qiyu pushed him away playfully. Don't be so intimate, what if someone sees us? Yuan Mingxiu was amused. Why are you so shy with me? Jiyu Qiyu giggled. Because you're my older brother. Yuan Mingxiu couldn't stand this. I don't think we look like siblings at all. Jiyu Qiyu also found it strange. I'm indeed not Jiyu Yanqing's daughter, but who my father is remains a mystery. But if you're talking about the emperor, Jiyu Qiyu was surprised to learn that Yuan Mingxiu was the emperor's nephew, but he became General Yuan's adopted son. This was truly unexpected. Jiyu Qiyu suspected he might be aiming for the throne. Yuan Mingxiu had no desire to be emperor. It all depended on whether Jiyu Qiyu wanted to rule the world. Jiyu Qiyu had no desire to be empress. Being a general's wife was already troublesome enough. Being empress would be even worse. Yuan Mingxiu was curious. What do you really want? Jiyu Qiyu just wanted to be an ordinary person, with money and freedom to travel. Speaking of money, Yuan Mingxiu suddenly remembered he still owed her money. Shouldn't you pay me back with interest now? Jiyu Qiyu quickly changed the subject. The weather is so nice today. Arriving at the palace, they split up. Jiyu Qiyu went to greet the empress first. Everyone was stunned by her beauty. Weren't the rumors saying she was incredibly ugly? Bao Zhuan whispered, Madam is so fortunate. Hearing him address her as Jiyu Furen, Jiyu Chuyue knew the empress didn't want to acknowledge her as Yuan Mingxiu's wife. As expected, everyone treated her coldly. I heard that Jiyu Daxioja seduced General Yuan at the academy. How unladylike. If my daughter dared to do such a thing, I'd break her legs. Jiyu Chuyue simply smiled at their barbs. Don't stop her. Who doesn't want to see the newlywed wife of the cold-faced General Yuan suffer? She was summoned by the empress so early in the morning. General Yuan actually accompanied her. He truly dotes on her. He even personally served her food. What a doting husband. The Empress, Jiyu Chuyue, and Yuan Mingxiu had just gotten married. Early in the morning, the Empress sent for Jiyu Chuyue, bringing along 4 beautiful concubines. She even taunted Jiyu Chuyue. Jiyu Chuyue went to the palace to see the Empress. Upon meeting, the Empress addressed her as Jiyu Furen, clearly not wanting to acknowledge her relationship with Yuan Mingxiu. She even allowed concubine Fei to sneer at her. I heard Miss Jiyu seduced General Yuan at the academy. How improper. If my daughter dared to do this, I would certainly beat her. The Empress didn't stop her, but instead smiled and asked Jiyu Chuyue to show off her culinary skills. This clearly showed the Empress was treating Jiyu Chuyue like a servant, wanting to see her make a fool of herself. Jiyu Chuyue pretended to be embarrassed. My husband is a grumpy man. He's very strict with me, and doesn't allow me to leave the house or cook for others. Unless your majesty sends someone to ask the emperor for permission, I cannot cook for everyone. The empress didn't dare involve the emperor and Yuan Mingxiu, and could only regretfully say she wouldn't force her. Jiyu Chuyue then calmly sat down. Not long after, Yuan Mingxiu, worried about Jiyu Chuyue, arrived and greeted the empress. He immediately went to Jiyu Chuyue, and asked her with concern if anyone had bullied her. The empress and concubine Fei were stunned when he asked this. Yuan Mingxiu ignored them and sat beside Jiyu Chuyue, accompanying her. Everyone was shocked. This was the legendary cold-faced general. Yuan Mingxiu even personally served Jiyu Chuyue food, completely ignoring everyone else, until Jiyu Chuyue had finished eating. He then took her hand to leave. Jiyu Chuyue's cheeks were flushed red. He always liked to hold her hand lately. Yuan Mingxiu held Jiyu Chuyue's hand and bid farewell to the empress. The empress was displeased and wanted to keep them, but she suddenly discovered the emperor standing behind her, shaking his head slightly, his eyes full of coldness. The empress' heart skipped a beat. She could only watch as they left hand in hand. After they left, the emperor coldly warned the empress, Yuan Mingxiu is loyal, and Jiyu Chuyue is useful to the country and the people. Don't create discord between them because of your jealousy. Don't let others take advantage of this. The empress asked unwillingly, so Yuan Mingxiu is really your... But she was cut off by a sharp glare from the emperor. The emperor, emanating a murderous aura, warned the empress, don't do anything you'll regret. The empress instantly paled and quickly agreed, but in her heart, she seethed with hatred. Yuan Mingxiu, Jiyu Chuyue, one day it'll make you pay. Meanwhile, Jiyu Chuyue and Yuan Mingxiu had left the palace. Jiyu Chuyue breathed a sigh of relief, but she was immediately shocked. Why are there so many people here? The commoners, who were previously waiting by the street, all cheered for Jiyu Chuyue. Jiyu Furen, you're amazing. Jiyu Chuyue was overjoyed and greeted them back. Someone even excitedly threw a flower basket. Jiyu Chuyue was stunned by their enthusiasm. Jiyu Chuyue was overwhelmed. Why are they so enthusiastic? It's like I've returned from a victorious battle. Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. Now, Furen is both famous and respected. Even the emperor is not as popular as you. Jiyu Chuyue laughed heartily. Yuan Daren, are you jealous? Yuan Mingxiu pulled her into his arms. I'm just happy for my wife. What's wrong with that? Jiyu Chuyue jokingly said, what's wrong? What's wrong with being jealous? Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. Don't spout nonsense. I'm already yours. Jiyu Chuyue chuckled, and Yuan Mingxiu finally relaxed. From a conversation with the emperor, Jiyu Chuyue learned that her father had cared about the Jiyu family's declining fortunes before he died. Her maternal grandfather must have been involved. Jiyu Chuyue hadn't contacted her maternal family for a long time, but for her father's sake, she decided to visit them. Yuan Mingxiu, worried about her going alone, insisted on accompanying her. Just then, Yao Jian rushed in, panicked. There's an emergency. A pregnant woman is having difficulty giving birth. It's been a whole day, and the baby is possibly a breech birth. It could be life-threatening. Jiyu Chuyue rushed to the pharmacy, and saw a pregnant woman writhing in pain. The doctor was sweating profusely, but helpless. Jiyu Chuyue examined her, and decided to perform a section. This is too risky. If it fails, it will be your fault. You could even be arrested. Jiyu Chuyue refused to back down. It's to save lives. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, it might not fail. Doing nothing will cost 3 lives. Prepare everything. The doctor could only grit his teeth and assist. Jiyu Chuyue quietly told the doctor to exaggerate the situation's severity. The doctor's eyes lit up. He understood Jiyu Chuyu's intentions. Jiyu Chuyu held the pregnant woman's hand and reassured her. Don't be afraid. I will save all three of you. Soon, a crowd gathered, accusing Jiyu Chuyu of recklessness. Some even called the guards, waiting to arrest her, but soon, the cries of a baby were heard. Both mother and twins were safe. Everyone was stunned. Jiyu Chuyu had succeeded. The father of the children came out holding the babies, announcing the good news. Everyone praised Jiyu Chuyu. Yuan Mingxiu, carrying Yao Jian, also came to check on Jiyu Chuyu. This time, Jiyu Chuyu and Yao Jian spoke in unison. Jiyu Chuyu is beautiful, kind, and skilled in medicine. She and General Yuan are a perfect match. Jiyu Chuyu ran towards Yuan Mingxiu. Yuan Mingxiu was about to embrace her, when he suddenly sensed danger. He immediately ordered Jueisha to protect Jiyu Chuyu and shielded her. At that moment, a hidden weapon flew straight towards Jiyu Chuyu. General Yuan's wife is being attacked. The guards immediately drew their swords. Just as the hidden weapon was about to hit Jiyu Chuyu, Yuan Mingxiu intercepted it. He rushed to Jiyu Chuyu's side and shielded her, cutting down the attacker. Yuan Mingxiu anxiously checked on Jiyu Chuyu. Jiyu Chuyu calmly reassured him, which calmed him down. Jiyu Chuyu sneered at the assassins. Do you think him just a talker? How naive. Then, the couple fought side by side against the assassins. They quickly overpowered their enemies. The assassins were shocked. Is this General Yuan's strength? And that woman, she's so skilled. Just then, a flying dagger appeared. Yuan Mingxiu immediately pushed Jiyu Chuyu out of the way. He dodged the dagger, and caught Jiyu Chuyu. Looking at the assassins below, Jiyu Chuyu chuckled. I wonder who I offended to warrant such an elaborate attack. Yuan Mingxiu sneered. These assassins are rather crude. Someone even shouted 2 Jew assassins. They are trying to frame the 2 Jew people. Yuan Mingxiu shouted, you'll regret coming here. He then punched an assassin who tried to sneak up on him. Just then, a masked man appeared, clapping. What a remarkable couple. Jueisha warned, my lord, be careful. Here's the one who released the hidden weapon. The masked man laughed. Yuan Mingxiu, long time no see. You didn't expect me to be alive, did you? You ruined my army, humiliated me, and made me lose face in front of the Khan. I haven't forgotten any of this. I wanted to surprise your little beauty, but she surprised me even more. Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened. Shut up, but the masked man continued, little beauty, following this man is boring. Why not come with me to the vast grasslands? Yuan Mingxiu's killing intent exploded. You're courting death. Jiyu Chuyu started taunting, you must be ugly, that's why you wear a mask. I don't like ugly men. And you're clearly unskilled, your aim was terrible. You should ask my husband for some medicine. You know, for your performance issues. The masked man was speechless. He only felt pain in his fingers. The next moment, his fingers felt like they were broken, accompanied by cracking sounds. Yuan Mingxiu whispered, that's just a warning. If you dare to be disrespectful again, you won't be so lucky. The masked man clutched his injured hand, enduring the intense pain. He immediately ordered his men to retreat. Jiyu Chuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, some peace. Yuan Mingxiu pulled her into his arms. He carried Jiyu Chuyu onto the roof. Jueisha asked, my lord, should we pursue them? Yuan Mingxiu shook his head. There's no need. They'll be back. Jiyu Chuyu complained playfully, you're the one who provoked them. Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. My apologies for worrying you, Furen. Jiyu Chuyu had already prepared herself mentally for such dangers. No wonder he's always been so worried. Other women must be afraid of him dying young. Only she's brave enough to be with him. Yuan Mingxiu nodded in agreement. Jusha's face darkened. My lord, my lady, can we go back now? Jiyu Chuyu suddenly remembered something. Haven't you eaten yet? I saved some food for you. Yuan Mingxiu's face lit up. It has no flavor without you, Furen. Jueisha felt like he was being force-fed dog food. He'd rather be assassinated. Soon, they returned to their residence. As soon as they entered the room, Jiyu Chuyu quickly closed the door. The next moment, Yuan Mingxiu collapsed. Fortunately, Jiyu Chuyu was prepared and caught him. Yuan Mingxiu stubbornly said, I'm fine. Jiyu Chuyu scolded him, don't pretend in front of me. You've pushed yourself to the limit. If they had noticed, they could have easily poisoned you. She helped him take off his clothes and applied acupuncture needles. Yuan Mingxiu asked weakly. You knew I was poisoned. Ji Yuchuyue nodded confidently. Your poison is similar to mine. I can cure my face, so I can cure you too. But when she started applying the needles, she saw his toned chest. Ji Yuchuyue was mesmerized, her hand lingering on his chest. My husband is so handsome. I can't resist. Yuan Mingxiu pulled her into his arms. Now you don't have to resist. Ji Yuchuyue immediately snapped out of it and ran away. Yuan Mingxiu didn't force her, but reminded her to bring more guards when she goes out. Ji Yuchuyue was a little dissatisfied. I'm not weak. Didn't you see my skills today? Yuan Mingxiu said gently. Even if you're skilled, you still need to be careful. I'd be worried. Ji Yuchuyue was immediately appeased. He's so good at sweet talking now. Ji Yuchuyue had food prepared, and lectured him like a father. You must eat on time. Many illnesses are caused by neglecting your health. Yuan Mingxiu nodded obediently. Ji Yuchuyue was amused. He's so obedient now. She urged him to eat. Do I have to feed you? To her surprise, Yuan Mingxiu opened his mouth. He waited obediently to be fed. The fearsome General Yuan on the battlefield was a docile kitten in front of his wife. He even waited to be fed. Ji Yuchuyue, looking at the food in her hand, was speechless. She urged him to tell her about the masked man. How did you offend him? He seems to hate you intensely. Yuan Mingxiu pretended to be nonchalant. So what if he hates me? Ji Yuchuyue pouted. What if you weren't there today? Would I have been taken by him? Yuan Mingxiu imagined that horrifying scene and shuddered. He pulled Ji Yuchuyue into his arms. He couldn't imagine living without her. He realized he should tell her some things. So, Yuan Mingxiu took Ji Yuchuyue to the study, and opened a secret passage behind the bookshelf. Ji Yuchuyue was scared. She could only cling to Yuan Mingxiu. Inside the passage, they found a treasure trove. Ji Yuchuyue was shocked. Are you planning a rebellion? Yuan Mingxiu explained. These are spoils of war, mostly from foreign tribes. The emperor is kind and doesn't care about these. They are all yours now. He pushed open the innermost door. The dazzling gold almost blinded Ji Yuchuyue. Mountains of gold ingots filled the room. Ji Yuchuyue's jaw dropped. So much money. I could never spend it all. Why not use it for the people? Many are still suffering. Yuan Mingxiu explained that revealing this wealth would attract trouble. Even the emperor couldn't protect him. He planned to use it to fund the army. Ji Yuchuyue agreed. A strong army is essential for a strong nation. He works so hard. Yuan Mingxiu smiled. I need your help with the next step. Ji Yuchuyue tried to refuse. This is too much responsibility, but Yuan Mingxiu said, you're already part of the Yuan family. You can't refuse. Ji Yuchuyue stomped her foot. She didn't want this trouble, but Yuan Mingxiu simply patted her head, reassuring her. You can invest in Liu Furen's business. You'll make a lot of money. You can use all of this if you need. Ji Yuchuyue was immediately tempted. With his investment, she could expand her business exponentially. It was like a money-printing machine, but she knew even if she earned a lot, it wouldn't be enough to cover the military expenses. Yuan Mingxiu whispered in her ear, I believe in your business acumen. And Liu Furen will help you. I'm confident. Ji Yuchuyue complained, you even planned to involve Liu Furen. Is everyone around me part of your scheme? Yuan Mingxiu said matter-of-factly, why not use available resources? Ji Yuchuyue was speechless. This man is so cunning. Yuan Mingxiu then explained, that masked man is Prince Hama of Tuju. I sowed discord between him and his father, and killed the fourth prince of Tuju. I also wounded him, so he's been chasing me. Ji Yuchuyue said excitedly, let him come. I'll show him what we're capable of. Yuan Mingxiu wouldn't let her fight alone. He clapped, and a group of shadow guards appeared silently. These guards operate in the shadows. They can protect you and eliminate threats. You have more enemies now, so you must accept their protection. Ji Yuchuyue sensed his worry and agreed obediently, but Yuan Mingxiu was still worried. Many forces will emerge. You must protect yourself. I can't lose you. Ji Yuchuyue felt a surge of warmth. Yuan Mingxiu suddenly felt the urge to run away with her. Ji Yuchuyue rolled her eyes. Be patient. We'll leave when we find proof that we're not related. Now, go away. You're not sleeping here. She mercilessly shut him out. Yuan Mingxiu could only sigh. Meanwhile, the empress was furious. Chu Lingwen was forced to marry the Tuju prince. Chu Lingwen cried, it's all Yuan Mingxiu's fault. He humiliated me in front of everyone. I'll never forgive him. The Empress sighed. She shook her head. You did this to yourself. You must bear the consequences. This affects the relationship between two nations. Even I can't help you, Chu Lingwen cried desperately. I just wanted Yuan Mingxiu. I didn't mean to cause such trouble, but it was too late. The Empress lamented her lack of power. If she were more powerful, Yuan Mingxiu wouldn't dare to reject Chu Lingwen. Chu Lingwen suddenly realized something. Because we have the sky-mending stone, we can't control our own destinies. She decided to seduce the two Jew prince and seize power. Chu Linglong evilly thought, after you make me the assault king, just you all wait. Meanwhile, Jiu Qia recently hasn't been doing too well. Has been pursued by Feng Qiong's men, but thankfully he was rescued by He Dai. Jiu Hanqing is being forced by her family to marry someone she doesn't like. Luckily, Jiu Qia helped her out with a plan. At this time, Qing Feng hurriedly reported, Madam, please go and see Master Yuan. This man is a devil in the entire Qing dynasty court. Yuan Mingxiu is being all sorts of clingy. He doesn't want to go to court, he just wants to be with his wife. At night, he even insists on helping his wife wash her feet. He's constantly showering his wife with affection, just wanting to be with her. Because his wife isn't happy, Yuan Mingxiu directly asked the emperor for leave to stay home and cook for her. Jiu Qia was invited over, and she saw Yuan Mingxiu humming as he cooked. Seeing her, he smiled gently and said, The food will be ready soon, my lady. Everyone present exclaimed, My lord is so handsome and skilled. Jiu Qia was completely stunned, her face burning. Yuan Mingxiu, that's enough. Everyone is watching. Yuan Mingxiu remained unfazed and simply urged her to return to their room. Soon, Yuan Mingxiu prepared a table full of dishes. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised pork, and fish-fragrant eggplant. Jiu Qia was drooling. She didn't expect her husband to be such a good cook. Jiu Qia ate heartily. Her mouth still pretended to be stern. The taste is all right. But don't think you can get away with this just because you cooked a nice meal. Yuan Mingxiu looked wronged. He showed her his slightly burnt hands from cooking. Jiu Qi's heart softened. This man is good at playing the victim. Yuan Mingxiu hugged her and pleaded, I want to be with you, day and night. If you're still not willing to forgive me, I'll wash your feet tonight. Jiu Qia couldn't resist. Fine, I forgive you. Go back to the military camp. However, although Hes prepared the bed for me, we still have to sleep separately. Yuan Mingxiu didn't argue. As long as I can be with you, even sleeping on the floor is fine. Afterwards, Jiu Qia started to get busy. Business was good, and she had opened a new branch. She was very busy, and Yuan Mingxiu watched from the side. Zhong Wuzhong ordered beautiful women and men to be brought to his residence. Some were tortured to death, some were forced into prostitution, and some were sold to powerful individuals with specific fetishes. Yuan Mingxiu slammed his fist on the table. This is unbearable. Overwhelmed with emotion, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Yuan Mingxiu collapsed on the table, his last conscious thought a whisper of Qia. Jiu Qia rushed over, panicked. By now, Yuan Mingxiu had fainted. Jiu Qia hurriedly called for Jueisha. They carried Yuan Mingxiu to the bed. Jiu Qia asked if this had happened before. Jueisha said it had happened since childhood, but the Lord himself wasn't aware of it. He only occasionally had chest pains. Jiu Qia realized he had a serious psychological condition, which could lead to confusion and amnesia over time. It was a multiple personality disorder. She couldn't help but wonder, did Yuan Mingxiu suffer a lot as a child? Do the Emperor and Empress know about his condition? Jueisha replied, has been like this ever since I started serving him. I've seen him have episodes a few times. When the Lord was 10, General Yuan and his wife died on the battlefield. The Lord suddenly became like this. Half an hour later, he regained consciousness and never had another episode after that. Jueisha knelt and begged, Madam, please save my lord. He's my everything. Jiu Qia laughed. Do you think you'll stop loving him just because he's ill? No matter who he is or what he becomes, you'll always love him. Jiu Qia looked at Yuan Mingxiu with heartache. You must have suffered a lot in the past. I'll cure you. She then gave Jueisha some instructions. The next day, Yuan Mingxiu woke up. He saw Jiu Qia by his bedside and felt a pang of guilt, unsure if he had hurt her during his episode. Yuan Mingxiu gently caressed her face. It was all his fault for making her worry so much. Jiu Qia stirred awake. She stretched and yawned. How was your sleep? Yuan Mingxiu smiled playfully. Very soft, but not as soft as yours. Ji Yuchia pinched his ear playfully. Be careful what you say, or I'll keep pinching you. Yuan Mingxia's heart skipped a beat. Wait, my illness. Ji Yuchia smiled slyly. Do you think you can hide it from a divine doctor like me? Tell me everything now. Yuan Mingxiu admitted to his psychological condition. It was a difficult topic. Ji Yuchia gently held him. Everyone's heart can be hurt. I don't want you to become a twisted person, and I don't want to be absent when you're hurting. Yuan Mingxiu hugged her tightly. You will be there. You can't escape me. Seeing his playful yet vulnerable side, Ji Yuchia sighed in relief. Now she understood why he was always reluctant to leave. He was afraid of his illness. Yuan Mingxia's burning kiss revealed his true feelings. Ji Yuchia pinched his cheeks playfully. Let me cure you properly. We'll settle this score later. Yuan Mingxiu held her hand tenderly. You're so good. Let's visit your family tomorrow. The next day, they both wore casual clothes and returned to the Jiu family residence. Upon entering, everyone praised them. The young couple look so good together. They are truly a perfect match. They exchanged glances, clearly a newlywed couple deeply in love. Jing Zuelian's eyes almost popped out. She hadn't expected Ji Yuchia to be so affectionate. Ji Yanqing laughed heartily. Having Yuan Mingxiu as a son-in-law is truly a blessing. Ji Yuchia pretended to be shy throughout the visit, but Yuan Mingxiu still found her adorable. Xiao Wan felt a pang of pain seeing this scene. The person who promised to protect her. Ji Yuxinrong noticed his gaze. What are you looking at? Xiao Wan looked away, avoiding further conversation. Ji Yuxinrong had already figured it out. Xiao Muan's gaze was always on Ji Yuchia. She coldly reminded him, Yuan Mingxiu is standing right there. He won't like seeing someone stare at his wife. She then grabbed his arm and warned him, behave yourself in my family's house. Xiao Wan stared at Ji Yuchia longingly. As soon as they entered, he immediately spoke to her. Yuan Mingxia's face darkened instantly. The cold-faced general returned with a chilling aura. Zhong Lanzhan, upon hearing the news, deliberately changed her visit. Greetings, General. Yuan Mingxia's face turned colder. Had I known you were coming today, we would have rescheduled. Xiao Wan flinched under his icy glare. Ji Yanqing felt the tension and quickly invited everyone to sit down. Yuan Mingxiu seized the opportunity to stick close to his wife. Ji Yuxinrong mocked, you're really showing off your affection. Do you think he cares even a little bit? Xiao Wan interjected, say less. Such a haughty woman, Ji Yuxinrong snapped, has already so heartless. Xiao Wan didn't bother arguing further and walked to the dining table. The Li family sat together, seemingly indifferent. Yuan Mingxiu continued to dote on his wife, oblivious to the others. Ji Yuxinrong sneered, so enviable. Not only do you have a doting husband, but even your birthmarks are gone. My skills are exceptional. If you want to remove yours, I can help. Ji Yuxinrong retorted, no need. I'll never be like you, desperate for attention and love. Xiao Wan, deeply hurt, remained silent. Ji Yanqing, fearing to offend Yuan Mingxiu, told Ji Yuxinrong to stop. Ji Yuxinrong protested, what's wrong with saying a few words? Will it cause someone to lose a piece of flesh? Ji Yanqing's patience wore thin. A family feud seemed imminent. Ji Yuchia pulled Yuan Mingxiu back. She was all too familiar with such scenes. Let's stay away. We don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Yuan Mingxia's heart warmed. Thank you for your concern, my lady. But they wouldn't dare hurt me. Ji Yanqing cringed at their public display of affection. Jing Xuelian couldn't stand it any longer. My Roma has suffered so much. Can't she even say a few words? Ji Yanqing retorted, she's just spoiled. The two argued relentlessly. Ji Yuchia quickly dragged Yuan Mingxiu to the dining room, away from the battlefield. Yuan Mingxiu was distressed. He wondered how many times she had witnessed such scenes. Ji Yuchia wasn't particularly upset. These issues weren't new, just now out in the open. Xiao Wan followed them, looking smugly at Ji Yuchia. Yuan Mingxia's face darkened. Ji Yuchia quickly calmed him down. I'll just talk to him. Yuan Mingxiu seized the opportunity. Let me sleep in your bed tonight, or you're not allowed to leave. Ji Yuchia had no choice but to agree. Yuan Mingxiu reluctantly let her go. Xiao Wan scoffed, looks like you're having a good time. The smile on Ji Yuqi's face faltered. Yuan Mingxiu glared at him. Xiao Wan suddenly felt she had changed, different from before. Unaware that Ji Yuqi's soul was different, he could only advise her to move on and visit less often. When they were young, They were inseparable and promised to always be together. Now he could only watch as Jiyu Qia walked away, their paths diverging. Meanwhile, Jiyu Qia went to find Yuan Mingxiu, and saw the fifth prince discussing something with him. The captured Katai soldiers had committed suicide, hoping to erase any clues leading to the Tujue prince. Yuan Mingxiu said, "The Tujue prince cannot die, or the Tujue king will use this as an excuse to attack us." The fifth prince was worried. "Even if he doesn't die, we still need to find him. At least he can't stay in the capital." Yuan Mingxiu immediately sensed something was amiss. Jiyu Qia, after hearing a few words, knew that Dazzles was likely involved. That sly fifth prince had likely fallen for a trap. Jiyu Qia was certain that someone of high status was hiding the prince, and had placed informants within Dazzles. The fifth prince was furious. "He'll find out who dares to hide within Dazzles." Jiyu Qia was startled. It was the first time she had seen the fifth prince so angry. Yuan Mingxiu teased, "He's just a hothead." The fifth prince, embarrassed, held back his anger and secretly held a grudge. He turned to Jiyu Qia for help, asking her to examine the bodies of the soldiers who committed suicide. Jiyu Qia's eyes lit up. It had been a while since she had encountered a familiar case. The fifth prince shuddered for his friend. "Aren't you afraid to sleep at night?" Imagine Jiyu Qia holding a scalpel, smiling creepily at you. Yuan Mingxiu nudged him playfully. "With all your chatter, your wife will definitely sew your mouth shut one day." Jiyu Qia quickly began her autopsy, skillfully reporting her findings. The fifth prince was amazed. The corpses he had examined were usually covered in blood, but Jiyu Qia's workspace was spotless. After a while, Jiyu Qia finished. The results showed that their blood was almost completely dry. There are Jiyu worms in their bodies. These Jiyu worms suck the blood dry. Jiyu Qia suddenly had an idea. "Fifth prince, do you want to see a Jiyu worm?" She then sliced open the corpse's abdomen. Suddenly, a huge horsefly flew out. The terrified fifth prince screamed and hid. The horsefly flew towards him. Jiyu Qia swiftly caught the Jiyu worm with a knife. She brought it closer for a closer look, her expression growing serious. Yuan Mingxiu, worried, asked what was wrong. Jiyu Qia felt uneasy. Someone who can control this kind of Jiyu worm must be quite powerful. And this person is unscrupulous. Someone who uses Jiyu worms to cause trouble is likely to experiment on living people. This girl was loved by the Tujue prince. Then, the girl found Jiyu worms in the assassin's body. It's highly possible that someone is conducting human experiments. And the girl also found that her friend's family was infected with Jiyu worms. Jiyu Qia broke out in a cold sweat. If there's a powerful organization behind this, they could cause a major crisis. Yuan Mingxiu grew serious. "I'll pay close attention to this and ensure everything is resolved peacefully." The fifth prince, also alarmed, begged her to resolve this matter. Jiyu Qia decided to teach Dazzles about the Jiyu worms, how to catch them, and how to eliminate them. The fifth prince gratefully held her hand and nodded. At this moment, Jiyu Qia was his savior. Yuan Mingxiu immediately pulled her away jealously. The fifth prince quickly retreated. Jiyu Qia was preoccupied. "The situation is urgent. We must find the source of the Jiyu worms and apprehend the culprit. It's possible that these Jiyu worms already exist in many people, and will continue to spread. Once the Jiyu worms activate, the person will experience excruciating pain. I must develop a cure, and have the court mass-produce it to save everyone." Yuan Mingxiu dotingly said, "Do whatever you need to. I'll support you with all my knowledge." Jiyu Qia smiled sweetly. "Thank you, husband." Yuan Mingxiu stroked her head affectionately. "You're welcome. Your matters are my matters." Their lovey-dovey exchange almost blinded the fifth prince. "Why must you do this in front of me?" Suddenly, Ningguang arrived. He immediately stared at Jiyu Qia. "You only greeted him." "It's been a while," Jiyu Qia politely responded. Yuan Mingxiu's face darkened with jealousy, which even the fifth prince noticed. He quickly intervened, asking Ningguang about his purpose. Ningguang said he was there to learn about the assassins, and find the Tujue prince. The fifth prince graciously invited him in, as the investigation was already underway. Ningguang then invited Jiyu Qia to explain the autopsy findings to him personally. Yuan Mingxiu immediately flew into a jealous rage, stepping in front of Jiyu Qia, and glaring at Ningguang. He then pulled Jiyu Qia away, saying he would show her the evidence. Jiyu Qia leaned against him sweetly, calling him husband. She loved examining corpses. This public display of affection almost made the fifth prince vomit. Ningguang's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth angrily. Later, Yuan Mingxiu arranged a separate room for Jiyu Qie to study the Jiyu worms. Jiyu Qie tried many different herbs and finally found one that the Jiyu worms seemed to dislike, which might be able to eliminate them. However, it couldn't be used on humans yet. The Jiyu worms had to die quickly without struggling to avoid harming the host. Yuan Mingxiu frowned. If the Jiyu worms grow inside a human body, the host will be injured. Jiyu Qie also discovered that once the Jiyu worms bite someone, it would cause rotting and death. Children born to infected individuals would also suffer from various illnesses. Yuan Mingxiu became anxious. We need to be even more careful with this research. Jiyu Qie nodded seriously. Now that she had a family, she would naturally protect herself. The next day, Princess Anping invited Jiyu Qie over. Jiyu Qie accepted. Upon meeting, she was shocked to find Princess Anping extremely weak. Li Anning explained that she was a bit tired from her duties as a princess. If she didn't fulfill them, the Empress Dowager would punish her servants. Jiyu Qie couldn't say much and simply offered to examine her. She checked Li Anning's pulse and internal energy flow. This examination led to a shocking discovery. Li Anning also had Jiyu worms inside her body. Li Anning was terrified upon seeing the Jiyu worm. Jiyu Qie quickly asked if she had recently been to Miaojiang or had contact with foreigners. Li Anning said she hadn't left her residence and had no such contact. Jiyu Qie breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had been infected recently, so besides weakness, there were no other serious symptoms. Li Anning also realized the gravity of the situation. But she hadn't had any contact with outsiders. Could it be spontaneous? Jiyu Qie suddenly recalled the faint lines under the skin of Li Anning's maids. She suspected most people in the princess residence were infected, and the Jiyu worm activity in Li Anning was more prominent, indicating an earlier infection. But Li Anning couldn't understand how she got infected. Jiyu Qie immediately told her to block all news and ordered the princess residence to restrict outings. Back at her own residence, Jiyu Qie trained a special type of bee. These bees would emit a faint buzzing sound whenever Jiyu worms were nearby, and with a large number of these bees, finding the Jiyu worms would be a matter of time. Qingzong's eyes sparkled with admiration. Madam is amazing. Wu Qiyu immediately ordered no one to approach the area, and then prepared to go to Jun. Who would have thought that a eunuch would block his path? Xiao Minute nervously said, "The Empress Dowager summons you. Please go to the palace immediately." Wu Qiyu frowned slightly, thinking, wait a minute. I have a feeling this isn't something good. After he entered the palace, the eunuch leading the way kept taking him east and west. Wu Qiyu couldn't help but tease, "Excuse me, where exactly is the Empress Dowager? If you're not sure, you can ask someone." So the eunuch directly led him to a room to wait for the Empress Dowager alone. But as expected, Jiyu Qiyu calmly walked in. The doors and windows were all closed. A Shi Enyu was shouting inside. This Shi Enyu was captured by General Leng Mian. The Shi Enyu who harmed Jiyu Qiyu was summoned to the palace. It was Leng Mian who brought Bu Qiyu to the small room. The Shi Enyu yelled, "Don't even think about Yuan Mingxiu coming to save you. Even if you suffer again, so what? It's still useless." Bu Qiyu sneered, "I'd like to see if he really can come." Saying so, he kicked open the black door and stormed out with a fierce aura. The Shi Enyu was scared out of her wits. Almost passing out, she turned around worriedly. Bu Qiyu directly grabbed her, grumbling in a way she didn't understand. The Shi Enyu was shouting, "Let me go. If the Empress Dowager knew you were acting so lawlessly, she definitely wouldn't." Bu Qiyu directly dragged the Shi Enyu towards the Empress Dowager's palace. The Shi Enyu laughed triumphantly. "You're really stupid. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well implicate Yuan Mingxiu. Are you trying to stall for time, waiting for Yuan Mingxiu to come?" Wu Qiyu didn't bother with her nonsense. This kind of person didn't understand. What he had to do was to explain everything to Yuan Mingxiu. Wu Qiyu arrived outside the hall, and requested an audience with the Empress Dowager. "This Shi Enyu falsely summoned me and made me run around, damaging the Empress Dowager's reputation. This crime deserves punishment." The eunuchs and palace maids were all watching. This Bu Qiyu was too audacious. He would definitely be punished. As expected, the Empress Dowager said angrily, "This Bu Qiyu is truly arrogant. No wonder there are rumors that even Yuan Mingxiu has to give him face. This kind of resourceful person must not be allowed to stay with Yuan Mingxiu." Upon seeing him, Momo immediately shouted, "You dare not kneel before the Empress Dowager." The Shi Enyu also played the victim. It was Yuan Furen who ran around and even implicated this servant. Please, your majesty, seek justice for this servant. But Bu Qiyu was not afraid at all. Before kneeling, I want to clarify that this servant falsely summoned me in the name of the Empress Dowager, and made me run around, damaging the Empress Dowager's reputation. This is what should be punished. This Xi Nu falsely accused me, saying that Yuan Furen can do whatever she wants because of her husband's status. I merely argued a few words with her and was captured by her. The Empress Dowager's expression changed and she coldly asked, "What do you have to say?" Bu Qiyu smiled and said clearly, "Your Majesty is wise and would certainly not believe this Xi Nu's lies." This move flattered the Empress Dowager and left her speechless. At this, Bu Qiyu bowed deeply. "This subject is willing to kowtow." The Empress Dowager laughed. "Now you're willing to kowtow." Bu Qiyu still smiled respectfully. "I was always willing to kowtow and believed your Majesty would not listen to slander." This was indirectly accusing the Empress Dowager of not being reasonable. The Empress Dowager was speechless. Moreover, the situation was not clear yet, so she could only hold back her anger and said with a smile, "Get up. Someone, drag this Xi Nu down." The Xi Nu was dragged away screaming. Bu Qiyu knew very well that the Empress Dowager was trying to show him how easy it was for her to kill someone. But then the Empress Dowager hypocritically warned him, Qiyu, remember this. You can't do whatever you want just because you have Yuan Mingxiu backing you. If I really want to deal with you, no one can save you. Such petty matters should not happen between us. However, since you've already joined, Bu Qiyu didn't dare to show any displeasure. My husband works tirelessly for the country, yet someone uses the Empress Dowager's name to act disrespectfully towards me. Surely, military families like mine cannot accept this. Now, Bu Qiyu represented the military, and the Empress Dowager couldn't punish her casually, otherwise, all the soldiers would resent the royal family. The Empress Dowager couldn't show any displeasure, but she frowned inwardly. So young yet so shrewd. If I don't deal with her early, I'm afraid that in the future. Just then, the Empress arrived with the 4 consorts. Bu Qiyu knew immediately that this was another trouble for her. Sure enough, the Empress immediately said to the Empress Dowager, "Mother, look at what our Princess Ling Long has prepared." The Empress Dowager instantly understood. Her scheming mind is truly. Chu Ling Long immediately knelt and cried, "I didn't do anything excessive. I must have been slandered." Bu Qiyu asked pointedly, "Are you saying the Empress Dowager is indiscriminate and listens to slander?" Chu Ling Long was speechless and could only weakly defend herself. The Empress Dowager looked at Bu Qiyu's sharp words and Ling Long's pitiful appearance, and her heart softened. "You are a good child I've watched grow up. You've just been used by someone." The Empress also chimed in, "It's all because this child is too kind and easily manipulated." She didn't even know she was being used. Bu Qiyu was instantly furious. "Is this scolding me?" Chu Ling Long took the opportunity to obediently admit her mistake. "It's all my fault. I will definitely be more careful in the future, and not disappoint the Empress Dowager and the Empress." The Empress Dowager immediately softened and called Ling Long to get up. Chu Ling Long immediately wanted to stand up, but hesitated. "Yuan Gige used to be so indifferent to me. I never thought there would be a day he would be so cold towards me." Bu Qiyu sneered inwardly. "Aren't you the same, Princess Ling Long? Aren't you two-faced? You act completely differently in front of the Empress Dowager than you usually do." Chu Ling Long immediately started crying. "Bu Qiyu, you're slandering me. Such baseless accusations. Please, your Majesty, seek justice for me." The Empress was also dissatisfied. Qiyu, you're being too impudent. Don't you think you've gone too far?" Bu Qiyu was furious. "Princess Ling Long disrupted my wedding and treated me so rudely. Does she expect me to be polite to her?" Chu Ling Long's face flushed. "I am the esteemed princess. You must be respectful to me, otherwise, you are disrespecting the royal family." Bu Qiyu decided to directly expose her. "I'd like to ask the princess, how is your marriage with Prince Tuju?" Chu Ling Long's face paled instantly, and her expression was panicked. She was sweating profusely. How did he know this secret? She was so shocked that her voice trembled. "What are you talking about? What do you mean?" A certain young lady, because she stole the princess crush, was imprisoned by the Empress Dowager. Bu Qiyu was imprisoned today. Chu Ling Long immediately jumped up to accuse him. Bu Qiyu immediately retorted, "Doesn't the Empress Dowager know? There are rumors outside the palace. This palace is filled with secrets. It's a pity for Princess Ning. She even had to be a standing for someone. It's truly heartbreaking. Apparently, that day, Chulinglong, in a fit of anger, agreed to marry Tuju. After agreeing, she went back on her word, unwilling to marry the remote Tuju. So she asked Princess Ning to be her substitute and marry Tuju. The Empress initially felt it wasn't appropriate, but Chulinglong said that Princess Ning's father, a general, had accidentally killed 2 people during a battle. Now their families had petitioned the court and even hired assassins to pursue them. As long as Ning agreed to be the substitute, she would help resolve the matter. The Empress agreed after considering it. Now that the matter was exposed, the Empress Dowager learned that Ning was to replace Linglong and marry Tuju. She was furious. The two exchanged glances. The Empress and Chulinglong hurriedly knelt down to apologize. They didn't expect the substitute marriage to be exposed. They begged for forgiveness, but no matter how they pleaded, the Empress Dowager refused to listen. She directly ordered Chulinglong to kneel at the door. Without the Empress Dowager's permission, she was not allowed to stand. Chulinglong immediately knelt down, bleeding. The Empress continued to plead for her, saying that it was a desperate measure, and that Ning and Tuju wouldn't mind. The Empress Dowager became even angrier. You dared to hide such a deceitful matter. What will you dare to do in the future? She glared at Bu Qiyu. Bu Qiyu thought that the Empress Dowager cared a lot about face and authority, and wouldn't let this go easily. But in the next second, the Empress Dowager said, "Let it be. Bring Jia Ping, who usually makes my favorite braised pork noodles, to personally deliver them to Ning." Bu Qiyu sneered inwardly. She still favors Chulinglong after all. Ning's sacrifice only earned her a bowl of noodles. Then the Empress Dowager reprimanded Bu Qiyu. "In the future, you must be more cautious in your words and actions." Bu Qiyu knew this was a warning to keep her mouth shut, and couldn't help but sneer. She pointedly looked at the Empress. "I think someone needs this lesson more than me." The Empress Dowager immediately snapped, "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have General Yuan backing you. If I really want to deal with you, no one can save you." Bu Qiyu confidently replied, "I'm not arrogant because of Yuan Mingxiu. I'm arrogant because I have the capital to be." The Empress Dowager flew into a rage. "What capital do you have? Do you really think I can't touch you?" The Empress Dowager immediately ordered, "Someone, take Jiu Qiyu away and lock her up." Just as the 2 guards appeared, Tuan Wei suddenly appeared and rescued Bu Qiyu. Bu Qiyu was not afraid, but smiled even more. "If the Empress Dowager touches me today, I'm afraid you'll regret it." The Empress took the opportunity to accuse her, "Insolent. You dare disrespect the Empress Dowager. This alone is enough to punish you." The Empress Dowager was furious. "You dare threaten me? I'd like to see how you threaten me. Take her away." Bu Qiyu didn't resist, and calmly followed the Wei. Meanwhile, Momo was a little worried. This Bu Qiyu is acting so confidently. Could she really have something up her sleeve? The Empress Dowager sneered. "Let's see what tricks she can pull." Soon, Bu Qiyu was imprisoned. In the evening, Tu Yuzu came to deliver food, and it was all her favorite food. Bu Qiyu wouldn't dare eat it so casually. She refused. However, under the Yuzu's subtle threat, she also learned that if she didn't eat, she might not even get this much. She said bluntly, "Take it back. Even if I don't eat, what can you do?" Then, the chubby Yuzu whispered to her. Bu Qiyu was stunned. This situation looked very much like an underground. Then the chubby Yuzu rolled up his sleeve, revealing a birthmark on his arm. Bu Qiyu recognized it as Yuan Mingxiu's birthmark. The Yuzu was Yuan Mingxiu's man. She immediately felt relieved, and ate all the food. Only after seeing her finish the food did the Yuzu reveal a relieved expression. Afterwards, the chubby Yuzu secretly reminded Bu Qiyu. Bu Qiyu immediately pretended to be unconscious. So the chubby Yuzu carried Bu Qiyu away. Halfway there, Bu Qiyu quietly opened her eyes, and saw the Yuzu wink at her. Soon, Bu Qiyu was put into a carriage. She understood. It must have been the Empress Dowager, or the Empress, who wanted to harm her. Yuan Mingxiu's people had adapted to the situation, and secretly rescued her. The carriage traveled for a long time, and arrived at a small 2-story building. Inside, someone told the Yuzu, "Your mission is complete. Someone will deliver your reward." The 2 Yuzu happily thanked them, and left. Bu Qiyu suddenly felt something was wrong. She didn't recognize the voice at all. She immediately jumped out and blocked the 2 Yuzu. Just like that, the chubby Yuzu revealed a smug smile, and wiped his hands on a handkerchief. In the next second, the birthmark on his arm disappeared. It was all fake. Wu Qiyu's face darkened instantly. She had been tricked. The chubby Yuzu laughed triumphantly. Otherwise, how could we get Furen to obediently come with us? Wu Qiyu retorted angrily. You dare use Yuan Mingxiu's name to trick his wife. Don't blame me for your death at the hands of the Yuan family. Saying so, she took out a silver needle. She skillfully aimed it at the chubby Yuzu. The chubby Yuzu was instantly scared breathless, and collapsed to the ground. Just as Bu Qiyu was about to go after him, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. Yuan Furen, what a temper. Bu Qiyu immediately shouted, who's there pretending to be a ghost? Saying so, she threw a silver needle towards the direction of the voice, but it was easily caught by a silver-haired man. He smiled mysteriously. So feisty, as Shi Enyu was imprisoned by the Empress Dowager, and then captured by the Tuju prince. He even invited her to Tuju to enjoy the beautiful scenery, and even offered to find her beautiful men. Wu Qiyu wouldn't fall for it. This man just wanted to use her to stir up trouble. Now that I'm a wanted criminal, the Empress Dowager can order a search and arrest, and even execute me on the spot. Even Yuan Mingxiu wouldn't be able to do anything. This way, Yuan Mingxiu and the royal family would be at odds. This is exactly what you want, right? Prince Tuju, Ha Meng, laughed. You guessed everything. You're truly extraordinary, but even if you guessed it, what good is it? Wu Qiyu already had a silver needle in her hand. Taking advantage of his approach, she quickly pricked him. This needle went straight towards Ha Meng's vital point. Ha Meng didn't even dodge, but said nonchalantly, Yuan Mingxiu is currently searching for the ancient city according to your method. If he finds the most powerful Buchong, you will die without a burial place. Wu Qiyu's heart sank, and her movements slowed down. The next second, Ha Meng caught her silver needle. Do you like him that much? You're even willing to miss the best chance to kill me. Wu Qiyu was anxious. You're not just saying this to provoke me. What's going on? Ha Meng grabbed her hand and said urgently, the Buchong you've seen are only one type. There are more powerful ones you don't know about. Saying so, he pushed her down, and trapped her beneath him, smiling wickedly. I can tell you how to deal with the most powerful Buchong, making you everyone's savior. Wu Qiyu didn't believe there was a free lunch. He must have other motives, so she slapped him and pushed him away. Just say it. Ha Meng smiled meaningfully at her. What Ling Long, what a ning. I've never wanted them. Wu Qiyu immediately understood. He wanted her to be his consort. Sure enough, Ha Meng said, as long as you agree, I won't only let Yuan Mingxiu go, but I'll also help the two countries reconcile and tell you the great function of these Buchong. The condition is that you become the Tuju princess. Wu Qiyu angrily kicked him. In your dreams. Ha Meng had anticipated this and dodged it. Then suddenly, someone descended from the sky and captured Wu Qiyu. Inside, Ha Meng said kindly, think carefully. Whatever you want to eat, drink, or use, just tell me. I won't mistreat you. Wu Qiyu was almost driven mad. Treating me like a prisoner, and saying you won't mistreat me. Ha Meng laughed heartily. There's no other way. Who made you so attractive? Wu Qiyu thought angrily, this bastard. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager learned that Wu Qiyu had escaped and was furious. The entire imperial palace can't even hold a mere mortal. Useless. The Empress took the opportunity to chime in, we should send people to capture her. It's best to use our own people. This way, if she's injured or killed, we can just blame it on enemy spies. Even if Yuan Mingxiu comes looking, we can just push the blame onto some soldiers. The Empress Dowager was persuaded and immediately ordered, issue an edict. Jiu Qiyu violated the law, and is now a wanted criminal. Strip her of her title as general's wife. The Empress was overjoyed. With Bu Qiyu stripped of her title, Ling Long could re-enter the Yuan residence without any obstacles. The consorts also congratulated Ling Long. With that Jiu Qiyu gone, everything will go smoothly. With Jiu Qiyu around, Ling Long could never catch Yuan Mingxiu's eye. Jiu Qiyu escaped from Jianxia. It happened that Yuan Mingxiu was nearby. The fire attack can be bounced back by the fire shield. He immediately asked Chu Linglong to deal with the dream. Go and handle the Empress Dowager's implied hint. No man is without a wandering eye. Let Linglong seize the opportunity. The market's freedom will suffer. He decided for him, so the next day, on behalf of Mingxiu, he searched for Gutang. He discovered a small soldier looking strange. When he entered Husheng, where did the woman often who knew the patient turned back with a sincere look and weakly called out Yuan Ji. This person was Chu Linglong. Lin Rong talked with Yuan Mingxiu. How did he get here? He immediately told him to move away from here. Chu Linglong quickly recorded Xiuzi. I already told you to use GU worms on me. It'll make it easier for me to discover the GU worms. Just let me stay. Waiting with Yuan Mingxiu, she didn't expect him to actually use. Zhu Linlong seized the opportunity to pounce on the fire-loving ball. Yuan Ji, I have a lot of things I want to help with. Just treat it as making up for my past ignorance. After finishing speaking, she didn't wait for his response and went to look for herself. Yuan Mingxiu was a bit uncertain for a moment. Was this sincere or was there a trap waiting? He could only wait until the case was closed before looking for other wild herbs and searching for Jiyu. And at another point, Bu Chuyue, who was locked up by Guanjin Laolong, was actually eating loose noodles. Even Harming was tricked into eating the lead box by him. She really is at the edge. Unsurprised, Bu Chuyue asked the admirer beautifully, when will you let me out? Harming smiled and collected. Now, Bu Chuyue felt unfortunate that she was married for so long. Harming looked at the noodles in his hand. You've eaten all my Jiu worms, what else do I have? Bu Chuyue turned pale with shock. She didn't expect that she would actually. Harming chuckled. The Laolong that trapped Jiu Chuyue broke. Jiu Chuyue finally. He could clearly say he wanted to take him to see Xie. Bu Chuyue didn't understand, but she was unwilling to listen to his words. Harming just said one sentence. I'll go. In an instant, Jiu Chuyue felt her body lose control. Her hands and feet moved spontaneously. Harming proudly told her, this is our Jiu technique. It takes 10 years to train one. I'll take you to see your service area now. As soon as the two of them left, they heard people everywhere discussing Linlong Junzu and Master Yuan's ambiguous behavior. Soon, she saw a woman in the woods. Chu Linghong suddenly cried out and fell into Yuan Ming. The divine doctor girl was suddenly given an obedience Jiu by the Turkic prince. He even took her to see Leng Lianfujun and Xinji Chuzhai. Curious, Chu Linglong suddenly screamed and fell into Yuan Mingxiu's arms, crying, brother, I seem to have been bitten by something. Yuan Mingxiu directly pushed him away and asked someone to take him to see a doctor. Chu Linglong still stubbornly tugged at him and pleaded pitifully, Yuan Ji, you said I'm your girlfriend. I'm going. Yuan Mingxiu mercilessly pulled his hand away. Even if I went, I wouldn't necessarily go because of you. Chu Linglong could only resort to her killer move. If it was a Jiu worm that bit me, Yuan Ji, being by my side, you can see it clearly. Yuan Mingxiu, but in Jiu Chiu's view, they were clearly embracing. Together, the Turkic prince, Harming, chuckled. This husband of yours is unreliable. Our Turkic men would never. Bu Chuyue wouldn't let him laugh. Turkic men want Lingmeng one moment, then Anning the next, and then they come to look for me. It's infuriating. Harming was not angry. At least I am sincere, unlike some people, scattered. He pointed to the front. Bu Chuyue looked along his finger and saw. Instantly petrified. In the crisis, Yuan Mingxiu deftly stood on a tree trunk, covering Chu Linglong's petite body. But he didn't know that Chu Linglong desperately pulled on Yuan Mingxiu, wanting him to hold her and take a look. Yuan Mingxiu used his hand to block a tree branch, narrowly avoiding falling on Chu Linglong. He immediately pushed Chu Linglong away, and coldly ordered her to check her clothes. If it really was a Jiu worm, she could come to him again. Chu Linglong immediately complained tearfully, Yuan Ji, you are so mean to me. You weren't like this before. Bu Chuyue watched with a darkened expression. Harming immediately offered to help her teach that little girl a lesson. Bu Chuyue chuckled. How could he be so kind? Didn't you bring me here so I could see this? It would be best if Bolan Dalu and Yuan Mingxiu broke up. He didn't deny this. But he didn't want to see Jiu Chuyue either. He sensed that Jiu Chuyue wanted to make a sound, so he preemptively ordered her to be silent. Sure enough, Jiu Chuyue couldn't move at all or make any sound. In an instant, her whole person went numb. Then Harming took out a Jiu worm and said with a smile, I'll teach that little vixen a lesson for you. Just sing me a good song. Jiu Chuyue coldly looked at the idiot. This guy's brain must be damaged. Without waiting for his reply, he directly released the worm. The worm directly attacked Yuan Mingxiu's neck. Who knew Chu Linglong would suddenly rush forward and stand in front of Yuan Mingxiu. In the next second, the Jiu worm bit into her neck and burrowed inside. Chu Linglong screamed and softly collapsed into Yuan Mingxiu's arms. Jiu Chuyue was furious. She fiercely glared at Harming. This also counts. The women, furious, but Jiyu Chuyue watched as Yuan Mingxiu carried Chu Linglong and chased after them. Duanshi's entire person was as beautiful as a flower. Seeing her so uncomfortable, Harming removed the constraint. Anyway, Yuan Mingxiu had already seen. Bu Chuyue immediately coughed violently. She almost just immediately pointed at Harming and scolded, "You did this on purpose to frame Chu Linglong. You two planned this a long time ago." He readily admitted it and told her that he could also help her get rid of. At the same time, Yuan Mingxiu brought a doctor to treat Chu Linglong. The old doctor kowtowed and begged for mercy. This old man really doesn't know how to remove the Jiyu poison. I hope the Lord Yuan Mingxiu didn't make things difficult for him and let him leave. Just then, Chu Linglong suddenly started shouting, "Yuan Ji, I feel so bad." Yuan Mingxiu didn't get close, but just told Jiyu Chuyue to go back. Chu Linglong immediately put on a pitiful face. "Yuan Ji, you promised you wouldn't leave me alone and helpless." Yuan Mingxiu felt speechless for a moment. "That was just taking care of my younger sister." Chu Linglong seized the opportunity to ask him to pour her a glass of water. All right. It wasn't easy for Yuan Mingxiu to refuse. But when Chu Linglong took the glass, she deliberately brushed against his hand and said coquettishly, "I don't have much strength, Yuan Ji." Yuan Mingxiu immediately struggled to pull his hand back, but Chu Linglong held on tight. Unable to free himself, Yuan Mingxiu suddenly froze, finding his body suddenly stiff and unable to move. Chu Linglong immediately moved closer to his embrace. "Yuan Ji, you're tired. Let Linglong accompany you and rest." "Thank you," she said, pulling his hand toward the bed. Yuan Mingxiu thought that rest was indeed good, so he let Chu Linglong push him down onto the bed and gently took his hand. There was still a lingering Jiyu worm that made Chu Linglong feel hot all over. Yuan Mingxiu gritted his teeth and fiercely ordered, "Call someone here immediately. After I get rid of the poison, I'll make you pay." Chu Linglong simply threw herself into Yuan Mingxiu's arms. She had worked so hard for this day, how could she let go of this? Saying that, Chu Linglong tore off Yuan Mingxiu's clothes and started to touch him all over. This was what she had been dreaming of day and night. Yuan Mingxiu threatened her. "Even if you force me, I will never marry you, much less." Chu Linglong didn't mind at all. "If I can't get your heart, I'll get your body." Jiyu Chuyue was led by Harming to watch this scene outside the window. Her heart felt like it was being fried in oil. She was both heartbroken and couldn't control herself. Her eyes kept blinking. At this point, Yuan Mingxiu had already been stripped, and Chu Linglong began to untie his clothes. Yuan Mingxiu was so shocked that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He gathered his strength and delivered a swift chop to Chu Linglong's neck, then disgustedly threw her off. Jiyu Chuyue couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, then peeked through her fingers to watch. The cold-faced general was tricked by the scheming Junzu, but she forcefully turned the scene into a part sale. She had to add Yun Junzu to maintain her persona. Bu Chuyue watched with a pained expression outside the door. Tears of heartache flowed down her face. Yuan Mingxiu knew something was wrong and rushed towards the window. The Turkic Prince Harming immediately helped Jiyu Chuyue. He flew her over the wall. Yuan Mingxiu didn't see anyone and thought he was hallucinating due to missing his wife. He immediately got dressed and stumbled out of bed. Harming jokingly teased, "Working hard to maintain your purity for your wife." Jiyu Chuyue smugly retorted, "Your plan failed. Are you unhappy?" But as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. She knew without asking that it was Harming's doing. She was a little curious. "Can Turkic Jiyu do anything?" Harming boastfully declared, "It's not that Jiyu can do anything, but I can do anything." Just then, Yuan Mingxiu rushed out of the room and ordered someone to capture Bu Chuyue. However, the chief eunuch had been waiting for a long time. He immediately announced loudly, "Since Master Yuan has consummated his relationship with Junzu Linlong, then he should immediately enter the palace and inform the Empress Dowager and Empress of this good news." Yuan Mingxiu's face instantly darkened. He asked through gritted teeth, "What did you say?" The chief eunuch smiled and said, "Everyone saw it, Master. You don't need to be shy. This is something everyone knows." Yuan Mingxiu's face turned livid. He backhanded the eunuch across the face. The chief eunuch was stunned. "Master Yuan, do you not intend to take responsibility? This is something that the Empress Dowager and Empress have arranged." Yuan Mingxia's killing intent surged. Insolent. Who gave you permission to speak nonsense? My relationship with Junzu Linlong is pure. If you dare to slander our relationship again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The chief eunuch still put on a pitiful act. I dare to guarantee it with the Empress Dowager and Empress. It's for that Bu Qi. Yuan Mingxiu was impatient. Get out. Are you waiting to be punished? The chief eunuch immediately ran away with his tail between his legs. As he fled, Yuan Mingxiu pointed angrily at his back. He immediately ordered someone to bring Chu Linglong. Jiyu Chuyue watched with a smug smile. Harming, it seems you failed. Harming confidently replied, it's just that I haven't prepared any methods for Lin Wen Junzu yet. If it was someone I admire, it might not be the same. Jiyu Chuyue sharply exposed his scheme. You came up with this plan so that I would separate from Yuan Mingxiu, so that Yuan Mingxiu would hold a grudge against me. Then, the Turks could take advantage of our internal conflict. Harming's face paled. He didn't expect her to guess this. This woman was indeed smart, so he changed his tactics and threatened, anyway, you can't escape my grasp, might as well marry me obediently. Who knew Jiyu Chuyue would laugh and say, then kill me. But you. Harming was dumbfounded. He didn't expect her to be so resolute. He was actually checkmated. The news quickly spread to the palace. The empress tearfully went to the emperor for help. The emperor was hesitant. After all, Yuan Mingxiu was already married to Jiyu Chuyue. At this point, he should handle it carefully, but the empress was relentless. Lin Rong is a Junzu. If your majesty doesn't intervene, how can we explain it to the royal family? Just then, a eunuch rushed in to report, Junzu Linlong attempted suicide, but was fortunately saved. The empress was shocked. Chu Linglong put on a pitiful act. The empress quickly advised her not to do anything foolish. The royal family would take care of everything. Chu Linglong cried even harder. The emperor was in a dilemma. Linlong's father had doted on her since childhood, but Yuan Mingxiu was also someone he valued. If he issued the imperial edict this time, who knew what kind of trouble Yuan Mingxiu would cause? But if he didn't issue it, what if Linlong's father rebelled? His military power was a force to be reckoned with. Finally, the emperor decided to issue the edict to marry his daughter. He thought to himself, Mingxiu, don't blame me. It's just taking another wife. If you don't like her, you can just ignore her. The eunuchs went to Yuan Mingxia's residence to deliver the edict. Jueisha was informed that Master Yuan was out on a campaign, so he asked them to come back later. The eunuchs were anxious and asked him to send someone to look for Yuan Mingxiu, as the edict couldn't be delayed. Jueisha smiled faintly and said, Master didn't tell anyone where he was going, so no one knows where to look for him. Why don't you rest here for a while? Master might be back soon. The eunuchs had no choice but to wait in the tent. Jueisha then went to find Yuan Mingxiu. Yuan Mingxiu was treating the eunuchs well, providing them with food and drinks. Jueisha was worried for his master. Delaying this is not a solution. Delaying it for too long is also disrespectful to the emperor. Yuan Mingxiu chuckled. My marriage to Chuyue was personally decreed by him. Now he dares to arrange another woman into my life. It is he who is being disrespectful to me. Jueisha was speechless. He wanted to advise him to consider the emperor's intentions, but before he could speak, Yuan Mingxiu asked with a raised eyebrow, haven't you gone to investigate the Jiyu god yet? Jueisha didn't dare to say any more. His master was in a bad mood right now. Meanwhile, the palace was in chaos. The Empress Dowager suddenly vomited during lunch. The vomit contained a finger-sized mud ball. Then, the Empress Dowager panicked. Moreover, there was a GU worm in the Empress Dowager's stomach that could be contagious. Emperor. The Empress Dowager has been poisoned. Quickly investigate. They couldn't find the source of the GU, and didn't know how to detoxify it. What should we do? At this time, the imperial physician mentioned that Madame Yuan was skilled in medicine, and should be asked to take a look. The emperor immediately ordered someone to summon Bu Chuyue. The empress was shocked, and immediately knelt down. Bu Chuyue imprisoned the Empress Dowager, and then escaped. Now her whereabouts are unknown. The emperor was stunned. Now was not the time to settle accounts. He immediately ordered a citywide search for Bu Chuyue, who must be brought back unharmed. He quickly ordered his trusted aides to look for Tongshuan. This general had served the country loyally, but the empress and the Turkic prince had both kidnapped him. Even the emperor ordered him to hand over his heart. Now that the Empress Dowager had been poisoned, The emperor suddenly remembered Jiyu Chuyue and ordered a citywide search for her, ensuring her safe return. The empress quickly ordered someone to go to the Turkic camp. At this time, the plan to frame Bu Chuyue had been discovered. To avoid further investigation, he let Bu Chuyue go back. Although Harming was reluctant, he could only release Bu Chuyue. Bu Chuyue mocked, "I'm doing fine here. Why should I?" Harming was righteous. This woman really is ungrateful. He could only obediently escort her. Didn't you want to leave? Don't you care about your Jiyu Chuyue isn't that nice? You let me go on purpose. Something bad must have happened. And if I stay here any longer, it will definitely be bad for you. Yuan Yang's lips twitched, knowing it would be difficult to get past him, so he jumped. The Empress Dowager has been poisoned. The Emperor has appointed Chang. Jiyu Chuyue suddenly understood. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid the Emperor will find out about your collusion with the Empress. He could see that he wanted to start a fight. The Emperor's thoughts are detailed and won't be withdrawn. Then he ordered, no matter what method, change him for me. Go out. After giving the order, he returned to his room. Give it to him. Suddenly, a flurry of whispers came from outside, and the next moment, the door was kicked open. Jiyu Chuyue barged in triumphantly. You can't get rid of me unless you promise me one. He's being threatened and still dares to make demands. Aren't you afraid it'll make you swallow another? But Jiyu Chuyue was not afraid at all. Tell me about the ancient city. I won't tell anyone about your collusion with the Empress. That way, you won't have, for a while. But if you don't talk, you'll be chased by the entire city. He looked at the blood under his feet. He was completely misunderstood, and could only nod his head. Soon, Jiyu Chuyue was on her horseback to the palace. The Emperor smiled lovingly when he saw her. He didn't even let her perform the courtesy, anxiously asking her to quickly treat the Empress Dowager. The Empress, however, had a gloomy face, wishing she could bite Jiyu Chuyue to death on the spot. Jiyu Chuyue and the Empress, he will be more. Sitting down gracefully, Yang gave a deep, unkind look at the Empress. Fortunately, the Empress replied hypocritically, it's really unfortunate. The Empress Dowager's loss is too heavy. My filial piety is good, so I didn't. Empress, you won't blame me, will you? The Empress felt a pang in her heart. This was an attempt to gain favor with the Emperor. She could only force a smile, supporting his shoulder, urging him to quickly treat the Empress Dowager. She didn't want to let Jiyu Chuyue off so easily, so she said pitifully, my hand, what if it's infected? It hurts so much, Empress, you say. The Emperor immediately threatened the Empress. If anything happens to Jiyu Chuyue while she's treating the Empress Dowager, I will. The Empress quickly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. This was not an easy thing for her, who had always been arrogant. She hated Jiyu Chuyue even more. She held back. Jiyu Chuyue then went to the Empress Dowager's bedside to prepare for treatment. According to Tai Yin, the Empress Dowager was poisoned by Jiyu insects. It was Jiyu. Jiyu Chuyue discovered at a glance that the Jiyu in the Empress Dowager had already taken root deeply. However, this Jiyu poison had been in the Empress Dowager's body for 3. The Emperor anxiously asked if there was a solution. Confidently, Jiyu Chuyue said, of course there is. Yuan Yang looked on coldly. Even the most skilled doctors were helpless against this poison. She already has a solution. Could it be that you poisoned the Empress Dowager? The Empress immediately accused her. No wonder the Empress Dowager wanted to lock you up in the heavenly prison. She also said she hoped the Empress Dowager wouldn't regret it. Tell me honestly, was it you who poisoned her? Your Majesty, you must investigate this thoroughly. Who knows if Jiyu Chuyue will harm the Empress Dowager again? Jiyu Chuyue couldn't help but laugh. To laugh. The Empress, provoked to the point of insanity, angrily questioned. He laughed. Jiyu Chuyue didn't bother talking to this fool. She directly asked Ji to help explain. He helplessly said that this Jiyu insect had been in the Empress Dowager's body for more than 3 months. 3 months ago, the Empress Dowager hadn't returned to the capital. And it was even more impossible for her to be with Madame Yuan. The Empress was speechless. Now she looked foolish again. The Emperor was furious. The Empress, as the head of the harem, actually slandered others. It was truly disappointing. Disappointed. The Empress knelt down and apologized. This scene had already happened several times today. Her face was lost. Jiyu Chuyue just watched them, and decided to remove the remaining Jiyu from the Empress Dowager. On the Empress Dowager's arm, Jiyu insects were constantly moving under her skin. Don't move. Jiyu Chueyue immediately raised a silver needle and stabbed it precisely and quickly, picking out the Jiyu insects layer by layer. The entire process emitted a green light, looking terrifying. The emperor's heart was in his throat. Forget the marriage proposal to Yuan Xiu. He even wanted to take back Hainan now. Soon, Jiyu Chueyue finished the treatment. But to completely remove the Jiyu, she had already developed a medicine that could eliminate the Jiyu poison in the body. Yuan Yang's eyes lit up and he blurted out, wanting to get the prescription. But he realized as soon as he spoke, everyone thought that she wouldn't easily hand over such an important prescription, and was waiting for her to make a request. But Jiyu Chueyue agreed without hesitation, saying she would give it to all the imperial physicians to save the people. Yuan Yang admired her greatly, and even wanted to get closer to her. The emperor was also impressed by Jiyu Chueyue's generosity. At such a young age, she had such kindness and talent. She could become a national treasure, and was very beneficial to the court.